won't have the same amount of efficiency and power.
Yeah, it's insane. Our capital state or capital territory wants to get rid of fuel consumption cars by 2036 or something. Right? They're just insane. They're insane. If they think that that we can run a sustainable society on fucking electric vehicles, they're mad.
Well, and dude, and it's only for us. It's only for the average person or whatever, or the small business owner that they do this to. When it comes to the big corporations, no, of course they still get to use fucking diesel fuel and fucking internal combustion engines. When it comes to the big trucking companies, of course they still get to. When it comes to the military industrial complex, of course they still get to use all of it. You, on the other hand, have to pay the price.
I'm wondering though, what is the solution to that? Because it doesn't seem like democracy or democratic republics are working. So it would be better like a constitutional monarchy or what?
How about getting rid of banning things? I'm going to make a ban on banning things. You're no longer allowed to ban things. In fact, all bans that were ever banned are banned. Like we're unbanning all of the bans. You're a libertarian. This should be obvious to you.
Yeah, you haven't said anything I'm in contention with. Not recently.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of one, because I don't mind being told I'm wrong on something. Right now, my mind is going in circles. I'm trying to think of something like a band that was good, a band that needs to stay in place before I actually sign this into law. You know, like before I say I'm putting a ban on bands and I'm unbanning all the previous bans. Like, is there a certain band that needs to stay in place? I'm having trouble thinking of one. Anybody? DEET? Should we not allow DEET as a pesticide? The problem does arise too if you like bans on the public is one thing, but bans on um business and corporations, see, like as a libertarian, you would probably argue like, well, that's the worst. You know, like you need to allow the free market and allow the corporations to, just do it. Like, but no, I mean, when you're the big producer and the big polluter or whatever else, you're the one who needs to have the bans, not the consumer, not on the consumer end. If you want to be responsible to the environment or responsible to anything like the waterways, like there's certain things like we shouldn't be polluting our water, right? We shouldn't be polluting our food. We shouldn't be killing the trees. Like we need the oxygen. Like these are all things that I think even as flat earthers we can agree on. So like companies who do that should be either banned or limited to a certain amount. But when it comes to you, the consumer, getting a tax for driving to your job, yeah, fuck you. Fuck you hard.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. Like, what am I driving to work for? To pay tax for driving your car to work. I mean, it's just insane.
It makes no sense.
Ryan, what are you up to? Yeah. Yeah. Looking very casual today.
Hey, Chubbs.
We're just talking sense, you know,
Sorry. 5 years ago or more?
casually talking
Come on.
sense.
Jason.
I think he's hot micing.
No, he said something about Orion, and then said something about.
No, no, you're right.
I don't know.
They rang me up. Sorry, guys.
Oi, what's up, Aussie mate? Have you had enough carbon tax lately? All right, my legs are getting eaten up by mosquitoes. This fire's not quite out, but it's close. I'm going in. Fairly contained. Yeah. The woods burned down. Whatever. Not going to my yard. I know that. Fucking pigs messing with the liquor store next door. It's almost closing time. That's the business I was talking about. It's a fucking liquor store. He went in there, right? He showed up shortly before close, hour before close. Now, near close, 10 minutes to close, he went in there and he's behind the fucking counter. What the fuck is he doing?
Hey Lou, I was gonna ask if you got your house the roof redone.
Okay.
No, I still haven't done the roof yet, but been lucky. It's been mostly a dry summer. We're in drought right now, but it's in the works. And soon. I'm doing a lot of other shit around here. I get the yard looking pretty nice. Main thing was getting rid of all the behind the previous times. Yeah,
Your roboting.
but the people who. Oh, give me 1 second.
I'm not sure what you said. Was it only me that heard him roboting?
Oh yeah.
He's roboting.
No. Do you guys hear me now? Better?
Yeah,
Yeah.
much better.
Hello, hello? Yeah, I just turned the Wi-Fi back on. Yeah, I went in the house and turned the Wi-Fi on. But no, yeah, I bought. Yeah, obviously, I bought the house recently. The people who were living in here before were tenants, and they left a lot of shit behind. So like, it's been a lot of work cleaning up after them, getting rid of some of the stuff they left behind and things like that.
They
I made
leave
a lot
any
of
good
progress.
shit? Did they leave
They
any
did.
good shit,
They
Lou?
actually they left a little bit. So they left a Honda Racing BMX bike from like 2002 ish that I fixed up and got it.
Nice.
I got it picked out for my daughter.
Nice.
Yeah, and I mean, otherwise, no, they didn't really leave any good shit. Most of it,
Yeah.
even if it was good,
They
it wasn't
left
like-
you a headache.
Yeah, yeah. Like I got a couple of bird cages still they're like good, nice bird cages. If somebody loves birds and wants to freaking pay for shipping, the bird cages are free. You just got to pay for the shipping.
I know someone. I know someone in
else.
Australia that loves birds, but I don't think you want to ship it there.
Yeah, I got one that's probably like a $400, $500 bird cage. Like it's a big one. It's a nice one, but like I don't want a fucking bird. I don't,
Yeah, I'm sure you can find somebody in Milwaukee that'll fucking buy one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you know what? When worst comes to worst, I'm just gonna put it on the side of the road with a sign that says "free," and it'll disappear in a few days.
Sure.
Maybe the first day. But I mean, really, like it's something that I feel like I should be selling for at least 100 or two. You know what I mean?
I mean, you're on
But-
Facebook or whatever. It
No,
doesn't matter.
no,
Facebook or
of course
Craigslist.
I'm
Just
not on-
put it on Craigslist, man. Fucking, it's
Yeah.
sort of anonymous. You can put it on.
Yeah,
Craigslist
Craigslist would
you
be.
get
I would
200
maybe
bucks.
do that, but no, I don't do Facebook or Facebook Marketplace or anything. I'm not friggin' dude. No,
Yeah, you
I
can do it on Craigslist, man. You can probably get 200 bucks if it's, if what you're saying, if it's a really good bird.
Yeah,
cage,
like
probably
the big one is probably at least a $400 or $500 cage. And I think if I could get 200 for it, that would be reasonable. The smaller one is not like a small cage. That one still is probably worth $100. But I mean, honestly, dude, it's more like I don't need it. Just somebody take it. Like that's really kind of where.
Oh,
it's
sure,
at. I don't
sure,
really wanna
yeah.
yeah.
Just like I'd rather clean everything out and just get rid of everything. I don't care about the money
Yeah.
now. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, I mean, if I was, I mean, I have a feeling that that's how those cages got here. Is some hoarder, the people that lived here before me. I don't even think they ever had birds, but they have two bird cages.
Yeah, well, thank
what I
God
mean?
there wasn't no dead birds in that motherfucker.
They probably let them go free.
Oh shit!
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean the big one would be perfect for like a African gray or like a macaw or something like one of those big birds. Like it'd be perfect for that. And those things don't come cheap. Those cages. The smaller one is too big for just a single, canary or something. It would still have to be a good sized bird.
Yeah.
I mean, too big. I mean, any bird with a big cage, like it's not that. But yeah, it's bigger.
It's not like parrot level cage or something.
Yeah, parrots are medium sized. I guess it's more of a medium like parrot sized bird, like cage. It's too big to be like a budgie cage or a what are the ones with the mohawks? My mom had one. It was the
Parakeet.
well, yeah, parakeets are similar. No, what is the one with the mohawk? Is that right?
Well,
No.
I'm trying to think.
That might be right.
There's another
Like
word.
one of
There's
the
another bird that
yellow-
starts with a C. That they're kind of like a mockingbird kind of like thing where they can talk to like a parrot. It starts with a C. I can't fucking remember.
Cockatoo. Yeah, cockatoo.
Cockatoo.
Yeah, it's a little bit big for a cockatoo cage, but it would be a nice place for a cockatoo. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or a galah.
Did you guys see my
Galah.
latest? Did
Galah's
you guys
a
see
little
my latest hummingbird video? It's pretty cool. Find it really quick. Made it like a month ago. This is like, dude, if you're in the right place at the right time, and you get the right formula for your hummingbird feeder, they freaking love it, bro. It's
Hey, question actually, who with the cockatoo? Is there a difference between a cockatoo and a cockatiel? Because it's actually a cockatiel, I believe, that I was talking about. Is there a difference?
Google it. Are you
Yes.
asking us? We don't know.
Cockatiels are way smaller. Like
Okay, so yeah, I'm
Yeah,
thinking
yeah.
my mom's was a cockatiel. So yeah, where I was saying it would be too big for a cockatiel, maybe it would be perfect for a cockatoo.
Two cocks is too many.
Um,
I think all
your
birds
mom,
would
your,
agree.
your mom can have as many cockatiels as she wants. In fact, her cage has plenty of room for many cockatiels.
You think so?
Yeah. After all those
You got
cocktails, after all those cocktails, she can have all the cockatiels she wants.
I wish my mom loved cocktails as much as I do.
All right, so you're the one who's got the big bird cage.
Yeah, certainly. I own that shit.
Don't underestimate the size of a cockatoo, man. They're huge.
I do
they're
have to
big.
do the image. The
Yeah,
image
they're
comparison.
freaking they're ornery too, man. A cockatoo, yeah, it's like from what I understand, their relationship with their owner. I mean, I don't know about cockatoos in the wild. I'm not sure if I know anything about that.
Okay, yeah, yeah, you're right. They're pretty big. They're almost, from what I'm seeing, they're pretty approximate to the size of like an African gray or something. Maybe slightly smaller.
They're big.
Uh, yeah, they're a little smaller than a gray, but way bigger than a cockatiel. Yeah, they're probably like 5 or 6 cockatiels by weight. Hard to tell though with birds because they're mostly feathers. I'm looking at the
These
beak size. I'm looking at the beak
these
size. So like the beak size is nowhere near the size of like a gray or a macaw.
these hummingbirds. That video I just posted. They're just like you can pinch them between your thumb and forefinger and just like, but you'll never catch them, because they're so fast. But look at how much they love that feed, and that feed is just 4 parts water, 1 part sugar. And they love it. And if you have that feeder and they keep coming back, you can recognize them. It's like, oh yeah, I've seen you before. And they have all kinds of weird, different colors in the way that they fly and stuff. Different attitudes. You can kind of just like you can just sit there and watch them all day and just like, wow.
Timbo, you're doing the difference. I want to see. You're roboting really hard. I want to see the difference between the cockatiel sitting next to the cockatoo, because yeah, I can tell there's a difference between these two pictures, but I want literally to see one standing next to the other. Like I said, my dad had a macaw for a little while. My mom had a cockatiel. Bleh. She also had budgies, and then I had a landlord when I was a kid that they had an African gray, and so like I sort of know birds enough, like their sizes, and I would say that this cockatoo is pretty close, almost as big, like pretty close to the size of an African gray. Maybe not as big of a beak, but it might be body weight and like wingspan and stuff. It might be the same. Yeah, that's a big difference. Yeah.
Hey, can you guys hear me right now?
Yeah.
Hey, what was the name of the bird that Helio's talking about? That he gives 4 parts water,
I was
sugar?
I was talking about hummingbirds. Hummingbirds.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was
Hey,
like, you
just
can't
get
feed
that
to a
feeder.
cockatoo.
You see the video right there? Get that feeder. They don't care what the feeder looks like. They really don't. You don't have to do anything fancy. Just every day, dude. Those hummingbirds will drain that feeder in one day. And yeah, it's just 4 parts water, 1 part sugar. They will white sugar. That's from the Audubon Society. That's where I got the formula from. We'll drain that sumbitch. They'll come back over and over again. They'll come back every season, more and more.
Yeah, Timbo, by the way, thanks for the comparison in the same photo. Like, okay, so this is what I was saying. Like, that cockatoo is even bigger than I was picturing. That thing might be bigger than an African gray. If that's like your average size cockatiel, then that cockatoo is at least as big as an African gray, maybe bigger.
And if you think I'm wrong, but just look it up on Audubon Society. They'll tell you the same thing I just told you. Just you get 2 cups of water, 1/4 cup of sugar in that feeder. Those hummingbirds go crazy for it.
I still don't think that cockatoo is as big as a macaw, though. Macaws are
Half a cup. Half a
my
cup.
dad-
My bad. 2 cups of water, half a cup of sugar. Go crazy.
My dad had a blue and gold macaw, but that thing was like a dinosaur. It was so fucking scary, dude. Like, I don't know. Maybe bird people would have loved him, but everybody in the house hated that bird. They were scared to death of it. Like, because it just cracked walnuts with its beak like nobody's business. Like, if it got your thumb, like a grown man's like construction worker's thumb, he could he could take it right off without even thinking about it. Just, dude, no pressure. Just been like snip, gone. There goes your thumb.
Yeah.
Oh, they are about the same size. Okay. Yeah, cockatoos are big. Yeah, I fuck big bear, dude. They might look cool. They look cool while they're in a cage. You don't want. I don't want.
Hey, is that a cockatoo next to a parrot, Timbo?
It's a cockatoo next to a macaw. That's a blue and gold macaw next to a cockatoo.
Okay. They were looking at each other, going, "What you gonna do?"
Loud too. They can that can make your freaking ears ring if you're next to it, and it freaking lets out this high pitched squeal, man. This is deafening.
That's freaking crazy, bro.
Dude, yeah. When you're talking about birds that size, they're beautiful. But dude, no, you don't really want to handle them unless you like are wearing leather gloves, like those biting gloves and shit, and like the freaking dude, they ain't fucking around. Even if they're happy, they could take off their fucking finger. They don't have to be mad at you.
A galah. Galahs are they're good value. We had a pet galah. It was tops, man. It was amazing. The sounds he could make imitated people's laughs. And one night, I was like thinking the kids had a Buzz Lightyear toy gun, and it made all these laser sounds and shit. And I'm sitting there watching TV one night, and I hear it going off, and I'm like, "Who the fuck is out the back in the middle of the night playing with the kids' toys?" Right outside in the cage on the veranda, under shelter. And I went out there, and it was the galah. It had learned to imitate electric toy gun perfectly. It was
Yeah.
Fuck, no way.
Some of these birds are just really amazing mimics. African grays are actually, if they're not the very top, they're way up there. So like that's why a lot of people love them. Is like they're very easy to train. It takes less than 4 hours to teach an African gray a new phrase or a new word or a new sound or something like that.
Hey Lou, did you see that video where this guy he adopted I don't know what type of bird it was. It may have been a parrot. But he
an
was
African
like
gray is a parrot.
jumping up. Okay, either way. But this dude is like jumping up and down, like on this cage, and the parrot's going, fuck yeah, fuck yeah, fuck yeah, or whatever. I can't remember.
Yeah, they learn it by accident.
Yeah, but it's just like, you're destroying his spirit. It's just like, the guy is like giving him freedom. He's like, I'm taking you into my home. This is what, I don't know if you've seen the video or not. Where this guy's just like destroying his cage, and the parrot or whatever bird is just going, hell yeah, hell yeah. He keeps saying fuck parrot over and over, and the parrot's just watching him destroy the cage. Yeah, and because the guy's gonna let him, be free from the cage.
Fuck yeah.
It's just like over and over. Like fuck it, fuck. Anyway, let me see if I can find the video. It's funny. I mean, it's not funny, but it's just like it's like the previous owner was just a total piece of shit, and the only words that the bird knew was fuck.
So when I was like in like 6th grade, probably or maybe middle school, our landlord, I was mentioning, it was a flat. Like they lived upstairs, we lived downstairs, and they went out of town for like a week. And they asked, while they were gone, they asked us if we could watch their African gray. And we were like, fuck yeah. And anyway, they had a couple of words that they wanted us to teach it. They wanted us to teach it cool, to say cool. And and I forget what the other phrase was. That was the thing they were working on. And so it's funny because I was just in middle school. My sister is 2 years younger than me. So she was a little bit younger. And she wasn't thinking about teaching a bird to mimic. She was thinking about teaching the bird like you might teach a baby or teach a person. Like cool. She was I kept teaching it cool, trying to get it to say cool. But my sister kept going cool, and it learned both like really quickly. So it would be sitting there going, cool. It was kind of funny. And then, but it took only like 2 days or something. And all of a sudden the thing was doing our doorbell perfectly. So perfectly that it could throw the sound around the house. You would literally think that somebody was at the door, that you were being ding-dong ditched. This thing, we answered the door like 5 or 6 times before we realized, even after we realized that it was the bird that was doing it. It also did the telephone absolutely perfectly. We had this thing for a week. It did the microwave beep. It did the telephone. It did the doorbell. It did cool. And when I realized how fast that these birds actually learn, this is where it gets a little devious. I started going into pet stores with my friends because this was back in the 90s, and we didn't have like internet to occupy ourselves with all that much. So we just rode our bikes around and went to like baseball card collector stores and comic shops and freaking pet stores and just looked at stuff, And I would go and like go in there, drop in a few times a week and start teaching the birds in there to say like naughty shit, kind of abuse. But yeah, I got kicked out of a store for teaching a bird how to cuss. Told never to come back. Basically, I destroyed like $1,000 bird because now it was going to cuss. Yeah.
You're so dirty. You're so dirty, Lou. You're a dirty man. I posted that video, but yeah, it's a cockatoo. I think that this dude like is taking his cage and he's just like looking at him. He's asking him questions. He's like, "Watch me stomp this cage," and he's like, he's going, "Fuck, fuck, fuck that fucker."
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's the thing is they learn the stuff you want them to learn. If you focus on it, no problem. Like you just focus, and it's really quick. But they learn all the stuff you don't want them to fucking do too. So like you got to be careful around them.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. It's just like, well, it's just like, I mean, you see kids like say some weird shit. It's like, where did you learn that from? Well, I heard my
And
daddy
here's the
say it.
greatest part. Here's the greatest part. Those birds, like an African gray, lives to be like 100, 120 years old. Like, dude, you've now destroyed like a 3-year-old bird to saying "fuck you" for 120 years.
Well, I mean, are they stuck from what they learned when they're young?
You might be able to get them untrained, like if they, because they get kind of hung up on words that, like, when they learn something new, they do like to mimic it, and maybe it gets kicked out of their brain. You know,
it might be like, "Fuck, I love you."
I fucking love you. Let's use that.
My favorite video is when the bird's going, "What the fuck?"
What's up, Larry? Man? Did you know that Teos recorded that shit we were talking about last night and played it this morning?
Who?
Teos UK.
Somebody in here recorded it?
Yeah, TOS-UK. I just call him Teos. I don't know what he wants it to how he wants it
Okay, I
pronounced.
see him.
Look at his latest video. It was us talking last night. It's actually a pretty cool video.
Was it good?
Yeah, because I woke up this morning and I turned on the feed and I was listening to us talking last night and I was like, "What the fuck?" It's like I just fell asleep to this because it was me and Larry. I was like, "How am I hearing myself back again?"
And
Not
Flatsy
actually-
and the troll.
Yeah, and Flatsy and the troll. So yeah, Teos made a video out of that shit. So anyway, I'll post the video. It was funny. It was really good.
Yeah, I mean, just to sum it up on the birds, like just how authentic the sound is. Like I said about them being able to throw their voice, like the bird was in the living room. It was like a whole different room, the kitchen, around a wall and everything. But you could be in the living room with the bird, and it could do the microwave beep, and you would be sure that something was done in the microwave, and just go walk in there to check it out anyway. It would throw the sound around the corner into the kitchen so that you walked in there. Like, that's how good they are. It's incredible how they do that.
Unless you know there's nothing in the microwave because you didn't put anything in there.
You would know that, but you'd still be like, it was so authentic that you had to check. Be like, did somebody? And then it gets taken to some, like, he was kind of at a standstill. Like, he didn't, he was almost there and he had it mostly put together, but it wasn't proof until he heard about a story from the Japanese that talked about a big ass earthquake that happened there that fit the timeline that he was looking for. And none of this to me is like, it's like, okay, maybe.
So what was his tag? Was he an archaeologist or an anthropologist or both?
I don't know. Listen, I don't know. The point is even if all of what they're saying is true, like that a wave happened, that started in Japan or started
1,000 years ago, right? or
No, in
500 years ago.
in 1700.
You know, I mean, but you can't know. Can't know that.
No, like, yeah, we can't know. But look, I'm not saying that it didn't happen.
But they
But what I'm
claim
saying
that
is-
they do know that, and they're putting.
Ah.
I'm sorry,
what I'm saying is that watching it was hysterical because they were just making these giant leaps and then and like it's like, dude, that's not proof. Like, and then they would even point out like, well, and then they would call it proof, and then they would backtrack on that and say, well, it wasn't the proof that he needed. What he has to do is correlate this thing to that thing, and then one day, this correlation came into his lap essentially with historical data from Japan, where they've been recording things for on paper for longer.
all the way across Earth from somewhere.
Yeah. Like no, and so let's say that they're right about that. There's still, it's not like it's a problem with flat Earth or a problem with evolution or tsunamis or nothing. Like I don't argue with. I mean,
Yeah, sure.
okay. Some people do say that tectonic plates don't exist, but I'm not one of them. Okay, like this idea of land being able to move a little bit over time and slide over another little bit over time doesn't prove that you live on a globe. First of all,
There's something to tectonic plates, but not the way they describe it.
yeah, it doesn't
That's
mean
what
anything about a globe. It doesn't mean anything about a globe. But so even if that was true, because this whole show was about tsunamis and then like proving the existence and cause and trying to better predict like future tsunamis and shit like that. It's just when they were talking about the science, my air quotes should be relevant here. Like the so-called science.
I can see it.
Yeah. Like when they're talking about the science involved in it, it's like just rolling my eyes back, like into my head so hard. It's like, dude, that is not science. And they showed the dude digging in the mud and the smirk on his face, like literally just telling a tall tale, and loving the attention he was getting for it. Like he knows damn well that he has no real proof.
He's not doing science at all. He's just I'm a famous anthropologist or an archaeologist, and I'm watch me dig.
Dude, he wasn't even digging at dry earth. He was digging at muddy, wet earth on a riverbank and calling it proof from 1700. And then one of the things that they showed was a bunch of dead trees, like in a marshy land, where like they were, just the trunks standing up. And they were saying that in 1700, the tsunami came and washed up this land.
300 years ago.
So they're there today, just a bunch of trunks. But in 1700, a tsunami came and fucking saturated the earth.
From Japan.
I just drove by a fucking farm field that had a bunch of the same type of trees. And when I was driving by it today, I go, yeah, a tsunami probably came in here in the Milwaukee area. And fucking
Milwaukee.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey,
Oh, hello.
my best friend.
Who's this?
Yo, you're on a new account.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I remember Devil Eyes.
You're on a new account, Helio.
Well,
What happened?
well, I had to. It's still me, but yeah. Discord.
He was a victim of the purge.
Yeah, I was a victim of the
Purge?
purge
What
at a
happened?
point. But yeah, it's the same.
Yeah,
Well, it was
purged.
there was another server that I was on
Yeah.
that got purged, and I was a victim.
What
But,
server?
It was
Was it a porn server? Is that why you don't want to say?
no.
porn server
I'm
is
just
never
I'm
good.
trying to remember the name of it.
So we have a new
It
member,
was
guys. We have a new member that we just VC verified. His name is Fool, and he's here to hear about what we have to say about the flat Earth.
Why would she assume that it was a porn server?
I'm just wondering what
Yeah,
it
that's
was.
a
That's
good
all.
point.
No,
Never
it was
get-
it was it was it was
Non sequitur.
one of the members that is a moderator here. His server got shut down, and I happened to be a moderator over there, and so Discord
So,
just
Bull,
like
I verified you, by the way.
Whose
Yep.
server?
I verified you, by the way, Bull, and you have control of your microphone.
Wait,
She's
whose server?
mining. Don't
Helio?
answer her. Don't answer her. She's mining for something.
Mining? The fuck?
Yeah,
I'm
my
just
mic wasn't
curious.
working for a second. I guess I had to join and rejoin.
Did you bring a metal detector?
That happens
Devil
sometimes.
Eyes?
So, right now the conversation's a little off topic. Welcome to the server, Bull.
Oh yeah, thank you, man.
So, what are your thoughts on the Earth?
I definitely think it's not 100% round, and
Oh,
I think
100%. So, what percentage round do you think it is?
I'm not sure. That's what I'm here to find out, because like I was telling the other guys when I was getting verified, I'm just a student and I'm just here to learn. And my friend
Can I ask you
invited me.
this?
Sure.
So do you think that it connects equaling 360 degrees no matter where you start? So like you could create a shape, like not a perfect circle, right? Like, but if you were to make like a squiggly line or a square even, and connect those lines, let's say you had 4 straight lines and connected them, you would have a square or a rhombus or a rectangle, right? And do those angles equal 360 degrees?
I mean, I would assume so if you were to calculate
Yeah.
it.
So do you think you live on some type of object that all angles equal that 360 degrees? So like, I'm not asking for perfectly round, like perfectly spherical. I just want to know if you think that you live on an object similarly so.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's 100% spherical. Obviously, if I were to look at it like on a map and basically look at that angle, maybe it might be the case. But
Why do you sound so
Right,
nervous?
no, I'll cut
Hold
to the
on,
chase.
hold on.
I'll cut
Yeah,
to the chase.
cut to it. Cut to
I'll
it
cut
quick.
to the chase. Do you think that you're going to get us with a getcha by saying it's an imperfect sphere or an oblate spheroid?
No, I don't think so.
I think what he's saying, he's not 100% convinced of the sphere.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was
questions.
getting at. It. Yeah, he has some questions. Hey, yeah, I'm not 100% convinced that the Earth is flat or round or whatever. Sure, yeah. No, and what Lou was getting at, with the triangles or any angle from that you
triangles.
observe on Earth. Yeah, sure. I mean, there's no. You can't observe the Earth as a sphere from Earth.
Right. So alternatively, what do you think? Let me ask you. I mean, if you're new to this conversation, let me ask you that. You're new to the conversation. You just want to know more, correct?
Yeah.
So
like I want to understand like more. Like for example, we see photos of astronauts posting the Earth from like the perspective of them up.
But that's not from Earth. That's what I was
Wait,
saying.
let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. That's only fair.
So
let's I do want to cut him off, but not for what Helio's saying. Let's not focus on like images that you've seen, images, pictures, photos, whatever you think they are. Instead, I'd like to know how you think we view the world, we as flat earthers.
And one thing I'd like to say before we go on, if we could talk one at a time so that we don't overlap, it'll keep it from sounding like chaos. That way we can all understand each other. But yeah.
That's good vibes.
So I mean, I just want to make sure that you don't have a straw man idea in your head. Like what before you start asking questions, which we're glad to answer. I just want to make sure that you don't have like a completely wrong image in your head of what we as flat earthers see and believe and know.
I never operated under the assumption that flat earthers think the Earth is like this flat pizza-shaped object that's floating in space, and
Okay.
I also thought that they had legitimate like reasons and concerns to think that the Earth is not 100% round. And when I was, told by Devil Eyes that there's a server that people talk about this, I was intrigued. So that's why
That's
I'm
a
here.
good answer.
That's why I'm here to learn more. So.
Yeah, that's a good answer. It's just you have to understand most people do come in with that wrong idea about us.
It's a
That straw
preconceived
man
notion.
idea.
It's a
So
preconceived notion.
it is. It's a common misconceived or like pre notion. So it's a not misconceived. Let's see. How would you?
Right. Listen, Lou. He just explained.
Yeah.
How he
No,
came.
I just wanted to lay that on the table. I just wanted to lay that on the table, man. Like
Right,
I just
cool.
wanted to
So
make
yeah,
sure.
everything's there now. So
Yeah.
what do you want to talk to us about?
Well, what are you studying?
Oh, I'm studying cybersecurity. And I wanted to understand more about why the Earth is not, in fact, round as people might think it is, and I wanted to learn more about like the shape of the Earth and learn more about the theories. So, because
Oh.
I'm not, I don't understand. So.
That's simple. No demonstrable surface curvature.
In other words, you only see the curvature on TV. When you go outside, we can't detect the curvature.
Yeah, that's what I noticed too when I go outside.
Yeah, we could take it back to
It looks flat. It looks flat, but somebody has to tell you that it's not flat. You have to have someone else tell you that it's not flat, even though it looks flat.
Are you familiar with what an axiom is? Like an axiomatic argument?
I've heard the term many times, but I can't say that like I know for certainty. So.
And you know what? I don't know if I could give you a Webster definition necessarily, but the axiom is like what is apparent, like what is like observationally like true, like what we experience in life. So, like an axiom would be that things, heavy things fall. Like that's an axiom, right? Light things rise, or that we experience the earth to not be moving, or that we experience the earth when we look out over at the horizon to not be curving. So this is the axiom, the base axiom that we're starting with. So like all of our knowledge comes from what we experience in real life, right? So you can assert something else, but the burden of proof, therefore, is on you because we already have this base axiom. Can you agree with that?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so wouldn't you agree then that by your experience on Earth, that the axiom is that we live on a flat and motionless plane, and that the burden of proof would be on those who say that we live on a spinning globe in a heliocentric universe?
Yeah, I share that sentiment because from what I observe when I step outside, it's flat and motionless plane as you described it. So.
Awesome. You're doing well. Somebody else?
So you have to think about the physics of water. Like, what do you know about water, right? We've all experienced water, but is there a mechanism that can make water curve? That's the question, right? If water can curve, due to gravity, then it should be demonstrable, right? They say that boats go over the horizon. They kind of switched it up from 8 inches per mile squared, and they changed the goalpost, and now it's like, well, there's refraction, right? When we debunked the radius. So if it were there, you wouldn't have to like change anything. Like you would just go out and demonstrate it. So what most people don't understand is like how light acts, right? And light behaves differently during different conditions. But what we've come to figure out that the horizon is not a geometrical Earth curve called horizon. It's actually optical, right? So the reason that you see a limit to how far you can see, it's due to optics, not a Earth curve that stays there. And we measure over water to eliminate the topography. So the reason we tell you to go outside and do this is because if you were to search right now how to believe the Earth is a globe, they're going to tell you to look up all kinds of different crazy things, right? They're going to tell you to look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the eclipses, look at this guy with the torsion balance and balls in a tool shed, look at this other guy who's got 2 sticks. They'll tell you to do anything but go look and make observations over water. And if it were a globe, wouldn't that be like the first thing that you would tell somebody to do? Like, wouldn't you say, hey, go check it out for yourself? But you're never actually going to hear a glober to tell you to do that. That they won't say it. Like they literally will never tell you to go outside and make some observations yourself. They'll tell you to walk in a straight line for 1,000 miles and take a left, and another 1,000 miles and take a left. But they'll never tell you to go to the beach and make some observations. And I find that kind of weird.
Can I be unmuted, please?
You sound pretty unmuted right now.
Nah, like in the text chats, please.
Wait, you got muted in text but not in voice? How does
I
that
think
happen?
so.
Oh, I've never heard of such a thing.
Concern trolling aside, feel free to keep going with Bull.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trolling.
You're doing it even now. Just stop.
Dude, I'm sorry, but I'm literally not trolling.
Listen. If you brought him here or whatever else, it's time for him to stand on his big boy 2 feet. He doesn't need help from you. He's doing really well, honestly. Like you're not helping his case or yours with what I'm seeing.
Yeah. So, let's get back to that conversation with Bull, who was not being bullied.
Oh, no, dude.
I didn't mention the word bullying. You guys did. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to.
Shut up.
Dude, Bull, put your woman in place, man.
I don't know what's going on, dude. I'm just chilling.
I don't really know what's going on either. She keeps butting in to say that you're being bullied and whatnot. So let's just try to get back to the convo.
Oh, yeah, I don't feel like I'm being bullied. I'm just having a conversation.
Yeah, that's how it sounded.
Well, I'm glad we could get past that sentimental outburst. So back to the physics of water, right? If it's humping due to curvature at 8 inches per mile squared, then it would be something that you would verify, right? You would be able to verify it. And like, if I claim that I'm 6'3" and someone asked me to stand against the wall so they could, take out 3 tape measures and measure me, right? I would be able to verify it. It wouldn't be something to where I would say something like quoting Neil deGrasse Tyson, you're too small to detect any curvature on the earth. Meanwhile, at the same time, Bill Nye the Science Guy, you can measure boats disappearing going over the horizon. Now, wait a minute. Both of those can't be true at the same time. It's either one or the other.
Right. I mean, I share like the sentiment of the fact that like people don't often verify information that they readily like and wholeheartedly accept and agree. Like, it's like general consensus. And like I'm not like 100% with that. So I always like to get like different perspectives on the matter before coming to a conclusion of, oh yeah, this is what I legitimately believe. So
So, another thing, I don't know if you guys just went over surface curvature never being measured, right?
Right. And the crux of the conversation basically boils down to this. We're claiming that we can see too far. The anti-flat earthers also agree that we can see too far. But the question is why, right? Why can we see too far? Well, I guess there's a couple different answers, really, right? One is that the Earth is actually a bigger sphere than we've been told, but that would create like a domino effect, cascading problems compounding on each other, and we would notice all kinds of weird stuff like gravity not working, the moon would have to be bigger, the sun would have to be bigger, and it would just throw off the whole model. Not that they have a model, but I digress. Another point could be is it's flat, right? But the anti-flat earthers are claiming that there's a thing called refraction, which I agree. If you've ever been spearfishing, you know about refraction, or if you ever looked at a fish tank, you know about refraction. But they're claiming this special refraction is happening to where the light is bending down around the curve, making it look flat. So they know that it looks flat, but they're claiming that the reason for that is refraction. Now, how would you be able to debunk or verify that, right? Well, you wouldn't be able to falsify it. So according to Karl Popper, famous philosopher of science, if it's not falsifiable, then it's not really science. So if they're making a claim that they can't demonstrate, well, that's like just a cool story, bro. It's one of those things to where if you claim something, you have to be able to back it up. So you can either believe that, you know, it's observably flat, measurably flat. That's what our senses tell us. If you meditate in your backyard for 3 days, you'll notice that you don't feel any motion. And if you understand classical relativity, all motion is relative anyway. So for anyone to claim that the Earth goes around the sun, well, that's just another cool story, bro, because in their own model, all motion is relative. So it boils down to this. Is the light bending down around the curve like they say it is? Or is that just a story? Is the Earth curving and we just can't detect it because we can't go to the moon? Or is that just a story that, you know, what, how many people went to the moon? Like 12 dudes allegedly went to the moon, but we can't go there today because, quoting NASA, we destroyed that technology and we can't leave the low Earth orbit.
And Larry, I want to point out one thing you said. It's special refraction, because the only people that say this are anti-globers on YouTube.
Well, hold on. Can I say this?
Anti-flat earthers. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Terrestrial refraction is what they call it, and it's 7/6R is how they calculate it. They already put the radius value in the equation that is in question. So
It's baked right in, circular reasoning.
Right, quote unquote experts never claim this. Only the people on YouTube are talking about it. Anti-flat earthers are the only people talking. Quote unquote they don't even address it. They don't want to talk to us about it. You know why? Because there's no evidence to back it up.
So Karl Popper.
Go
ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to repeat myself. Go ahead, Larry.
he's taking a minute. He has to excuse himself. We'll be back in 5.
Okay, cool.
No, listen, Bull, don't go anywhere. Just message her. Like, guaranteed she's calling because she just got, like, whatever happened to her. Dude, you were in a conversation. Don't ignore the conversation you're in. She'll be back shortly. Okay?
Sentimental.
It's all good, man. Hey, we do this as a public service, don't we?
Public service
Like a
announcement. Not everything they call science is actually science.
No, I want to point this out too, though.
Larry.
I mean, truly, when it comes to her, I didn't hear her say anything about being bullied. Maybe I missed it, but I kind of feel like she might have been strawmanned into that. Like, yes, she is concerned trolling, but
And do
didn't
you
use
feel
those
like you were a
words,
part
Lou.
of that,
She
Luke? Because I
said
thought I heard you saying some shit.
she said that we were grilling him, and now all we're doing is talking about her and her side trolling. So let's just
yeah. That's why that is why it's an issue. That's why a short timeout is good. I just want to be sure that it's nothing too extravagant, like nothing too. Yeah. Okay.
She's not gone for good. She's just she just can't seem
This
to.
this isn't a comfort zone. This is when you come here, you're coming here to witness. You're meeting people that go through the facts of obvious information. If you get butthurt, that's your fault. Nobody here freaking cares about your feelings.
I mean,
now you said it's a fact. That means it's a
girl
fact.
butthurt is different than boy butthurt. You understand that, right?
Oh, girl butthurt is different than boy butthurt.
Yeah, it's way different. It's way different.
It sounds like you guys
Okay,
got
I
butt
get
hurt that the girl is butt hurt. It sounds like a butt hurt
I ain't gonna lie.
conversation only.
I've had boy butt hurt, in this forum many times. But anyway,
Yeah.
it do what it do, don't it?
The hammer of justice is unisex.
That's right. It's like if you're curious about Earth, that's what we're here talking about. We're talking about Earth. Now, if you're talking about a shape of Earth, Earth doesn't have a shape. I don't know who told you that, but you're in the wrong place if you think Earth has a shape. Oh, we're willing to
Yeah, I can prove it mathematically.
Well, I mean, I'm just.
There you go.
I guess what I'm concerned about is Bull probably took his break because he has to talk to her because she was just friggin', giving some
that
kind
doesn't.
of.
Like I was saying, that doesn't matter because Earth doesn't have a shape. They can come in and claim the Earth has a shape all they want. Show us the shape of Earth.
He actually said he had to go wash his face or something.
Yeah, that's bullshit. I have to go because I have to go and put fucking a vino on my fucking balls. Okay.
You got to put vino on your. That's wine. You gonna put wine on your balls?
I don't know. Isn't that like some skincare thing? A vino? Is it wine?
Know. I'm gonna have to try that. Well, vino means wine in Italian. I mean, vino is
vino. Whatever. I thought it was a skincare thing. I'm gonna put it on my balls to make them really soft and supple.
I don't know what you're talking about. Get away from me, sandwich boy.
So how long was I monologuing and he totally wasn't listening?
Probably I would guess, Larry, that the entire time he was listening, when you were monologuing, he didn't understand a goddamn word you said.
No, he seems like a smart dude. I bet if he's capable of paying attention or not, I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's a different. That's a different thing.
Like with the way that she's trying to interject, and he came in with her. Like, he's concerned about her and not the conversation that he's in. Okay? So, like, if you can just get her, instead of instigating her or whatever else, just try to appease her, get her to chill out and let him have the conversation, that would be the best way to go about it. Like, because he's doing fine on his own, and he's not an idiot. Like, he did pretty well on a couple of test questions that I gave him. I think he can have this conversation. It's just like whether she's defending him or feels like she needs to interject, like that's not her place. Like, she brought him here. She did her job. Now, either she needs to regret what she did, or she needs to wait and see what happens.
I mean, especially if she's been here before or whatever. I mean, if you're going to invite someone, just whatever happens, let it happen. I mean,
Yeah,
we,
that's,
we
that's,
do
that's,
we
that's,
do
that's,
enough
that's
baby
what
we
all
do
the
enough
guys,
babysitting
that's what
around
all
here,
the
right?
guys say, man. Whatever happens, just let it happen. Yeah.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
Bro.
I just got back.
Don't press that button. You
I'm
don't
not
know
sure
what
if
you're
she was
doing.
defending me or not, but I can't say that it's coming from a good place, and I don't think she meant any harm per se. But if she did offend you guys, or if she ruined the conversation, I want
It's
to
not.
apologize. So
It's not that she's offending anybody. She's just derailing the conversation. That's all.
well, regardless of the situation,
E-
I'm sorry.
Even that, yeah, even that we're talking
Don't
about it
worry.
right now is derailing the conversation.
That's what I'm saying. Can we get back on
Yeah.
track?
Yeah, let's get back on track.
Yeah, absolutely.
What was the last thing you heard me say, bro?
Glad you're back too, by the way.
You were discussing the light refracting against the water and whether or not we were able to verify that sort of information, and I was just kind of going through your theory. This was all, it's not necessarily all new information to me, but I was still learning, so I was just quietly listening.
Right, so it's not that we can verify refraction happens. Obviously, that's a thing. But the special refraction that they're claiming is happening to where the light bends down around the curve. So imagine I'm a hunter or a photographer. I'm looking at a bird or a deer on the other side of the hill, right? Now, how is that possible if they're on the other side of the hill and the hill is causing obstruction? Is there any amount of atmospheric conditions where light is bending around the hill where I could take a picture of the bird or shoot the deer? No, like it's obstructed, right? Like a tree in the middle of the road. Like it's not getting past the hill. Same thing over water, right? If there's a hump of water, then when I went to Corpus Christi next to the USS Lexington and saw Ingleside 10 miles away, Ingleside on the bay is 10 miles away, the water is up to my armpits. So my head is like barely sticking on the water. Now, if it's curving at 8 inches per mile squared, how am I going to see beach houses at 10 miles away when there should be 66.6 feet of curvature? Like, there was no 6-story buildings over there. There were beach houses. So how did I see the light reflecting off the houses during the day and the street lamps at night? And we're talking about beach houses on the beach, not on a hill next to a cliff, like right there on the beach.
And Larry, you're saying you were standing in the water with your head right at sea level, basically.
Yeah, so assuming that there's, waves 1 foot high, there should be 66.6 feet of curvature there.
Sure. You could see 10 miles away.
Right.
To space. Yes.
So that's one of those things
That's a
that shouldn't
really
happen.
good question. It
So we're not
be happening.
We're not asking you to believe us. That would be weird, right? We're asking you to go to the beach and verify this for yourself, or verify that there's curvature. Because either one could be true at this point, unless you've been to the beach. But I guess you would already know. But ask yourself this: why is it when you Google how to prove the Earth is a globe, they talk about all kinds of weird stuff except for going to measure the curvature? Like they want you to look at everything else: sun, moon, stars, eclipses, Eratosthenes, Cavendish. But whatever you do, don't go to the beach and make some observations. That would be the first thing that I would do if I was a glober, and I wanted to convince you that it was a globe, is to tell you to go look at the curvature. But they don't do that. And I think it's telling. And I think anybody with, a little bit of common sense would, figure it out pretty quickly that why wouldn't they tell you to go look?
Even when you were taught it, why didn't they demonstrate it? You were just told to remember and regurgitate it for a test. Not at any point did anybody ever tell you who directly measured curvature. they told you somebody that measured shadows. That's not direct measurement of the actual drop over distance curve. Pretty weird.
Let me ask him this. So you admitted in the test questions I gave you that the axiom is that we experience a flat Earth, a stationary, motionless Earth, right? So, following down those lines, what have you asked other globe proponents, or what have you researched for yourself to try to prove to you? Like you agreed to me that the axiom is on our side and that the burden of proof is on their side. So, what have you done to try to falsify their claim? To try to say that the Earth is indeed curving and that the Earth is indeed moving?
To be honest, right now, nothing. I haven't done anything yet. I'm still learning, so.
So, I mean, if you're just here to probe kind of at the questions, I think this would be a good one to take away from here. And maybe the burden of proof is like, we're not necessarily here to convince you. We don't really care if you believe that the Earth is flat. It's not about that. You need to prove that for yourself. If you're going to do that, if you're going to prove it for yourself, then the question lies upon the globe proponents to prove to you that our axiom is untrue beyond a shadow of a doubt. You get what I'm saying?
No, I completely understand. I'm sorry. I mean, yes, I do
Yes.
understand
You
what you're saying. So.
mean yes? Yeah, yeah. Like you're not going to gain much from us until you challenge them.
No, I 100% agree. So what ways do you think it's like is ideal to challenge their perspective? Like,
Ask them for any definitive proof of, or like real, measurable, physical, tangible proof of Earth curvature, not just pictures from space. Because you actually mentioned that earlier too. Like pictures don't mean shit. Like especially in today's day and age. Like we can edit and manipulate photos and create images that look so hyper realistic. It doesn't have to come from reality whatsoever, but it can look realistic. If images are your burden of proof, then you are setting yourself up to be fooled. So what you need is physical, tangible measurements. And if you ask them for those, they will give you none. But I challenge you to challenge them for such things.
yeah, I definitely have no problem challenging people who believe the Earth is round to provide proof. So.
Right. Don't and be a good skeptic. Like don't just find yourself to be, and I think you got a good head on your shoulders, but don't allow yourself to be kind of sweet talked. You know, like, oh well, we know this and we know that, and some guy has a good accent, and he's very authoritative, and
And it's the
here's
yodel
more
lot.
authoritative sources to back me up with no proof involved. You have to actually scrutinize the evidence being presented in front of you. You can't just
Did you hear
like
me,
take
Lou?
somebody's story.
Did you hear me, Lou?
What? No,
What?
I'm sorry.
Don't just
What?
trust anybody with a theodolite.
Yeah. Most people who claim a theodolite have never used one. Don't like they're not really sure what it is. It's a telescope with a level on it, by the way.
Yeah, they weren't
Definitely not
designed for,
used with the
you
what they use.
surveying half a mile away either. That's not what they're for. So if you wanted to do something tonight, right, you could look up the cosmological constant problem And there's plenty of other problems like it, right? There's the helium catastrophe, Dr. Eric Lerner. But the cosmological constant problem, or the crisis in cosmology, if you look those things up, you're going to see that when they compare the theory that they have for the standard model of cosmology, what we observe, it's off by an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. So that's 10 with 120 zeros behind it. I've never heard of such a large number in my entire life. But that's how bad off when they compare the theory of the expansion of the universe to the background medium known as 0-point energy to being the cause of that, right? So they say that the universe is expanding, right? And that the standard model of cosmology has dark matter and dark energy. Once you learn that 96% plus of the universe is comprised of dark matter and dark energy, like if that doesn't make you question cosmology, I think there might be something wrong with you. So this dark matter and dark energy that we can't directly observe, right? We can only indirectly infer that the thing that we're seeing must be caused by dark matter because we know that gravity works at the galactic level. When it actually doesn't, if it did, you wouldn't need to invent dark matter and black holes in the galaxy to make the gravity math work in the galaxy. You need dark matter and black holes to make it work.
Larry, he hasn't brought any of that stuff up though, so I don't know if this is. I would love to hear if that was one of his arguments. I would love to hear that for a response, but like he hasn't gone astronomical in any type of way, sense, or form. He literally stayed grounded, which is what we're always begging for. Let's stay here.
Okay, go ahead. I'll just give him something he could chew on tonight.
No, I think that's valuable information. Like he mentioned previously, this is all still relatively new information to me, and I'm still investigating it. And like I said, I'm just still trying to learn. So, whatever advice you guys can give me, it's appreciated. So.
If you're authentic, I just don't want you to be overwhelmed, because if we talk about too many things or go too far, none of it will make sense. You just sound like we're a bunch of crazies. Like, you have to take it one step at a time. I know this by experience. I know this by talking to people. So like, it's better. Like, it's best if you have taken in the information we've already given you. It's probably best that you take a break and let it soak in and do a little bit of research and even question us. Talk to other people, like opponents. Talk to opponents of us and see what they say. Like, and then come back. Because given enough time, there's going to be somebody who's going to come in here who's going to attack you. That's absolutely true too. And I don't mean to poison the well or anything, but dude, like, just take a little bit at a time, take it one step at a time, let it sink in, and actually have well formulated questions and responses. I think you're getting a pretty good overview of where we're coming from so far.
Yeah, I am, and I appreciate like all the information that you guys are giving me so far, and I wanted to come in here, with a little bit more of background information and some arguments, but I got the invite on short notice, but I'd love to have a conversation with more context and more background information. So,
Unless you want us to go for the kill, should we kill you?
I mean, it's
it's honestly nice that he's in here being genuine. I appreciate it.
Anybody vote for the kill? Anybody vote
it's
for the kill?
it's up to you. I'm just here to learn.
I love that. That was a good answer.
Hey, but check this out. I mean, listen, he's. I mean, are you like about to leave or something, or do you want?
No.
continue?
I'm not going to force. I'm not going to force him. If you have more questions.
Cool. Sure. I mean, yeah, if you have questions, I mean, you can ask them now. It's not really a big deal. I mean, you seem like a genuine, heartfelt guy, you want to know what we're about, and you've heard some of it. But if you have genuine questions, you know, it's just like we treat people the way they treat us. You know, so you sound like a genuine guy. If you have really questions about this, we're not gonna take the piss out of you. Or
Yeah.
whatever.
All right. So I guess what I was getting at is like, just don't get carried away. Like we're all, as long as you're willing to keep playing, so are we. But there will come a time where it's a little bit much. You know, like my personal advice is to take it a few, you know, just a couple steps at a time, not to get too far involved before you have enough time to actually really think on it. If you got more though, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, he was just joking about killing you. It's just one of those things to where we're into attacking the arguments, not people. But yeah, if anybody else wanted to continue, because I kind of got way off in left field, which is usually where I hang out at anyway. So
I think he's taking the advice, which is good because also note, flat earthers, that we're typically a bunch of sharks or piranhas in a tank looking to frickin' get a toe tag on somebody.
I'm not.
And like we did good here tonight, but given enough time, you all probably got to agree with me. Like if somebody doesn't, tell me. But like if he would have continued for another hour, there would have been somebody who came in just irate, yelling at him or trying to fucking pigeonhole or toe tag. Like,
Hey, Lou, the night is young. The night is young, so who knows what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't really want to toe tag the guy. I mean, I say you should be kind to your normies. We're not talking
Yeah.
about, you know, someone like Kosho or Zanuck in here. Like this is just a regular dude who's got questions.
It's
Right,
only
so I'm not-
10:30. That's only 10:30, right, Hank?
It's a rare
Larry?
breed. Someone coming in with honest questions. So
Right, I'm
yeah.
not trying to get a notch on my belt.
You don't want to
right?
cut
I'm
their
not
heads
trying
off.
to- yeah, I'm not trying to
Genuine.
get a notch.
It's just like I'm genuinely curious. Well, so am I. Welcome to the club.
by the way, yeah, Bull, if you're still listening, you did very well. You've got an audience of people who are not always like the kindest. Like we're pretty scrutinizing, and you did a good job of not like falling into any traps or anything like that. And if you can keep that up, by all means, I'm just saying, it's like a time bomb. Like eventually, it's gonna happen.
I wish somebody had a clip of the guy that came in here. What was his name? He was like, "You don't know you live on a planet," and then he starts laughing that really ridiculous maniacal laugh. If you could hear a clip of this guy, this is the kind of people that we have come in here talk to us. They're really awful.
Well, more than likely we do. When did it happen?
It was that guy that used to come in here wanting us to go on his platform, and what it started with a D, I think. Oh, man, what was his name? Donald L.
Donald L.
You know, I bet you if you just tell Tales UK, he's been pulling out some really good clips. Maybe he can find it. Donald L.
I was thinking that maybe Ethergrist had access to it.
Let me look it up now. Let me see if I can find it. Donald L.
Whatever you do, don't mention disc golf in front of Lou. You'll spend half an hour talking about disc golf.
Oh, he can
no,
spend
you just
he
did
can
it. You
spend
just
more
did it.
time than
Oh,
that
shit.
talking about all
Shit.
kinds of
You
shit.
just
The
fucking
number
did
one
it.
rule of disc golf club is don't mention disc golf club. Sorry,
You
Dick.
just fucking did it. Yo, like literally, check
I was
this out. So
looking
the
for
new house,
Donald and I just typed in disc.
Oh, brother.
yeah. So the new house that I'm in though, I was out in the back burning rubbish that the old people left behind, and yeah, I think maybe I mentioned this earlier, so that's why you're bringing it up. But dude, no, I heard him. He was cracking a fire, and also was hearing chains getting smacked every once in a while, and I'm like, I know that sound, and I yell out through the woods. I go like, hey neighbor, like are those disc golf chains I'm hearing? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, I'm like, awesome. I got a couple of baskets myself over here. And then he came hiking through the woods and he got talking with him. And yeah, like, so he's a young dude. He's a
Your new
carpenter
best
like
friend.
me.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. We haven't really like hung out, but no, he's a carpenter like me. He's in the union. He's a union brother. I just recently joined the carpenters union. And so, but yeah, he's a union brother, and he was burning some cedar in his backyard while I was burning some shit in mine, and he was smacking some chains with some plastic, dude. Fucking, it like, yeah, dude, we're gonna fucking burn some rubber together. We're gonna we're gonna smack some chains. We're
Gonna
gonna hit
burn
plastic.
some
Yeah.
rubber together. What was that?
Bro, you just told me not to talk about the cosmological constant crisis. So you're talking about rubber.
What the fuck?
No, man. No, it's cool. Like you mentioned, don't talk about disc golf, but literally, like my neighbor in the backyard, like through the woods, like I just happened to yell out to him, and yeah, well, he was playing some disc golf too. So yeah, no, disc golf is a great game, by the way. It's very
The
difficult.
only reason I mentioned like 2 weeks ago, I mentioned, or no, you were talking. There was some Glober in here, and you were asking if he thought it was like a disc earth or a disc. And then, anyways, disc golf came up, and so I just remember.
Oh, look,
I've been
Kiwi's
gone for the last 2
listening.
weeks,
You guys are obfuscation experts.
No, disc golf, dude. If the Earth was a disc floating in space, let me tell you, I can tell you how it would work. So, like, it depends on if you're throwing forearm or sidearm. Like, if you're throwing forearm or sidearm, and it depends on which way it'll fade. You know, like if it's a disc floating in space, like if you want it to curve right and you're right-handed, then you'll throw forearm. But if you want it to curve left and you're right-handed, then you're gonna throw sidearm. But vice versa, you know what I mean? Like that's just how discs work in space, and I can prove it.
Cap and redirect.
In fact, I think QE was here that night. You were talking about that stuff.
It's the Magnus effect.
I don't know if you remember that night, Lou. That's all I'm going to say.
No, I do vaguely remember it, but I think I was pretty wasted that night. Yeah.
Yeah, we had a fun time with you. Yeah.
Is the new guy still here or what?
Oh yeah, I'm still here.
You ever played disc golf?
Oh, I have not.
Oh, you should try it, man. You should also try archery. Huey's big into archery.
I've always wanted to try archery. I haven't had the chance yet.
You want to make friends?
Oh yeah, sure.
You're now into both. You're now into both, big time.
He's turned to the wolf.
Who's next?
So, the Earth? So, new guy, I don't know your name. Sorry, apologize for that. But did you look up any of the proofs for the globe? Did you look that up when I was talking about it earlier? By chance?
Yeah, I was in the middle of looking it up.
Right. So, do you see how they're not telling you to go outside and look at the Earth? It's because they've got this thing implanted into your memory. When I say Earth, sometimes people say that they picture the blue marble floating in space when I see that. And The only time you see that is like on TV or in a magazine or something. Like the Earth is actually the dirt outside that the earthworms live in, and not the model of the Earth. So like rats make a really good model, but rats make a really good model for humans, right? But they're not actually humans, right? So you know what a model is, right?
A model like using it in like a experiment? Like, can you be more specific?
Well, no, not in an experiment, but I'm not talking about a scientific model, right? This isn't a scientific model because we're not talking about science. We're talking about geometry, right? The shape of the Earth. So this is a category error, right? We're not talking about science. So in geometry, you measure the shape of things. Well, they're claiming that the Earth is a shape, right? And you should be able to verify that. If that's what they're claiming, and they've known it for 2,000 years plus before Christ, according to some, they've known it for this long, then if, some guy 2,000 years ago could figure it out, then we should be able to prove it, right? And I've been in this conversation like 8 years, and I've never really seen any kind of proof for the Earth, absent some fallacious reasoning, some cherry pick thing, or confirmation bias. It's usually based on the reification fallacy, right? Where they add concreteness to ideas like space and time, which are really just mathematical concepts, or they add concreteness to a model, and the terrain is the map when the map is just a map, it's not the terrain. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
If you're looking up the so-called proofs for the globe, you notice how there's something missing? They're not wanting you to go outside and directly observe the curvature that they claim exists. Like, if you could find that anywhere, I'd love to see a globe earther or an anti-flat earther, is what we call them, telling you to go outside and make some observation.
Globe earthers aren't necessarily flat or curved earthers. Globe earthers, right?
Disc golf earthers are still
Not disc golf.
fucking
Those guys are
clueless.
fags.
No. You play ball golf? You want
Fuck
to
that
ball?
fucking bullshit.
Fucking
Fuck
ball
that.
golf? You fucking globetard?
Fuck that. Disc golfers are fags. Disc golfers are fags.
Ball golf is for fags.
Stop derailing the conversation, Lou.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've ruined it.
Yeah, not
disc
all.
golf
I'm gonna fucking mute you. Not all globe earthers are anti-flat earthers, but all anti-flat earthers are globe earthers.
That's right, and I really appreciate that distinction. It's really important.
It is.
Yeah, because the numpties are either frauds or they're liars. Or, well, no, frauds are liars, or they're just dumb.
Most of all, just dumb.
Huey's got the sickle, just cutting them down. I've been actually binge watching your channel today, Kiwi, but on one of the when you used to do the every Tuesday with Laura.
Who?
Isn't it? No, Paula. Is it Paula or Laura?
Cathexis.
Not Betty?
Well, Betty was there, but it was a presentation by someone else going through the Bible.
Yeah, that happened. Paula was on there a few times, yes.
Yeah, the biblical literalist or the Bible literalist.
Yeah, that's Paula.
Yeah, Paula. I said Laura, but then I corrected myself. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Laura. Laura
So-
Ingalls?
I don't know. It was just a mistake on my part. My bad.
Isn't it always?
Is that a
Is
Little
it?
House on the Prairie reference?
Yes.
Not on yours though. Never.
Correct. No show tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah, you said you're doing it Thursday.
Yeah.
Heard that.
No, you read that.
Yeah, but I also heard it.
What, 5 seconds ago?
No, when you said it on your show the last time you had a show.
I didn't say there was no show on next Tuesday, the last time I did a show.
Maybe you said Saturday.
That's correct.
Okay. Again, my fault. My mistake.
As usual.
Okay. Mr. Concise. You're a peach.
I know it.
Oh, we had Bull. He left. Got the normal rat in here.
Not as dumb as he looks.
VC verified. Welcome, normal rat. Hope you're not really a rat. Anyway, welcome to the server. Also, Floating Bear. You're VC verified, so welcome to the server.
Ma'am, thank you very much.
So, how do you feel about the topic of the server?
Which topic are you talking about? Talking about a flat Earth? Or the plane we live on?
That's the topic of the server, yeah.
I feel like a weight's off my shoulders once I've finally understood that where we live.
Fair enough. I can agree with that.
It really is like the Matrix. That's the first thing I thought of once I saw all the mirror flashes and laser tests over water.
It's good stuff, yeah.
Yeah, Taboo Conspiracy on YouTube has excellent content.
Yeah, I'm subscribed. I like his content.
Especially his new video, where he has the pilot with the going northeast, and he shows the stars not going as predicted in the heliocentric model.
Heliocentric model. What's that?
Yeah, not model. They're supposed to go twice as fast upward above our heads, but they don't. They just rotate in the same way that they usually
Is that
do.
what the model actually? Can you post that model so we can see if that's the case?
You mean post the link to his video?
No. Post the link to the model, heliocentric model. Let's check.
I can't provide that right now. I mean,
Yeah.
not
You not only cannot provide it right now, you can never provide it.
Doesn't
Yeah.
exist.
Doesn't exist. Exactly.
Except on Google Earth.
Yeah, that's not the heliocentric model. Get the point?
Yeah, I understand.
Well, welcome to the server. Glad to have
Thank you.
another one on board. It's always. I don't know how new you are to this topic, but it's really awesome to sit in here and listen when you're kind of brand new to it. Even if you're
Yeah.
not. Yeah, sorry.
No. Don't be. I didn't know you were still going. Sorry, you finish.
I was gonna say, even if you're not brand new to it, and maybe like did your own thing for it, like coming in here, there's a lot of people that have been doing this for the best part of a decade now, so they've acquired a lot of knowledge about the topic, so it's worth a listen.
Yeah.
Because you got
I'm gonna go
years.
mute in just.
One.
I'm sorry. I'm going to go
You're
mute in just a second, but I have a question. I haven't been able to find this myself. There was, I've heard there was a scientist that had a telescope. He was on either a mountaintop, and he had configured his telescope to be able to watch the sun in 24 hours go around in a 360 degrees. He had configured it in such a way that he could see that frequency of the sun. Do anybody know his name or his study that I could look it up?
I
Talking
want to
about
wear
the Arctic Circle, right? The 24-hour sun. Is that what you're talking about?
No, not the Arctic Circle. He
was
was.
it also a conspiracy video about the sunset?
It was in regards to how how the globers say that the sun sets, but what we say is that it just it disappears into the atmosphere and you can't really see it because
So what you're
yeah.
what you're referring to? I mean, maybe I just am not knowledgeable enough on it. If you've got something, you should show us. But yeah, what was just mentioned about within the Arctic Circle? So during like northern winter, or sorry, northern summer, the sun is able to be seen within the like higher limits of the Arctic Circle 24 hours a day. So if you had somebody in like northern Canada or Greenland or Siberia or whatever, they might be able to actually focus a camera or a telescope or a lens of some type on the sun literally for 24 hours a day for a matter of weeks or even months. I'm not really sure how long that is, but that's not opposed to what the heliocentric model says either. So that's kind of a thing. Yeah.
Really? What's a heliocentric model say?
Well, you should
Post a link, Lou. Post a link.
I thought we just went over this like 2 minutes ago, but go ahead, and I want to see the heliocentric model. Go ahead and post it.
Yeah, no, I'd like to see it too, Quantum.
Yeah,
Look,
no.
I would like to see it as well, Quantum.
Then why'd you appeal to it then?
No, dude, everybody on Earth can actually go to the 60-degree parallel above the equator.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. You said according to the heliocentric model. Well, okay, post it. Let's see if that's true.
I wasn't speaking for the model. I was saying for the heliocentrists that.
That's not what you said. I'm sorry. That's not what you said.
No. I wasn't advocating for their model.
What model?
Oh my God! All right.
Oh my God!
So
you said heliocentric.
I don't have their model. They speak of a model. They don't present a model. Okay, but
then why'd you appeal to it? Okay. Then why'd you appeal to it?
Then I guess I meant heliocentrism.
Okay.
Yeah, you're fine with that. As long as it's speaking like a religion. Yeah. It's heliocentrism. According to heliocentrism, you can see this on a globe.
Really? Where's heliocentrism at?
Dude. Yeah, I got you laughing. All right, look. Yeah, where is it at? The heliocentrists. What is a heliocentrist? They believe in an idea or a model or a belief, right? Like they any one of these things. You could call it a religion or a faith. If I'd say one word, are you gonna always friggin' say like prove it for me? Like I'm not claiming to prove their side. I'm talking about them.
Did I ask you to prove it? I asked you to show it.
Why would I have to show it? I'm not one of them.
Well, because you appealed to it, Lou. Let me repeat what you said. According to the heliocentric model, now you've been tap dancing for the last 5 minutes. We went over this about 4 minutes ago, that there is no heliocentric model, but you appealed to it. So I held you account for it. I want to see it.
Well, it doesn't really. It's irrelevant because both on the flat Earth, and I'm not going to talk about a model here, but for most flat earthers, like we can, everybody who has lived in the northern hemisphere, can witness. No, whatever. Oh my God, dude. Okay,
He isn't going to help you. He's not going
to. The Hemis
He's not
plane,
going to help you. He's not going to help you. He's not going to help you here. He's not going to help you here. He's not going to help you here. I'm going to get it in, Lou.
We have to rewrite my entire verbiage in order so that nobody understands me.
Yes, no, because you're talking absolute bollocks, right? So yes, you do have to reword your vocab. Yes, correct.
Okay, but nobody will understand me if I do that.
Well, no one understands you now. It's together a clusterfuck of nonsense.
No, you understand exactly what I'm saying. You're just picking at it.
No, so you are divining. Have you ever met me?
No, I have not met you face to face.
Yeah. So you're trying to divine what I'm thinking that you said? No, I'm just going by what you said. That's it.
Listen,
don't try to divine what I think.
I don't care what you think. I'm talking about just what is just general.
I don't care that you don't care what I think. So when you say things, make sure you're hyper specific because I'm going to fucking call you on it.
Or you could allow me to get the point through and understand what I'm trying to say.
What fucking point if it's all based and premised on horse shit?
The point is that most of what we observe, all of what we observe, is that there is a sun that travels in a circuit. Okay, it travels in a circuit, and you can witness a 24-hour sun in the north. Okay, that's what the guy before me speaking was speaking of. A 24-hour sun.
Let me clarify. The scientist that I was referring to, I'm still trying to find out his name. He was not in the north. He was somewhere near the equator, so that you wouldn't be able to see the sun if we were on a globe. But since we're on a flat plane, he was able to see that sun go around in a circuit with his telescope.
Well, that would be extremely interesting, and I've never heard of anybody at the equator being able to see a 24-hour sun. I would love to see what you're talking about.
And I never seen a scientist with a telescope. Never.
Yeah, that's why I was asking the question, because I've searched for it. It was just I'm just talking about a rumor of a scientist that I'm trying to figure out. So I'm not saying it's fact.
Yeah, you would have to back that up.
Yeah, I was just trying to fishing to see if you guys had information that I do not.
No, I mean, I guess my only rebuttal to that would be like on the flat Earth. It's not a model, a scientific model, but the idea generally is that that the sun is much smaller than what they tell you, and it's much closer than what they tell you, and it does a circuit around essentially Polaris, the geographic north or whatever.
Yes, I agree with
Um,
that.
yeah, but people witnessing that from like within the Arctic Circle, yes. From the equator, no. Like I've never heard of such a thing. Not possible. Like it, especially with a small local sun.
Unless, of course, you can see the frequency from a device that
You know
our
what,
eyes are not able to see.
you know what frequency is, right?
Yes.
Right. So how can we see the frequency of something that our eyes can't see if the sun appears to set, and once
We
it
would have to
disappears,
develop an optical device to be able to see that we're not able to see.
okay, is there a device that exists?
I do not know.
I don't think there is. As far as I can tell, when a celestial body sets, like there's no bringing it back. Like no matter how hard you pray for, the so-called super refraction that these people talk about,
I'm I'm
it's
not
not coming
sure.
back.
I'm not sure exactly where, but I have seen. I feel like I've seen the video that he's talking about, and I don't know if it was at the equator, but I do know that somebody was observing the sun setting, but you could still see the hue of the sun from far away. Like they must have been somewhere up north, like during the summertime, north of the equator. So I think I've seen it. I'm pretty sure I have. I don't remember where.
Well, I can definitely say if it's what you're describing, I've seen that, and I see it every summer. So like in the northern, I'm in Wisconsin, so like I'm fairly north, not like too far, but like um during we have very long days. Like it'll be in the middle of summer, it'll be light after 9 o'clock. The sun goes down around like almost 9, but it'll still be. I'm sorry, maybe it's only like 8:30, but it'll still be daylight for quite a while afterwards. And if you really want to be observant, now unfortunately, like we have a lot of trees around here, so we don't have like a flat desert or anything like that to like try to witness it down around the horizon. The sun sets over the trees, not over the land. But you'll still have daylight, and you will see that daylight until 10 o'clock, or maybe even after 10, where um, instead of setting in the west where the sun was headed, it doesn't set in the west. It sets in the northwest. Like it actually curves while it's setting towards the north, and you will see light in the northwest instead of just the west.
I have observed that myself. I've seen quite a few sunsets in California where I used to live, and I could see it start curving to the right. And I always thought,
Yeah.
and I was a Glober at the time, just being indoctrinated. So that was confusing to me. It was conflicting.
Yeah, when you go out, when you go and observe where that last little bit of twilight is coming from, it's not in the west. It's in the northwest. Maybe it may be more west than north. So like I guess west north or something. However they west northwest. However they say that. But it starts trailing off towards the north.
Yes, that's what I observed too.
which is exactly what you would expect if you lived on a freaking AE model. You know, like, which I'm not saying we do, but literally, like, that's what you would expect.
Well, anyways, I'm going to sign off here. I'm going to go actually do some research myself right now and try to find that scientist because I suspect they're trying to. That information has been just disregarded by the scientific community, and that's why it's so obscure.
Dickhead, fuck with Jag off fucking. What a fucking cock. You're a cock. You dumb fuck.
Who are you yelling at now?
Sorry about that.
Cuckoo, cuckoo.
Okay.
Or are we all out of new people?
Check. Mic check. Anybody hear me?
1, 2.
Yeah, man.
All right. Does it sound okay?
100.
100%?
Yeah. How you doing,
Holy
brother?
shit. I haven't had that in like 10 years. What's going on, guys? Anything?
Dude, that's probably a good sign that you need to take a nap, old man.
Oh, shut up, Lou.
Ah!
It's fucking almost time for bed. Why the fuck would I take a nap now? Good heavens. I usually don't go to bed till like 4 in the morning, so I kind of lied to you just now. It's really not bedtime.
So you can take a nap so that you, I guess, take a nap so you can stay up till 4 in the morning.
Yeah, I don't take naps, but that might make it worse. I'd like to get to bed a little earlier, but I just can't sleep. I think I got what's called insomnia. maybe. I don't know what that is, but I think it means you can't sleep very good.
Yeah.
Maybe I need some good sleeping pills or something so I can become addicted to something new.
Truth is the more that you're addicted to blue light, LEDs, and screens in front of you, the more insomniatic you become. You don't produce the melatonin that's needed to take you into sleep.
Can you show me the citation on that, please?
Yeah, dude. It's very simple. There's like millions of these.
I'm just messing with you, bro. I've heard that many times. But am I going to do anything about it? Probably not, because I have this really tiny monitor now. I've had it forever. It's like, I think 14 inches or something. And it sits back quite a ways in my desk here, my computer desk. So I don't think I'm getting a lot of this computer screen pollution, whatever you want to call it. Because I don't know.
You probably do. There probably is a setting, like a setting to give it like an amber color to it while you're using it at night. My computer automatically shifts between like that kind of color, and it goes back to the normal blue tone type thing.
Yeah. No, in fact, I actually set my computer to be on red light all the time. Fuck that. Fuck the blue light. Go to red light, and even still,
I tolerate the blue light when the blue sky is out.
I've got a problem with your behavior, Lou. I haven't talked to you in months. And the first thing you say to me is you call me an old man.
I know. I told you to take a nap. That was the first thing. Get your shit straight.
The fuck's wrong with you? Never mind. Never mind. The list is way too long. Let's not get into that.
No, it's good to hear from you.
Yeah, you too, bud.
Now, is it ready for your nap now?
No.
You need me to tuck you in?
I went up on the mountain today. I went up at 9,500 feet elevation up on the mountain with a friend of mine today. Talk about a beautiful place. Oh my gosh. I should have took some pictures, but I'm going back, so I'm going to get ready to take some really cool pictures. We dropped over, went all the way to the top, and right on the very top of the mountain, right along the top ridge of these Wasatch Front here. And it's 9,500 feet elevation. There's these radar towers up here. It's for air traffic control for the western United States. These big golf ball looking things up there. Anyway, so you drive right by those, and then keep heading north, right on top of them. I mean, right literally on top of the mountain ridge. And then we dropped off the backside, and we was going on this little windy road, trying to make it over to these little, there's 3 little lakes over there. And there was a snow drift. That the snow was probably still 5.
You guys got snow out there right now at the top?
There's just a snow drift on the backside. It's on the backside where it's still kind of shaded a little bit. And just in one spot, it's like probably 15, 20 feet long and 4 or 5 feet deep across the entire road. It's just this patch.
That's fucking cool.
It's the only place there's snow up there. Is in that one freaking spot covered the road.
Did you bring your skis?
Huh?
Did you bring your skis?
Well, it's only probably about 60 feet long.
Yeah, that's like a $50 freaking 4-hour fucking day hill around here.
That's funny because that exact place right by the towers, those radar towers I was just telling you about, on the backside there's an area that there's kind of a glacier there, and it lasts to sometimes all the way through May or whatever. And we used to go up there when I was 16 years old. We take a 4x8 sheet of plywood and stick it in the snow about 1 foot. Then take some 10-foot 2x4s, about 4 of them, and brace it downward, and then build this massive ski jump. It was like on this knoll, and the landing was real steep. So you
don't need to have a lot of room to have a lot of fun on skis or a snowboard, man. That's absolutely true. You
we were
you
just
you
up there doing
really
flips. We were doing, doing, upside down shit. I was doing fronts and backs and just trying to learn how to do a front
yeah.
a back full with a full twist. That's what I was practicing.
The Midwest is full of hills like that where it's nothing but a nothing but a park. Like literally,
Yeah.
They'll just make snow just for the park. I mean, we breed. There's plenty of like ex gamers and shit that come out of the Midwest that like they don't necessarily have the best snow. They don't have the biggest hills or the best terrain. But what they do have is a park with rails and jumps, and
Oh,
they just build on that, and they take a tow rope to the top and they run it, and then they hit it, and they just grab that tow rope, no wait in line. They just zoom to the top and zoom to the bottom, zoom to the top, zoom to the bottom. They just keep hitting it, repetition, repetition.
right.
Like it's yeah.
Well, we got Park City here, and that's where they had the Winter Olympics in 2002. And so they got the bobsled, they got the great big jumps that where you fly 90 meters down the hill. They got, like I said, the
Yeah.
bobsled tracks. They
I
got
mean,
a couple of those.
all that big mountain stuff is cool. Like, in fact, that's more my kind of style. Is like I love cruising. I love carving. I love hitting some powder and throwing some drifts and stuff like that. But we don't get that around here. When I've been out to Colorado, I've been lucky enough to see it a couple of times. But the snow conditions aren't really good for that all the time there either. I do love where it takes you on like your hardest drive, where it takes you 30 minutes or more to get to the bottom. Like that's awesome. That's so awesome. That's cruising.
Yeah,
But
we got
like,
lots of places like that over here. I
yeah,
think
yeah.
one of the longest ones is in Park City as well. You ride up this gondola. It's like this little bubble, and like 4 people get in it. It's like a little. You put your skis in a rack outside. You climb in this gondola, and you go for this 45-minute ride. It takes you from all the way down in downtown Park City, right in the city. Takes you all the way up the mountain, and then drops you off way up there. And if you ski
Right.
from up there all the way down to the parking lot when you're done for the night,
Dude, that's the stuff that I
it's
love.
literally an hour run. It's literally an
Yeah.
hour run.
No, that's the stuff that I love. When you go out west and you got the big mountains, you're talking about if you can get 8 runs done in a day, you had like a really hard day. But out here we're talking about you can get 25 runs done in 4 hours or more.
Right.
Like
Up here, there's a ski resort right directly east of where I live, and it's called Snow Basin. That's where they had the downhill run for the Olympics in 2002. Was here in Ogden, and most of it was in Park City. And that's where the Park City is the official training facility for the Olympic skiers. So that's where they
Right.
train for all of their stuff now, because they installed all of that, all the jumps and bobsled and the freestyle
There's a
flips.
lot of that. I guess what I was getting at is that a lot of that big mountain stuff is cool, but it doesn't really have, in my opinion, it's cool, but it doesn't have the attention of the masses. Like what's big with extreme sports and so on is it's about the tricks. It's about the park. It's about the small mountain stuff. It's about like literally you can do this on just a little hill. You can come
That's
from
kind
any
of
little place that
what
can make a
Park
little
City
bit
is.
of
The
snow.
thing of it is, you get in this gondola and you drive up, and all this park stuff and the Olympic stuff and bobsleds and all the jumps and all the freestyle stuff. Everything it's halfway up the mountain. It's not down. So you got to like go up to the top of the mountain and then ski halfway down to get to this park where all this stuff is at. And then there's lifts that take you from there up a little ways. So there's lifts that start halfway up the mountain. And that's where all that Olympic shit's at.
Oh, I'm aware. Like I said, I've been all west. Like you got lifts that go 1/3 the way up. You got lifts that go halfway up. You got lifts that go all the way up. You got lifts that so you can go 1/3 up, 2/3 up, 3/3 up, or half and full. And like, yeah, and depending on the season, you might have good snow at the top, but not at the bottom and stuff like that. So you might not want to
because
go.
it's so long. Yeah, you can have excellent
Yeah.
snow up on top, and it's melted at the bottom. You're downtown, and there's no snow left. So yeah, that does happen here quite often. But
Yeah, that's
the
just
ski
how it
resort
is
right
when you
east
got
where I live,
big
Snow
tracks
Basin,
like that.
it's literally 90% of the runs are all black diamond. It's steep and it's bad. I grew up on that ski resort. I love that ski resort. Man, it's not big like Park City and and Snowbird. Snowbird has that big tram that 120 people get on. Takes 7 minutes to get to the top, and it's like it goes like I don't know how fast, but it flies up the mountain.
When
And
it
now,
comes to the black diamond, like it's impressive when you're telling somebody, but like so like for skiers, yeah, it's like with skiing is easy compared to snowboarding. Honestly, I did used to do it, so
I used to
but
have a
like
snowboard. I just prefer
yeah,
skiing.
yeah. No,
I
I
did
mean,
it for a minute.
I prefer snowboarding. Probably because I started from hockey and like when it wasn't learning anything new. It was like just longer skates is what it was.
Right.
But no, like snowboarding is more about like the style and it's more of like a surf style where you're like kind
Yeah,
of trying to
it
like,
is.
feel the flow and blah blah blah. You know,
I
like
was into air. I was into catching air, like Galani jumps, flying 300 feet down the mountain, 50 feet in the air. When you land, you're going like 80 miles an hour. That's the kind of shit I did all day long. We built these humongous jumps up here, and then we would fly down the mountain, and the whole ski lift is like right along it, right on the other side of the run. Every time we fly down the mountain, the whole ski lift is just screaming, "Yeah!" All of us over here just catching monster air. I'm literally 40 feet in the air, like the size of a telephone pole.
dude,
300 feet.
I mean, have you
A football
compared
field.
skiers? Have you compared skiers versus boarders on the same jumps
No,
though?
no, I'm just saying that's what I'm into. I'm just into air,
Yeah.
big air, flying.
Well, right, but if you're really into big air, like boarders are able to catch way bigger air off of smaller jumps. They're able to do it. They're able to do it with style, add tricks. Like, dude,
talking about pipes and shit like that, shooting up in the air. But people usually don't do Galani jumps on boards. They just usually don't. I don't know why.
no, you don't do like, yeah, like what would you say? What kind of jump?
Galante.
Is that the one where? Jesus, is that the one where you just try to fly through the air, where you do the really long ones?
No, that's telemark or no
Yeah,
way.
you're right.
Anyway,
telemark.
Galante is a freestyle stuff that it's like the local boys just go out and build this massive jump that's like 10 feet high at the lip, and it's on top of a big knoll, and you hit it going like 60 miles an hour, and then you just launch yourself and just fly through the air and do Daffy's walk, do spacewalks, and just Daffy's 360s, whatever,
I mean,
big
don't
long
get me
three.
wrong. I've seen some cool shit from skiers too on those big jumps, but
yeah,
nothing
I'm just saying that's what I was.
The thing is like I don't know, just style points. When it comes to style points, boarders really got it going on. Like they're able to do some fucking hideous looking, just crazy shit. Whereas like skiers, it's like they're kind of limited. It's like I don't know, maybe because they might get their skis crossed or whatever else, but like it either kind of looks the same or it's not, for some reason it doesn't have the same impact. Like there's just so much more style going on with the boarding.
I see what you're saying, with the surfing and the way you lean and carve and all that kind of stuff. But I was into moguls, hitting moguls, big monster moguls, and just bam, 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 and then Galani jumps flying through the air 300 feet down the mountain. And just that's what I grew up doing. And I bought a board. I skied on it for a year. I boarded for a year. I got okay on it, but I just never did enjoy it like I did the skis because I think it's because I was just so used to doing that other stuff. I just loved air.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. If you were already kind of addicted to the skiing, it would have been hard. It would have been hard to switch over to boarding because it's a completely different
Oh yeah, I know. I know exactly what it is.
Like so. I have a feeling you probably didn't give it enough of a chance, and you went back to what you were more comfortable with. Like,
It is.
there's just
It's not that I wasn't comfortable with it. It's just that I couldn't do the stuff that I wanted to do on it. I couldn't go down the mountain at 80 miles an hour.
that's the same thing as comfortability. Like, you
fly
can do
through the
if
mountain.
you're
You're
if
gonna
you're
fly
really
through the air.
if you're
300
really
fucking
if you're
feet
really
down the
good on
mountain.
a snowboard, if you're really good on a snowboard, you can still hit friggin' 60, 70, maybe even 80. If you want to do Super G on a snowboard, you can do that. They got Super G snowboards. It's just that you weren't comfortable for doing it.
I wasn't, because I just wasn't as enjoyable. Because when I got on the skis, I could just go and do anything I wanted to, go on any run, any jump off the cliffs, just whatever, just crazy shit. I was just more comfortable. Yeah, you're right, absolutely. I grew up on them doing it. I had season passes. I would just go every day for years. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
and when I first started skiing, they didn't even have
I got
snowboards.
nothing against skiing. Skiing is fun. It's just to me it was too easy. Like, literally, there's not much of a challenge to skiing. It's kind of like
I'd like to see you fly 300 feet down the mountain at 50 feet in the air on a board and say
as long
that's
as
not that's not a rush.
no. Look, this is where it applies. So, like, as long as you have no fear, like, then if you have no fear and you're on a skis, then that's easy. If you have no fear and you're on a snowboard, well, it's not as easy. Now you better have, like, real confidence. So, like, you better really know what you're doing, especially if you want to, like, throw the style points into it. Like, no matter what, if you have no fear, you have, like, one of you is gonna hurt yourselves, like, on skis or a board. If you have no fear, eventually you're gonna hurt yourself.
The only thing I ever broke skin was my wrist. I was doing a downhill race, and I caught an edge, and so my leg went out, and then I threw my hands out to catch myself, and my wrist hit right into a mogul and snapped my wrist in half. It caught my arm, and it flipped me up in the air, and I flew backwards, snapped my wrist right in half because it slammed into a mogul. Because, like I said, I threw my right leg out and then threw my arms out to keep my balance, and my left arm was too low to the ground and hit this fucking mogul.
Yeah, I mean, it's two different mentality. So, like, extreme skiing is hitting those mogul runs on the black diamonds where you're just bouncing off the tops, blah, 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 boom, 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 boom. Snowboarders have no interest in that. They want backcountry, uncut, unfriggin' like avalanche zone.
Yeah, I've done that on skis a lot too, though. We've gone on up in Idaho. There's a ski resort I used to love to go to, Grand Targhee. They had this. You were talking about a tow rope run. This, you'd ski up to the lift, and then you'd ski over, and then you'd take this little tow rope. It would take you over into the backcountry, and there were drifts over there that were literally 10 feet tall. And you didn't know, and they were like 50 feet long. And the first time we ran into them up there, it's like we didn't know if there was a tree in it or what. And so the first one of us that went through, this kid named Kevin Dalton, he flew down there and he busted through it, and luckily there was nothing in it. And as soon as he busted through, it's like fucking 6 or 7 of us just took off flying, and then we hit this. It's like hitting a big wave, and you just bust right through it, like leave a hole in it, and then the top collapses. But yeah, there was just a lot of crazy shit like that we did. And you can do that on a board, I'm sure, too. But
no, yeah, you can do anything you can do on skis on a board as well. Like a good boarder. Have you ever seen a good boarder doing the mogul runs?
I was just going to tell you, I have a friend named Billy Parsons he put away his skis after skiing for 10 years and went straight to this board, and he got so freaking good. He could do ballet. He could do he could do it all. He could do anything on that snowboard. Yeah. He was amazing.
I honestly think like doing, like, you can do anything you can do on skis on a board, but it's going to take more skill to do it on the board. So if if you want to just like if you want to go fast down a hill, just point your toes towards the fucking bottom and go. Like, yeah, you can do that on skis.
Sometimes, yeah. I just
Yeah,
do
you can
different
do
shit
it.
each time. Sometimes I'd fly down the mountain at 80 miles an hour. Sometimes I'd hit the moguls. Sometimes I'd go look for the Galani jump. Sometimes I'd go hit the powder. I mean, I just do whatever. You know, I just did it all. I didn't do the same fucking thing all day, ever. I just did this one run, the next run. We had these big ridges that you come down and then you hit them. It's almost like a tube, like a snowboard tube, but it's just one side of it. And you go up it, and then you get a big long run at it from this other run, and you cross over, and then you hit this ridge, and you just fly. I mean, it launches you straight in the air.
Honestly, I'm analyzing it. You know, the reason why I say I think it probably takes more skill on a board to do the same thing is actually because you're either regular or goofy. So you're either pointed left or you're pointed right instead of pointing straight, where everything is symmetrical. So now, like doing things like if you're a skier, you're going down and you can go left or you can go right, and it's just like bounce, 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 left, right, left, right, left, right. When you're on a snowboard, you have a toe edge and a heel edge, and one
Yeah, I know.
is
I used to have one.
one you can carve harder into than the other, and one you're more confident on than the other. Or if you got to turn around and go backwards, you can turn more comfortably one way than you can the other. Where it doesn't really matter so much on skis. So it's like you have to have more of a I guess awareness of like what's coming up. I would say. And your ability or be really good at doing what is the more uncomfortable side.
Well, all I know is I grew up on skis. I loved it. And I was just an extreme skier and I did some crazy shit, big jumps. And, you know, I just had a blast doing it. And I did try boarding. I didn't really like it that much because I wasn't that good at it yet. And I didn't feel like spending a whole 2-3 years becoming this awesome boarder.
That's exactly it. It's a painful process becoming a boarder from a skier. It really
The
is.
thing about it is, my friend I was just telling you about, Billy Parsons, he picked it up in 1 year. This dude was, I don't know how he does that. I don't know how he did it, but he picked up a snowboard, and it's like he'd been on one his whole fucking life within a month. Crazy. It was just so, I don't know. It was an
Well, he was
amazing
probably already into either surfing or skateboarding or both or something like that. Because if you're already big on board sports, then it comes pretty naturally.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he might have been a little bit of a skateboarder, but he was mostly a skier.
If he was into skateboarding, then that would have helped immensely.
He was just one of those guys that just every now and then you run into a guy that just picks it up and makes it look easy and just can really do some crazy shit real quick. And within a year, he was like the best snowboarder on the mountain. He was that good. He was almost that good of a skier too. He was really good.
You're not sure if he was. I mean, if he was that good of a snowboarder that fast, he had to have been.
Yeah.
You when it comes to skateboarding, he was probably a really good skateboarder too.
Yeah, I don't know how much he skateboarded. I never really talked to him about that. I used to live with the guy. So yeah, or when I was like 21 years old, something like that. I had a divorce from my first wife, moved in with him and his wife, and yeah, we just went skiing almost every day. It was fun. He switched over to the board, I think, the next year or two later. Like I say, he just picked it up so quick. I just couldn't believe it. So I had a little bit of a struggle, you know. It took me a couple runs before I could even make it down without falling. And he like picked it up. It's like, fuck, by the end of the day, he was just like, first day, he was like just carving it up, dude. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I didn't figure it out that fast, but
he was just one of those special guys. You know, every now and then you'll find. I'm sure you've seen people like that before.
I mean, I was close with that though. I mean, we're from the Midwest, so it's small hills. But like I played ice hockey, so I was, and then I started skiing, and all that came really quick, really easy. Skiing was like nobody had to teach me. I already had all the fundamentals. The first time they put skis on me, I said, "All right, see you guys at the bottom." You know, I hit a jump literally in the first 2 minutes of being on skis. I hit a jump and landed it.
See, when I first learned skiing, Blue,
but
there were no snowboards out there at all. They didn't even come along until I'd already been
yeah,
skiing.
no. When I started skiing, there were no boards either. So I'm talking about in the early night. I mean, there were boards, but like nobody was riding them on the resorts and shit. Like especially out in the Midwest, like it was very very rare.
There was no boards for at least the first 10 or 15 years of my skiing. You know, and by then I was just an extreme excellent skier and getting on a board and being like this, having to start all over again. And shit. I just hated it. I didn't like it because it wasn't any fun. I was struggling.
No, that is the fun. It is pushing yourself to the limits and beating it, and it like and it is a painful. There's a period there, like it was tough. So like
I could have learned it. I was really good.
Hold on, I was a skier and I was good at skiing, and we'd gone out to Colorado a couple of times skiing. We went out to maybe my third time out there. And snowboarding was getting really big, and I was like, I was always kind of envious, just again about like their style and technique and just like how cool it looked and everything. And it's like I want to learn to do that. And so we rented a board for me, and for the week that I was there, I could have spent all week on skis that I knew and kicking ass, but instead, I rented a board for the week. And for the first 3 days, I was on my knees and then on my ass, and then on my knees and then on my ass. My whole body, every muscle in my body was sore, and I was in good shape. I was in good shape. And every muscle in my body was fucking sore. Every muscle was tight, and my knees were bruised, and my ass was bruised, and my fucking tailbone hurt. And it was the most painful, dude. It was the most torturous thing that you could put yourself through. But eventually, all of a sudden, like 3 days in, on the third day, it just started to click.
You get it.
It just started to click, and I started cruising. And like I'm like, and then once you start doing that, and you start leaning into those turns, leaning way forward and leaning way back, and pushing some snow, pushing some pow, dude. It's so satisfying. It's like way more satisfying than skiing, and I've done both. Like it's just something about it. You don't have to go as fast. You don't have to like look so reckless. What you got to do is just add a little style and finesse and poise to it.
I never looked reckless once I got good. I could go fucking balls to the walls, and I never looked reckless. I was just fucking going. I was an extreme skier. I would go off cliffs. Didn't matter if it was there. I was going down. I was going up. I didn't give a shit. And I was just an extreme skier and loved it, you know. And when I had to try to start learning a snowboard all over again, I'm like, no, fuck this. You know, I'm here to have fun, not be miserable. So
it's only a couple of days. It's only a couple of days of misery, man. And then it pays out.
I probably could have picked it up real quick, but I just didn't. Gave my board. I bought a brand new board away, and at the end of the day, I went down to the parking lot, found this young snowboarder who was like just kind of starting out, and he looked like he was doing okay. I had a brand new Sims, a really nice board. It cost me a lot of money. I just walked it up to him and gave it to him. I said, "Here, would you like this board? I'm giving it to you, bro. Here you go." I went and got my skis, and I didn't ski that day, but at the end of the day, I went to the parking lot and found some young kid and gave him my brand new fucking board I just bought.
Yeah. No, it's a shame because I think you would have probably, if you would have given it another day, you probably would have fallen in love.
Yeah, probably. Maybe. I guess. I don't know. I don't regret any of it because I always had so much fun on my skis, but
I mean, you're a good example of why I'm teaching my daughter snowboarding first. Skiers like to give up.
Whatever. Fuck you, Lou. That's one thing I never did was give up. I done some extreme shit. You probably wouldn't even dare you wouldn't even dare get near it. Some of the shit I used to do. Probably run home to mommy.
My daughter,
That's cool. I mean, I know I've seen
part of the thing between
videos.
skiing and snowboarding also is
I've seen videos of you teaching your daughter. You showed me when she first started out. It's like she's doing pretty fucking good for her first day or two.
Dude, as long as you don't teach them skiing first, they learn snowboarding really fast.
Yeah, you showed me a video when you took your daughter up. I can't remember whether it was her birthday or something. I don't know, but she was just learning. You was just teaching her the first day or two. It was the second or third day. I don't know, but she was starting to get it. And you were pretty happy about it. So was she. It looked like.
Yeah, dude, I got a bunch of videos. I'd be glad to share again. I'm so proud of her.
Oh,
That was just in one winter on small little bunny hills, beginner areas here. She learned so much. Like it's possible we might even take her out to Colorado this year. We can take her out west. Like she's learned the fundamentals already. Now, if
You
you
should
want
try
her to
Utah, bro. If you're going to come all the way to Colorado, you should probably just come over to Utah. Ski Alta, Park City, Snow Basin. I mean, these places are huge fucking mountains. I mean, they're fucking.
We got a family friend who's a partial owner at Breckenridge, so like there's we can stay for free, and he's one of the owners. So like
that makes a difference for sure.
Yeah,
Breckenridge is not. It's not the terrain that we got here. I can guarantee you that. Breckenridge is like.
Hello, is my mic working? Is anybody there? I was just curious. I was popped in while we listen to random conversations to something that's on point. We need proof of the curvature of the claimed globe model. We're yet to get that. Drop over distance, proof of the radius, diameter, circumference. We need proof of the motion of the Earth that is claimed and never proven. Is my mic working? Somebody at least tell me my mic's working.
Hello, your mic is okay.
Miguel, can you play something that's more on point instead of just random conversations if we're going to play the bot? That's all I'm asking. You or whoever wants. Go ahead.
Theo was playing some clips, but yeah, sometimes we have to speak something.
I mean, I don't see the point of playing just, if we're going to play something on the bot, it should be something kind of on point related to the topic. Just my opinion. Am I roboting yet?
No, you're okay.
All right. The only thing might take sense, man. We still need proof of this globe that doesn't exist, if you know what I mean.
And neither these Glovers ever saw that globe except on their imagination.
It's the only place that exists in the minds of men and women. They're convinced it's real, but it's really, really not real. You really know what I mean?
I hear you a little. Did cut a little?
Well, I stopped the bot just so maybe somebody would have a chance to put something on that's on point. I'm not trying to talk because I know I'm going to robot. Someday I'm going to get a real phone.
We have a new member here, Sonic Tulfa. Maybe wants to join us, talk something.
Hello. Who is it?
Sonic, Dolpha.
Sonic Tulfa, welcome to the server. What say you, if anything?
Speak, Sonic.
Mike's open. I don't hear anything. Do you hear anything, Miguel?
I don't hear nothing.
Sonic Tulfa, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Mm.
All right, well, give us a full report from Portugal, Miguel, or don't. It's up to you.
Well, it's too hot, and sometimes because of the hot air, there's like a white haze in the air, and sometimes I don't see some mountains that belong to Spain because of that problem of visibility.
You can't be looking over to Spain because you're on a globe and the curvature would block your view, sir. That's impossible. So you're not looking at. You think you're seeing Spain, but what you're really seeing is a mirage.
Mirage.
What you're seeing there is a mirage.
Yeah. They say refraction, but I never saw what is behind that mountain, or what's behind some building. So there are some streets that they have this convex mirror, for people to see the, who is coming by, from left or right, that I can see, but I don't see what is behind the mountain. I never saw neither a building, So their refraction, it doesn't work. There was a guy, I think I was here yesterday or this morning. There was a guy at the lobby. So he's talking about there's a curvature, where the boat is going over the horizon, and then I asked him what happened to left and right. Is there any curve there? Is there the cylinder? And then he said, "No, you cannot see curve at left and right." So he was contradicting himself, and then I did talk about perspective, and yeah, he did give up. He knew he was there too. Then he did. Someone gave him the cognitive dissonance, so he went to that room.
Yeah, that's funny, Miguel. The people who try to defend this globe idea, they always wind up contradicting themselves in one way or another because it's nonsense and it's contradictory stuff to start with.
Yeah.
It's not reality. They want to think it is, but they're trying to force their idea onto what reality actually is, and it's not working. And people are waking up. People are coming out of their indoctrinations and whatever. Some people are stuck and they're too old and they don't want to look, but the people that actually take the time to intellectually be honest with themselves and accept reality for what it is. Am I roboting yet?
Okay.
I am roboting.
Now you are.
Go ahead.
Now we're starting roboting. But we didn't understand what you did said until now, so You know, oh, you are roboting. Wait a second, you are roboting.
I'll shut up. Hopefully somebody else will join you here.
You use some Wi-Fi or Bluetooth connection? That's okay.
I've tried all of them. I can't get a new phone when I can afford it, I guess. I'll shut up, though.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes it happens. Sonic Dolph, are you there? Able to speak? Well, if you don't want to speak, you have tried to go to VC Verify, the V check-in, voice text, voice to do an interview. I was remember Matthew Learns. He did post a picture where we can see a mountain, you know, and the sun a little above this mountain. So he was claiming that that's proof of curvature. So it's so dumb because I have seen mountains long distance away, and I did come to this top of these mountains, and guess what? I found what is on the other side: more land, more flat land, no curvature. So it didn't account for perspective, and they never like to account perspective. Like the old fairy tale story that boats go over the horizon, but now we have this new technology, that we can zoom in, and guess what? The boat is still there, and we can see more water beyond. So it was just a human eye limitation. And sometimes they ask this question: why, if the Earth is flat, why I cannot see China? Oh my God! There are times that I don't see an half of a mile because this white haze on the air, too much hot, and the vegetation it interferes with that. There's a site that talking about why we see blue mountains far away, and they talk about the VOC, volatile organic compounds, and because of that, because of these compounds that are released by the vegetation, it changes the visibility. So you want to try to see China. There are some cities there you cannot see the entire China from one of those cities because the visibility pollution. And no, at this morning there was the sun at the horizon, and at the zone that I was, I see. I don't see the light of the sun. I see just a circle, because there was too much haze at the horizon. And sometimes at night you see at the horizon the moon. It starts by yellow, but then when it goes like at 45 degrees, something like that, from your point of view, it's white. So what did happen from yellow to white? So at the horizon there's something there that changes it. Dave Inkle.
Still roboting.
No, it's okay. You can go on.
All right. You might good point saying they claim we can never see that, right?
Yeah.
So what horizon are you talking about?
It's apparent horizon, not geometric or physical.
Horizon that's large mind can never. That's the
Robotic. Again. Bad connection. Ziploid, are you there? Wanna join in the conversation? Wave mixer deafen. Oh, we have many people here deafen. Well, maybe Theos can play something, or we can play new stuff, new content. The boot is not working.
Can you hear me, Miguel?
Yeah, clear.
No, all I did was hit M pause to pause the bot. It should start right back up.
But then I stop and yeah, somehow it doesn't want to play. The boot is resting.
Well, I hope I didn't screw it up. All I did was pause it. So,
No, it happens sometimes, you know.
all right.
Even ILS Epic, sometimes you want to play something and it's. Let me see if I can play other thing. Well, it's different. Not working. Anyway. Paul V, are you there?
I'm here. What's going on?
Well, we're talking a little bit, and then the boot doesn't want to play.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I was just popping in to see what's been going on. Every time I log on lately, it's just dead air, and I'm shocked. I want to know where all the people are that are complaining all the time that they never get to talk. There's been so much opportunity for people to come on and talk the last couple of days, but nobody's here.
Maybe they went on vacation.
I think they're a bunch of cowards. It's funny because I'll come on here sometimes. I'll be on here a week straight, and there'll be 30 people in here, and only 5 people talking. And then I take a break for a little while, and it's just I come back, and there'll be maybe 5 people here. Nobody wants to say nothing. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Are these globers waking up to prove the globe?
For what it's worth, I try to talk, but I keep roboting. Back to you, Miguel.
Yeah, you're okay. You can talk.
Yeah, I'm not calling you out, Dave. You always seem to have problems with your mic. I do like hearing from you when you chime in, though.
All good,
I'm talking
Paul.
about Oh, I'm sorry.
All good. I like hearing you talk too. You stay on point most of the time, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I've been lazy lately. I've been thinking of some talking points that I'm going to start. I think just trying to put together for a couple of hours a day, just for one topic. Let's stay on this one point, just to fill some dead air. Because I don't know if you're anything like me, you don't like the dead air either. And I can get off on a tangent too. Sometimes I just get sick of talking about flat Earth, and I want to talk about other things. But
Yeah,
man, there's so
that's why I paused the bot a little while ago, because we just had a random conversation playing. I mean, we're gonna play the bot. We should at least have something on point. Is all I was saying.
yeah,
My
sure.
robot, no.
No, you sound good. I gotta go back on mute for a second. I'm working right now. I'm picking up something from Insty Prints. I'll be right back.
So while my mic's working, I want to invite anyone listening to me talk. Click the link. Come in, discuss the shape of the Earth. We have information to share. We're not trying to convince you of anything except to think for yourself. My mic's still working.
You are good.
Okay, it probably ain't gonna last for long, so I got that in. Somebody needs to click the link, come in here and start a civil discussion about this globe idea that you may think is real, but I'm afraid it's not. But you got to discover that for yourself. But anyway, this has been Dead Air Dave while his mic's working. Now we'll go back to the next person talking or silence. It could be either one. Let's find out.
I've actually been thinking. I just started reading a book. I think it's 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a globe. I forget the author. I was thinking, well, hell, I'm reading this book. I might as well just unmute my mic and read it on the dang show here. But I don't know if anybody wants to hear that. Not that I really care either. It's better than dead air.
You can do it until somebody stops. Here's all I can tell you.
Yeah. It's just, it astounds me how many people complain that they don't get a voice on here. They never get heard. They get silenced, and then they'll just be days of the bot playing. And it's like, where are all these people complaining that they get silenced, they don't get to speak, and blah 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 blah.
Sometimes I want to speak, but there's the conversation is like 1 hour or two, and yeah, so I.
Well, I know it's hard too. A lot of times I'll want to chime in and say something while there's a conversation, but you kind of miss the moment because there's so many people. But there's so much time throughout the rest of the week where I could say whatever the hell I want to say. So I don't get butthurt about it,
One more thing, if I'm still working, all this dead air could be being filled by all this globe evidence that they have that proves the globe in reality. But they never want
well, that's
to
one of the
come
main
share that.
people I'm
That's
talking
weird.
about. Yeah, that's one of the main people I'm addressing, Dave, is all these people that come in here and say they got all this evidence and want to shut us down. I mean, there's plenty of opportunity for them to come here when nobody's really here to just spew all kinds of garbage, and they don't do it. Where are they? It leads me to think that a lot of them have ulterior motives and only want to be here when there's certain people here to try to promote themselves, and not necessarily, they don't really give a crap about the topic itself, which I'm sure there's some of that. But man, you take a couple of breaks, and I check in once in a while to see what's going on, even though I haven't really been unmuting myself, and it's just been dead. Dead is dead since, I don't know, last Saturday?
It's been longer than that, bro. It's been a good year. It's been dwindling.
Yeah. Oh, well.
I'm in here, even when I'm not in here, I'm usually looking at the place.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much
Thanks for
here.
chiming in, Mike Powers One.
I'm
Your
usually here.
robot. You guys go ahead.
Yeah, I'm usually here at the homestead, so I'm always here. I don't leave the home very rarely, so I'm always running shit here or looking at the Discord or playing video games. When I'm playing video games, I'm still watching what's going on in here.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Oh, shit.
And elsewhere. Usually not elsewhere. I haven't been YouTubing. Any YouTubing I do is usually reviewing some products or some games or just fun stuff or farm stuff. I haven't been doing no research, keeping up to date with everything. Usually I come in here and y'all do that for me. Usually. I know I'm relying on everybody else. No, it's a bit pathetic. Whatever.
No, we're all a little guilty of that ourselves. I mean, everybody does that in some capacity. I do it too.
Yeah, I kind of did my research on it. Me and my dad years and years ago. We just kind of moved up here and to the farm life, so relax from that. I mean, we still pick it up here and there, see what's up to date, see what the enemy's doing,
Yeah, they they never stop, that's for sure.
Eventually you reach a point to where you know all the answers, you know where it's gonna go, you know what their next move is, or the next 10 moves, so there's like no point in watching the next video. That's kind of the way it feels to me sometimes.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. I kind of feel the same way sometimes. It's like, what do I keep watching these videos for? I'm not the one that needs to watch them. It's the people that aren't where we are yet that needs to be watching them. And so you try to help them and you try to push them to it, but if they don't want to watch them, there ain't much you can do. That's kind of what's where I started to get where I just don't care anymore. All I can do is try to protect those closest to me, and other than that, man, I'm just trying to live a happy life. Besides all this shit going on. I think that's what happens to a lot of us when we start getting older in age, and with the fight seems to kind of start to go out of us. We get older and we're like, fuck, I'm tired of fighting with these assholes.
I don't know. Then again, I don't want to forget that either, because you got to fight. Just, I don't know, something about it. That's me, though. I can't quit, it's just one of those things. Only reason why I'm not doing more now for the whole thing is because my mission here with my parents, my handicapped sister, that is. Because without me, this place probably wouldn't work. Our lifestyle.
Yeah, you got your hands full, that's for sure.
I mean, no. They're not full.
You always say that. Yeah, you always make it seem. You're a funny guy, man. I appreciate you. You got the weight of the world on your shoulders, but at the same time, you're like, no, I got it fucking easy.
It's true, man. I'm fair, dude. I compare fairly. I'm not out there grinding and freaking paying taxes, taking care of my wife and kids, and that grind and all that, and this and that. Neighbors messing with you. No, it's completely freaking peaceful out here. No neighbor around. You can't see. All you see is woods. And if you do go see the neighbors, they're good people.
Yeah, you and I got that in common. At least we're both out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by woods. I think that's that might be part of my problem too. Is I'm just not I'm not as active as much just because I'm so out of it. I'm so out of the city. I don't have a lot of interactions with people anymore. And so, I'm a little disconnected.
Yeah, you're single, right? You don't have no.
No,
You're
I
in
have
there on your own house.
no, I'm engaged and have a daughter, and I'm very close to my parents. But other than that, man, I don't have a lot of contact with anyone else.
Oh yeah.
Even with my
Yeah, I don't have
commute
any.
to work.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
go
I don't
ahead.
have any. Yeah, I don't have any contacts either. My age, it's just me, my parents. That's about it. And here, y'all guys, of course.
Yeah, I don't really I have a neighbor, but he's, a mile away. So it's just us out in the woods, man. I have about a 40-minute commute to work every day to my office, but again, it's
Yeah,
my
40 minutes
office.
there, 40 minutes back. 40 minutes
Yeah,
there, 40 minutes back.
we
Yeah, shit.
we own the building, so it's just me and my dad in the building and our employees that come and go.
Oh, that's
So
good.
yeah, other than that, man, I don't have a lot of reach as far as coming into new people and shit like that, man. I've really isolated myself.
Oh yeah, we got the whole property freaking fenced off, electrical 10,000 volts, freaking holes in the ground. Next thing's gonna be tank barriers. Stick some big trunk woods in there and stick them in the ground, angle them, and post them up with 2 other pieces of wood. There you go. That'd be good
Yeah,
enough.
my flat Earth conversations don't. It doesn't really happen anymore, just because I'm not in that. I don't communicate with that many people, new people. And I've learned that nobody wants to hear it anyways.
I think it's just
Once
a
in a while
time.
you'll reach somebody. Yeah, you once in
I
a
think
great
this
while you'll
year
reach
has been a
somebody.
big time. Has been a big spiritual time for repentance, in my opinion, about things going on. And a lot of people
Yeah.
probably left here to go live, because I did a big speech in here one day, and when I was spazzing out, maybe we're spending too much time in here, shit like that. Some of us, I get out and live or something. I don't know. Listen to my own words, but still, what I said was true that day. And so they did. So maybe that's what they're doing.
Maybe. Well, I hope it's
Because
some
you
productive.
do
Positive.
find yourself, you get wrapped up in all this, a little too much. It's great. You got to stay in the truth, of course. I'm not saying get out of that. I'm saying you get too much down into it, into the black pill, and you forget to live. Live your life. Enjoy the finer things of life. Can't forget that. Share the love. Well, the ones that can receive, that is. And that too. That too. Oh yeah. Got some more in. Just ran out last night and got some more. Oh. Reaching for it. There it is.
I was watching a live stream from Mactoon, the cartoon globe or something. He was saying that flat earthers think that everybody is lying. I have the exact time to this live stream I did. If you click it, you're gonna see it at that time.
Yeah.
That's how you say I don't know to say in English, these fallacies, but it's like a general fallacy something.
Where are you at again? Are you over there in the sand?
This clip, this link to McToon. Oh, you are miking. Mike Powers.
I didn't get you there. Your accent's getting me.
Okay. I did found this live stream from McToon.
Oh,
and
okay.
he's saying at this moment, if you click it on that link, you will see it at that time. He's saying that flat earthers think that everybody is lying. So he's doing a fallacy there.
Oh yeah, big one. He's that old and he's thinking that. Oh my goodness. Everybody's lying. Okay, whatever, dude. That's not realistic. Not even nowhere near realistic. Keep shit compartmentalized. Kind of obvious. There's always an order to something.
Maybe maybe he's thinking that nobody is lying to him.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's crazy. I can't believe you'd be thinking that, man. That's the first thing I was thinking at 12 and 14. First Santa Claus thing with the parents, figured that out on my own. And then second thing was teacher blowing up on me about the globe and flat earth. You live in flat earthers? What? Is that a thing? Man, she pretty much woke me up to it. Freaking teacher. Oh man, it was hilarious. Funny is they didn't bother me no more either. School, they left me alone. I started going up through the grades. They just, I don't know, man. It was weird. Whole school system treated me differently. We're just gonna put you off over here in this special class, even though we know you're smarter than this. We're still gonna put you over there. We don't want you over here affecting the rest of the class.
This system, education system, is so how you say? It's like a prison, but there was a discipline, or maybe a matter I did learn. It claims that animals are not intelligent. So
Oh, no, they are intelligent. Animals are intelligent, dude.
But how can this be possible? So it was a long time ago. But how can this be possible? A claim like this, that animals are not intelligent, but then we have so many documentaries proving the opposite. So
it's so obvious in my life. 'Cause I got animals all around. And I can tell, dude. Like my cat, when she acts, like she'll not talk, right? She'll not meow. But you ask her something, you want this or want that, and meow, meow. The only time she'll communicate.
they man, if they even a robot, you can say it has intelligence, AI, artificial intelligence. But then we see these animals. If they hear a sound, they know that what this sound means, and like came here. So they record this sound, and they so of course they are intelligence. They are collecting data, information, and they work according to that. Of course, they they are in their world, their body. So they, of course, some things they cannot do like us, but other things they can do even better. Like listen they have a dog can listen more than human. No, listen. Yeah, exactly. In the feelings, because these experts in the dogs, they say when you are sad, the person said, the dog feels it. So there's a some kind of connection they've already.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So
I wonder
it affects if the person is how you say in how you say a bad moment, the dog feels that energy. So yeah, but
Yeah, this has happened to me many times, by the way, in the past year.
so even if you allow a dog to do everything, or cats are a little different, but if you allow to a dog to do everything, and the dog it starts doing the boss role. So you have to have authority, so yeah, so but I saw some videos, these experts, and when they go to these homes, and they saw this problem. The person doesn't have authority, and then the animal abuses on that. So but when they start to do the authority, and even the posture, and the energy, so it changes the behavior of the dog. So there's a connection there. Even cats, I was a long time ago, I was sick. I was in different home, and I was sick, and there was some cats there. And the cats, I was sick, and the cats did came to me, close to me,
Yeah,
So
they'll try to lay on your heart. They'll usually try to lay on your heart.
yeah.
Interesting enough.
So, but okay, so it is interesting, how can this be possible? At school, they teach to us that animals don't have intelligence.
Damn, I didn't know that was taught. That's yeah.
Of course, I and other college, I have my difficulties sometimes. College, other guy that in the same room, at school, we were the two guys against that. So yeah, the professor was talking. Oh, but they cannot build buildings. But we have animals that do construct dams. So they use they cut the trees and the branches, and they do a construction. So it's different because they use what they have, their hands. So between quotes, of course, but even dolphins, they have intelligence. There are some animals that sometimes they have struggles at the ocean, some net or some something from the fishermen, and they approach scuba divers and for help, and these scuba divers saw that, and they help. So they are intelligent to ask help. Of course, they don't speak English, but they they can manifest by gestures, and so on.
Yeah, it's deep. Kind of deep that stuff is.
There are dogs that did save people, so they have intelligence to do that and how to do it. So yeah.
Then how do you really know? How do you know if it's the dog doing it and not the angel and the dog or God doing it? I don't
Yeah.
know. You start to really think then,
I did listen that there are some cats. They they can see something weird stuff. Anyway. And by the way, there's the dogs. They record the sound of the motor of your car. That specific car, motor. Because if you have like a 20 car, 20 the same car models, but if they start this engine for his own owner, that dog recognizes that sound is specific from that engine of your owner. So that's because when the owners are coming to house and to home, they start hearing that and they go to the door.
Thanks for reminders, though.
Yeah.
Get these little things. It's actually not little. It's actually kind of important, kind of cool. Forget about the importance of animals. Even though I'm around animals, so
yeah.
Start to kind of forget it's that deep, Oh yeah.
If they, I was thinking this suddenly, if they don't have intelligence, why they have brains and two eyes,
Yeah, right.
So you can
all that information.
Yeah,
They watch
you can
there's your
build
watchers right there.
You can build a robot with with a computer central CPU to process the information, and you can call it that they have artificial intelligence, but then if they don't see that animals have intelligence, though, so they are in another world, bizarre world. Okay, thanks, Theos.
If he dedicates so much of his life, Mr. Toon does, to this.
If even for the first time, if I saw this guy and if you watch these expressions he is doing, man. If someone asked to an expert of facial expressions, you will see it that this guy have less bolts, So yeah. And at the background, I don't know if that background is real or just CGI made in a computer. But anyway, you see, he loves Star Wars, rockets, all the fairy tales about space. So, of course, these people, they don't like this idea that you cannot,
Fairy
yeah.
Fairy tale.
So they don't like this idea that we destroy their imagination, their dreams, about space. So of course they will deny always the reality of flat Earth. I mean, I still love I can watch a Star Wars movie. Of course, those parts where they go to between cold space, I just ignore. But I still enjoy the stories, and yeah. So
you can take the space out of it, dude. Even though you're watching it, it's pretty easy. It's all about flight. If you love flying, then you're gonna find it appealing. It's just the way it is. Flying's pretty cool. I would love to fly a jet right now. 18 or a freaking something. Some kind of fighter jet. Without the payload though. I don't want to blow nobody up. I'm good. I'm good. I just like the flying part. I'll blow something up, I'll just play a game or something. Pixel blow ups. Or just go out in the yard and put some tannerite up or something. But I'm good. I don't feel like spending money on it.
I did fly to. How you say in the past? You can say did fly. I did fly to Azores 2 times.
Oh, you didn't fly. What are you talking about? You didn't fly. Someone flew you there.
Yeah, the airplane.
Oh wait, or did you fly?
I did fly with inside the airplane. Okay, so and I didn't never see the curvature. And of course, at that time I didn't think about it, but yeah. Sometimes we did get some turbulence, but in a good day, it's okay. And I never saw the Earth moving 1,000 miles per hour below, so.
No, yeah, of course. Yeah, the simulators I play too, they show a flatter. What's weird is in DCS, there'll be a loading screen, right? In DCS Flight Simulator, it'll show the camera tilted, and it's kind of GoPro'd, so it'll show the Earth. It don't show the Earth; it just shows one little part of some clouds, but it will show it curving in the loading screen. But once you get in the game and you're flying, it's flat, dude. It's flat from all the way from the Caucasus to freaking the tip of Ukraine. And the maps are 1-to-1 too. They literally claim they're 1-to-1, and the jets that you fly, you got to pay for them, of course. They're 95% within accuracy of reality. Within only 5% error, in other words. So the flight model, every button in the cockpit is pushable and everything. Firing systems, everything. Navigation. So you got to learn all that basically. By the time you're done with that, you can confidently say you can fly a jet. I'm surprised they even allow this game. Some of these simulators. But yeah, there's other parts of the game though, like modules and mods and shit that make it, where the jets, they're not real jets, It's hard to get that right. It takes time and update and shit. But usually the official modules that the separate companies make that you have to pay for, because the game is free. You can download it, it's free. You get like a few planes, like one or two planes that are free, but they're not like professionally modeled. You have to pay for a professional model. It has the actual flight dynamics and aerodynamics and all that. It's still just a game, a simulator, so there's only so far you're gonna go for it, but still it's 5% error. I mean, you're not gonna feel the G's. You're not gonna feel the G's, of course. Duh, you're playing a game.
Yeah, but it's always more easy because when they do these maps, they don't never account for any curvature, so it's more easy to do it on a flat world, even inside that simulation. The simulator of flyings. But
yeah, but they show the loading screen. They show a loading screen of it being curved, extremely curved. It's so obvious, dude. It's weird. It's like in the game too. But you get into the game, it's flat, dude, for freaking most southern part. It's like somewhere below the Caucasus. You could be sitting over there in the air, 40,000 feet up. You see all the way past the Baltic Sea. Is that the Baltic Sea? I think it's Baltic Sea. Anyway, you can see past that all the way to like the tip of Ukraine.
By the way, like 1 month ago, I was using Google Maps, and then it did jump to Google Earth, But before I saw that ball Earth, I was watching a geometric thing, and the maps, flat maps around this geometric thing. Let me see the shape of the drone, of the Aedron. It was like that. Let's see if I found one. So it was interesting because I saw that glitch. Let me see this one. I was trying to find that shape I did saw, but it's not this. Maybe I have to search in images. Let me see, because it was peculiar. They wrap these flat maps around this shape, and then it pops up into a ball. So why do they have to do that? Because flat maps did work more well than in around the sphere. So let me see if I found that shape. It was a specific shape. Man, let me see if I found. Because if you search octaedron, you see a lot of shapes. That time I did saw that shape, but now it's more difficult to find it. Where is it? They are making hard. Let me see if I did say that. So Google. Maybe in maps. Let me see. Maps. I did save it into some folder, but I don't remember. Oh, I see. Okay. So I did save it. So let me see. It was here. It was almost like this, So yeah, something like that. Maybe a few more flat surfaces, but it was almost like this one. So they did put the glitch, before I saw the ball Earth, the Google Earth. I saw this almost this shape, and they wrap the maps, around this, and then it pops out into a ball. So they, my conclusion is they are working with the flat maps. The representation they showed to us, it's.
You're talking about before you watched
this
develop.
Before I saw
develop.
No, I was at Google Maps. So before it did show me the ball Earth, from Google Earth. I didn't saw that sphere shape. I did saw this shape, like this shape, and the Earth was around, it was around the it was around this shape, so with flat representations or maps, So I saw this, and because there was some glitch, some lag, and then it did before they showed to me the Google Earth. The glitch was this, So that was interesting. So maybe in their algorithm they are using this, and then it pops up out into a ball. So that was interesting.
Yeah,
Of
you
course,
watch that.
it was
You watch
yeah
that develop. That is interesting.
yeah. So it was a glitch, and it was interesting, because
When was this? How many years ago?
no, 1 month ago.
Oh, okay. Thought it was like way back.
So imagine this shape, and you see the the how you say instead of the ball earth, you see this shape with all that land, around it. So it was interesting. They use this shape with flat land around it, and then it pops out into a ball. So yeah, interesting thing. Maybe it could have more a few like 4 faces at the sideways, but it was almost this shape. I did saw it. So that was interesting. There are some places they, Google, they, they they did hide military places, facilities, and some areas they, if someone finds something, they go there at that zone and they just change it to another thing, and they just hide. And Google, YouTube, belongs now to Google, and that scene at the Congress where they say they did change the algorithm for some people if they search flat Earth, So what they did change the algorithm to just to post like the 20 searches, top searches, into mocking flat Earth or anything against it. Now YouTube, there are some scientists, to do that. Of course, they are doing because it's an inconvenient truth, So and of course, some guys from the government did, they are working to them. The first Google Earth was actually there's an article talking about the CIA using. So the first version, it was like a CIA version. Google. Let me see if I did save that link. Google. Let me see. Yeah, I have this link. Actually, I have two. And even President Putin did talk. Google is a CIA project. So the link is this one. Anyway, interesting.
Does that say NVIDIA right there?
Yeah, some information
Oh,
talking about President Putin that said Google is a CIA project.
so they're working on implementing more
Yeah.
graphicals.
Of course, it's a
NVIDIA into it.
it's a great tool, Google Earth. Let's check this area,
Oh yeah, definitely.
like spying from above, and the Facebook, spying. Let's check this profile, these people from this area, So it's two great tools to have. Um, I did many information I get. I see many connections to the Royal Society. Even the guy that did invent the time zones to the Royal Society of Canada. He was a railway construction guy, Fleming something. And one day he did lost a train because some areas they didn't follow. They did at that time they did follow their own time zones. So and then he decided to do that time zones. But the connection is related to the Royal Society. Isaac Newton is in the Royal Society. John Dee and so on. Many people there. Time Lord, Time Lord Sir Sandford Fleming, and the creation of Standard Time. So there's this book. I saw this video. It is in Spanish, but if you follow what's going on in the video, you get it, the connection. interesting, you know, the connections and even the search, the church. Sometimes I mess, you know, search and the church. So the church of, you know, that time, a long time ago, they decided to hide the flat Earth from us. At that time, the sailors were navigating the oceans, and to them it was flat. And then the power of the church decided to, not only that, but you know, UK, from people from UK, they decided to, you know, let's brainwash these people, thinking they are living on the top of a ball. There's no more land to discover, you know. That's let's say the North Pole is not here and it's just a few degrees there, you know. That's to avoid people to go to this area, to this zone, you know, where the compass point is pointing. Let's hide this place. So North Pole, just the ice and snow, so nothing there, you know. But even Admiral Richard Bird did talk. It's getting it said it's getting militaries, you know, are more interesting that zone. Guess why? The same thing with Antarctica. They can say we are flat earthers, you know. But to me, I am just a truther, you know, looking for the truth, because I'm enough of lies. I hate liars. Of course, they they decide to mock it, you know. Oh, flat Earth, the water is falling down. You know, they were mocking. It's a ridiculous idea, you know, but yeah, the indoctrination. But you know, we have videos from Antarctica, and that's a big ice wall there. And then, you know, at school, they showed to you this globe object, you know. And everybody start asking this: why people at the bottom doesn't fall off down, you know. And then they just say that magic word, gravity. With gravity, everything is possible. In their imagination, everything is possible. But I would love to them to show me a working model. A vacuum chamber, this ball Earth floating, because sometimes they show objects falling down in a vacuum chamber. I never saw floating, above. So, and then we have this vacuum, and we have this atmosphere. How can that be possible? Yeah. Then they claim the sun is balls of gas burning. Yeah, show me that inside a vacuum chamber too. Nice story, bro. They just have bullshit. I mean, I saw the other day Professor Phil with Flatzoid's channel, live stream. Man, he's so dumb. He was claiming, we know what the sun is. Yeah, right. Did they took a sample from the sun to test it? So, to know. Just another fairy tale story.
I think one of my favorite flat Earth proofs, which I don't think gets talked about enough, is bird migration. I can't imagine how that could even be possible on a globe Earth. I have birds here in my backyard that show up every spring, and they can come as far as South America, all the way to Wisconsin. Imagine that on a globe. Now, a bird's got to know up, down, north, south. And you're telling me they're doing all this on a spinning space ball hurtling through never-ending space. It's just that to me it is proof itself. Just bird migration and the study of birds flying north and south every year. It totally makes sense on a flat Earth, but on a globe Earth, and I haven't done a ton of research on it. Maybe there is a really good explanation for how it works on a globe, but Jesus, just think about that for a minute. Think of a bird and their flight and knowing up and down and north and south, and then try to put that on a globe.
When they are flying in the straight, direction, if that ball globe was circling, so they can't 1,000 miles per hour. I mean, how can that be possible?
You're right.
These birds could go to Europe, past to Europe, because it's so hard to go in a straight direction with Earth moving sideways.
And I wonder, no, I've never heard of a bird, say, flying south around the globe to get to the, to get to another land. Maybe it happens, and I just haven't done the research. But you don't hear that being talked about a lot about. It's always they're just going north to south, south to north. It's come on, people.
It's ridiculous.
Birds are so intelligent, though, too. It's scary how smart they are. I have hummingbirds that somehow they know when the hummingbird feeder gets low, they come and they hover around the windows of my house, like saying, "Hey, asshole, come out here and feed us." The feeder's empty. Now, how do they know? One, that feeder is just an artificial feeder that I'm filling, and they know that I'm in the house and know, hey, if we hover and hover around this window or the door, he'll come out and fill this thing. I mean, I'm talking about a hummingbird. They're so small, their brain has to be the size of a seed. but they have the sense to know that I'm the one feeding them and I'm the one filling that feeder. That's remarkable.
I've had him land on my finger.
That's crazy.
The,
And I don't know what their migration pattern is too, but I think it's pretty far. I know Orioles is far. They can come from as far as Florida from South America even in my
Those when I was
backyard.
young,
So, dude, on a globe.
and they never have to account any Coriolis fairy tale story.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But I'm gonna look into more myself. I think migration patterns of birds, and because that to me, I think is a big telltale sign. It doesn't get touched on a lot. I would touch on it more. I just don't know enough about it. I wish I did. I'm gonna have to look some stuff up, I guess, about birds. But I think that's a really cool topic. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go on mute and play with my daughter. You guys enjoy the day.
Okay, nice to talk to you. Have a nice day. I did post the hummingbird, is in that exact location and moving, and Earth is not moving. Still there, the same position. You can see the tongue.
No, the pixels are moving. What are you talking about? The pixels are moving on my screen. I'm
So
really messing everybody up. I'm sorry.
Sometimes I see the live streams from the ESS, and sometimes we just see some a frozen picture, almost looking at some stars, but it's you never see it. You just see pixels, red pixels there.
You do got to keep that in mind though with everything. It's funny when you think about it. I mean, it's a real picture, but we're looking through a screen with pixels, of a real picture of a bird, of a real bird. Hopefully we're not being fooled that good.
But I saw
weird.
Yeah, I saw some. My brother was a Green Beret. He was a parachute guy, and I saw some videos he did show me at that altitude. When you are looking at Earth, at that altitude, I can say it's the same altitude that the ESS is flying, because it's almost the same. So they can just they can always point a camera and above the clouds.
Hot mic.
Hot mic.
Paul. Hot mic, Paul.
Hot mic, Mike. Okay.
Or I don't think he can hear us.
That was cute. Oh, I took a picture of her in it. Here, look.
We can hear your background too, Paul.
Oh wow. Oh wow. But she's got a little bit of bottle left, so if she does, and you want to finish giving it to her. She drank some of it and then take it. What's that damn picture?
Yes.
Oh, we're together. Get mad, so I walked away. Yeah. He puts you in there and then walks away. Yeah, look at this bonnet she had on. Old vintage lace bonnet. That's cute. She's smiling. Okay, come look at you. You know what? I see me in her.
You see what?
Me. In my baby pictures of me, the big fat face.
Yeah.
That was me.
Paul, you want to mic?
Don't make me scream. Paul. Hot mic, bro.
Look at her.
Paul. Hot mic. You might want to mute yourself.
I think he's away from the mic.
Yeah, dang it.
Okay. He did, the left is open mic. Okay, so let me see. Yes.
Mike check. Did Paul disconnect? I came back in to try to mute him, but guess he disconnected.
Yeah.
Okay. As you were.
Left.
No one has ever directly verified and measured the curvature of the Earth. Y'all know that? Kind of
No,
weird.
I saw something like a few days ago. Rufinol or something. Let me see. Where is it? He was posting here something. Ruif. Yeah, maybe I will. Let me see. Maybe I did save in the other computer. I think I have this. Okay, I did find it. So it did post this, claiming that curvature of the Earth. That was from a video from a high altitude balloon. But check if you see that picture at the top, you see a clock, and that clock is not round, it's circular. It's shrink, So, and he did post in that day a link from his friend where you can put some pictures and you can shrink, So, but yeah, so I did the connection. So
doesn't even look that high. It looks like 35, 40,000
yeah,
feet, maybe 25, 30. I don't know, somewhere in there.
so this clock. If you go to watch a YouTube video, you don't see this clock, a shrink clock at the top. You see a normal circular. So he did fake it. So they have no proof. Now they have to fake it.
And You guys know what our buddy Neil deGrasse Tyson says. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. Don't see the curvature.
That stuff is flat.
Yes. But as soon as you tell a club believer that, they'll throw old Neil right under the bus. He don't know what he's talking about. He's an idiot.
And he says it's oblate, and we have this let's say at the right and circling at the middle. You have this water. Yeah, it's amazing. But man, if you go watch reality, where is this equator zone? The imaginary line. At the equator, we have land there. So how can this ball Earth can be inside this oblate water?
That's right, Miguel. It's just a little chubbier in the middle. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear shape.
Oh no, we have a cylinder shape, because there was a guy this morning, or something like that. He was at the lobby, then he was kicked into was banned to the cognitive dissonance room, and I was asking to him, so if there's curvature forward, but why you don't see sideways at left and right? And he said, yeah, you don't see any curvature at right and left. So and then I did ask him, it's a cylinder shape. Yeah. We have a flat horizon, but they claim there's refraction there forward, just forward. But yeah, what happened to right and left? Yeah. Nice story.
So the Earth is shaped like a paper towel roll or a toilet roll.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
So yeah, it's a contradiction. Their claim, if the boats go over the horizon, yeah. So, but then we don't see any cover to left and right. So you see the contradiction there. I mean, these guys, they even don't try to go outside and look at the world, figure out what is perspective, how it works. I mean, I can see my city far away, 1 centimeter, a few millimeters in my hand, between two fingers. Is that my city is that size? No, size. No, it's just optical illusion. So farther away, things shrink. So according to perspective, so it's working.
Yeah, Miguel, at a certain level, some of these globe believers that want to keep clinging to their globe idea, it's either this real bad cognitive dissonance or being willfully ignorant. They never want to put two and two together. They don't want to accept the contradictions that they're supporting. It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not our fault, man. Earth's just not a ball. It's not what they taught us. Don't blame us.
And sometimes they ask this: how can you have a night and day? I mean, even looking at what Jimmy Waterworld did post, you see the sun at that horizon, and where these people are at that beach, it's shadow. So, I mean, can they not see what's happening? I saw the sun this morning, and because of and a lot of haze, at the horizon, I just saw a circle, not not the light coming from the sun. So but I saw just a circle there. So and above me there were no clouds. So I mean, just looking through this, you can see it. Light has a range, and there are things that when you are looking at the horizon that interfere with your visibility. I did watch, there was a blue, a clean day, a blue sky day, clean, no clouds, and so the sun went away at the horizon, and the zone that I was, it was a valley, and I could see at the sky, still light in the sky, the sky, but down there it was a full night, with the illumination at the streets, so it was already night at there. But even with a blue sky, at the top. So interesting. And then sometimes they like to, why we have why these clouds are lit with light from the sun below, man. If these clouds are in this area, where the person is, and you are looking at the horizon, and you see no clouds, that zone there, you don't see any clouds. So, but the sun is far away, and you don't see it. Why? So the sun is at the horizon. So we have these clouds in this zone, local zone. But far away there are no clouds there where the sun is. So it's illuminating because of perspective. And at the ocean, there's a reflection. As far the sun is going away, sometimes it takes more time, to see the sun going away, and sometimes when you see this light in that it appears the sun at the water is just a reflection, because the sun is so far away. You are just watching a reflection. So the sun is not sinking in the water. It's an optical illusion.
I'm back into likely roboting territory, so y'all continue. Hoping somebody will join here soon. Everybody have a good day. Do something positive with your life. Or don't.
Thanks. You too, Dave. I was remember, the plum bobs. when they use these plumb bobs in construction to build buildings. I mean, they never study the Coriolis, the deviation. they don't have to. If these plumb bobs were, have any declination, so the buildings should be like the Pisa's tower, from Italy. Leaning Tower of Pisa with an S, Pisa. Well, have things to do. See you guys later.
no, see no, and speak no evil. We get lied to so much, it seems normal to be deceitful. We'll never be treated equal, and I wanna know why. Rich people start all the wars, but only poor people die. Just take a look, it's so easy to see the system is rigged by degenerate pigs targeting our innocent kids. They start programming you just as soon as you exit the womb. Now money is your god, you must obey and consume. Always practice conformity, stay within the majority. Never think for yourself and do not question authority. Man, I still can't even believe this is the way that they have us. I'm taking my chances, I have to try and wake up the masses. Can't get away from the madness, but still I'm trying my best. And as long as I'm still alive, I will fight till the death. Because we cannot let this be the end. It's now or never, sink or swim. The time has come for the great awakening. Never sleep again.
Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Listen, I woke up with a fever today. Sick of the fact people believe everything that this evil media say. Morality has been deleted away. Zionist heathens display that they're the predators who see us as prey. Transparency is what they need to pervade. They even have us thinking that eating a fruit that has no seed is okay. Victims of greed and impeded by hate. The glaring question is, how can we get to God if Satan's leading the way? Ravenous witches, scientists with moral character glitches, preparing malicious conditions and sick narrative switches. The elite is wearing his privilege as he battles for riches, while the lower classes carry out the establishment's wishes. The portrayal of their intentions is unfair and fictitious, acting suspicious. Undercover agents snapping your pictures, suggestive messages embedded in the movies to trick us. Music and advertisement slickness plus remixture of scriptures. Come on.
Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
It's 2019, but it feels more like 1984. Our rights are fading away. Every day they're taking more. It's time to stand and take action. What are we waiting for? They're waging war on humanity. This we can't ignore. My brain is sore from all the lies that they constantly feed us. Elitists that follow the phoenix can swallow a penis. And we're not gonna stop until we know all of your secrets. The Bible says in our final days our knowledge increases. That is exactly what's happening now on this challenging road that we're traveling down. We have to get rowdy, we have to get loud and keep spreading the truth and just pass it around. You work like a slave and you live in a loop. They're turning your sky into chemical soup. I'm always watching these videos, often like Richie from Boston to give me the scoop. Waking the world up, dispensing the truth like a doctor that's handing out red pills to everyone. What in the world are they spraying up there in the air? It's aluminum, lithium, barium. Nobody notices, nobody cares. Everyone's greedy and nobody shares. I wanna help you, you'll be in my prayers. But now we must separate wheat from the tares.
Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Austin, I think those all could be said of you and David and your belief in a flat earth. Now, I'm interested in having an exchange of views, but calling someone who disagrees with you a liar is offensive and unacceptable, and I'm objecting to it. A very special show for today. It's going to be a cordial discussion and exchange of views about whether or not Earth could be flat with David Weiss and Austin Whitson. I'm very pleased to have them here with me today. Let me begin for those who may not know a bit about my background. In addition to being a former Marine Corps officer who's published widely on scientific knowledge, computer science, AI, cognitive science. More importantly, I earned my PhD in the history and the philosophy of science, where the history of science is dominated by the history of physics and astronomy. As I am going to explain as we proceed, the history of physics and astronomy is dominated by views that have led to the conclusion that Earth is a sphere, technically an oblate spheroid, slightly thicker at the equator, that it rotates on its axis, defining day and night, that we have the moon orbiting Earth in roughly periods equal to months, and then that Earth orbits the sun in periods of around 365 and a quarter day, where we got to make up by a leap year periodically to keep everything in sync, and where I'm going to explain how to reason scientifically about these issues and have a very cordial exchange with Austin and with David. I'd like to say a few words of introduction. David, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Jim, we go back a long time, and when I was telling people that we're going to be having this interview, there's a lot of new people in the truth. They're like, who's Jim Fetzer? They haven't heard of Jim. And to me, that's very strange because I've been at this a long time. Jim Fetzer is an OG truther. He has been around a long time. He's investigated all of the big hoaxes, and we don't 100% agree on everything, but we're pretty much there. Flat Earth, that's where we have our divide. Jim's written some great books and they're almost all of them are banned on Amazon. And I always told people in the past, I go, you want a good investment, buy Jim's books, because in the future, you'll either be arrested for owning them or they'll be worth a fortune. And one of them, which I have right here, is not even available anymore. So if you see it on eBay or somewhere, I would grab it. And he wrote a book called We Didn't Go to the Moon. I suppose we didn't go to the moon. So Jim understands NASA is a big fraud. And to me, there's a small step to flat Earth. So hopefully today, and I told Jim before the show, when I put this on my channel, I'm going to either name it, You Can't Teach an Old Dog New Tricks, or You Can Teach an Old Dog New Tricks. So today, with all respect, I'm going to send it over there. And also I'll let Austin jump in, but I want to tell Jim, Austin has started a site called Audit NASA. And I'll let him tell you a little bit about that, but that is something that you might be very interested in. Austin.
Yeah, how's it going? Glad to be here. Audit NASA is basically, it's us attempting to actually hold NASA accountable, because it appears that they kind of aren't held accountable, and then you go to the FOIA process and nothing happens. So without giving too many details, it's somewhat secretive for tactical purposes, but we're just going to hold them accountable. Interactions with astronauts, direct interactions with NASA facility employees and stuff like that, to kind of get to the bottom of a lot of their claims to space exploration. We want answers for all the glitches, etc. So basically, it's just pulling back the curtain and the facade that NASA is sending people up into this vacuum all the time since 1969, which is provably not the case. So yeah, it's just to hold NASA accountable. I think, $60 million a day, we should have a bit of a say. Yeah.
Yeah, I think those are very good points, and I have my own concerns about NASA, where I think we largely converge in agreement that we can't believe, they're also known as never a straight answer, NASA, which is pretty close to the mark. David, did you want to add more before we proceed?
No, that's it. I just wanted to throw out that info, and let's get into it.
Okay, basically, it's going to proceed in segments. We'll all give a presentation, principally from publicly accessible sources you can find somewhere on the internet, for example, and then have Austin and David respond as to how they deal with it. Because of my background as a philosopher of science, I want to begin with the principles of scientific reasoning, which proceeds in 4 steps or stages. Puzzlement. Something doesn't fit knowledge. You want to figure out what's going on. Speculation. Extremely important. Consider the complete range of alternative explanations. You know, what are the whole range of possibilities, whether you believe them or not? Adaptation, then, of hypotheses to evidence. Which hypothesis, if it were true, would confer the higher probability upon the available relevant evidence, with special concern for sorting out the authentic from the fabricated evidence? Indeed, when you discover evidence is fabricated, that can be extremely important. In the case of JFK, for example, on which I've done massive collaborative research, where I specialize and pioneer in bringing together experts to sort out these complex and complicated cases, we discovered that the autopsy x-rays were altered to conceal a fist-sized blowout to the back of the head, and another brain was substituted for that of JFK in photographs and diagrams that are available to the public, and that the whole movie, the Zapruder film, had been massively edited to conceal the true causes of death. Now, when you contemplate who could have done that, given that these forms of data were only available to medical officers of the U.S. Navy and to Secret Service agents, it very dramatically narrows the range of possible suspects, because KGB, for example, could not have extended its reach into Bethesda Naval Hospital to alter x-rays under control of medical officers in the Secret Service. The mob couldn't have substituted another film for the original Zapruder and edited it. Anti-Castro Cubans couldn't have worked someone else's brain into the National Archives. So we wind up having a very narrow range just based upon analysis of the fabricated evidence. Then when it's all settled down and points in the same direction, we're entitled to accept the best supported hypothesis in the tentative infallible fashion of science. Tentative insofar as new evidence might cause us to change our view or position, such as David and Austin are going to be presenting today. Fallible in the sense that even though it's a best supported hypothesis, that does not guarantee it's true. It's simply the best supported, and we're entitled to treat it as true. Now, when it comes to scientific theories, I argue that conspiracy theories can be evaluated by the same criteria as scientific theories, though clarity and precision of the language in which they are expressed, their scope of application for the purpose of explanation and prediction, the respective degrees of empirical support on the available evidence, and the economy, elegance, or simplicity with which they satisfy those first 3 criteria of adequacy. In the case of flat Earth versus round, the third criterion of simplicity turns out to be very, very important in relation to what is known as the Copernican revolution, about which I shall say more. Here's the general issue we're dealing with. We revolve around the sun like any other planet, declared Nicholas Copernicus. Of all discoveries and opinions, none may have exerted a greater effect on the human spirit than the doctrine of Copernicus. The world has scarcely become known as round and complete in itself when it was asked to waive the tremendous privilege of being the center of the universe. Johannes Wolfgang von Goethe. Ancient Greek philosophers, whose ideas shaped the worldview of Western civilization leading up to the scientific revolution in the 16th century, had conflicting theories about why the planets moved across the sky. One camp thought the planets orbited around the sun, but Aristotle, whose ideas prevailed, believed that the planets and the sun orbited Earth. He saw no sign that the Earth was in motion, no perpetual wind blew over the surface of Earth, and a ball thrown straight up into the air doesn't land behind the thrower, as Aristotle assumed it would if Earth were moving. For Aristotle, this meant that the Earth had to be stationary, and the planets, the sun, and the fixed dome of skies rotated around Earth. We have a couple of books that lay out the history of developments of what's known then as the Copernican revolution, where Copernicus advocated the idea that you have a simpler overall theory of the relative motion of the sun, the moon, and Earth, if you assume that Earth revolves around sun rather than sun revolving around Earth. I highly recommend these. I.B. Cohen, The Birth of a New Physics, and Thomas S. Kuhn, The Copernican Revolution. Roughly, I would suggest the I.B. Cohen's book is high school level, the Copernican Revolution college level, but they're both easy reads and highly accessible. When we mention NASA, as David observed, I have a book, and I suppose we didn't go to the moon either, which my co-editor Mike Palachuk suggested as a successor to our earlier book, Nobody Died at Hook. One might well reply, yeah, and I suppose we didn't go to the moon either. But the fact is, we did not go to the moon. Nobody died at Hook. And here's a photograph showing what is supposed to be the Earth taken from the moon by the astronauts. Now, many find this compelling, not realizing that the mass of Earth is 55 times that of the moon. So if you're taking a photograph of Earth from the moon, it would cover the entire visual field. It would be overwhelmingly greater. What we have here rather clearly is simply a photograph of the moon from Earth, where it's been photoshopped to make the moon appear as though it were Earth. This is a nice illustration of comparing the alternative hypothesis. Did we go to the moon versus no, the moon landing was faked? Because we have to raise a question, well, what's the probability of having a fake photograph of Earth allegedly taken from the moon if we actually went, which I think we'd all agree would have to be very low, versus what's the probability of having a fake photograph of Earth taken from the moon if we did not go, but they want to convince us we had, which would be very high. So clearly, if this were our available evidence, we'd already have reason to think we did not go to the moon, that the moon hoax hypothesis would be preferable to the moon landing hypothesis. David, your thoughts?
I'm going to defer to Austin on this because he's the pro at everything you just talked at. So Austin, let's go.
Well, as it pertains to Earth specifically, because yes, I agree with your critique of the moon landing, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. But the history of the heliocentric model is oftentimes misrepresented by the mainstream. For example, Copernicus disavowed the heliocentric model before he died, as did Galileo. Newton, in the final page of his Principia, said that with all this being said, the Earth actually could be in the center, just like the Tychonic system says. There is actually no astronomical observation that exists that shows that we're moving around the sun. In fact, the current model says everything we see looks as if the Earth is in the center of the universe. And there's no observation that's going to show differently, but it's just an illusion. So when I was looking at your parameters of determining what's true, it actually fits the geocentric position much better. I think that this conversation can be broken up into two primary aspects, motion and curvature. And I think that really the geocentric aspect is a big part to hurdle to do first, right? So I don't want to just go all over the place because I can say a million things about that, but I will just state that there's a neo-Tychonic system where the quote-unquote planets move around the sun and that moves around the Earth, and this explains retrograde, aberration, the phases of the planets, the transits, everything, literally everything, even when parallax. Now, when you look into some of these things, they're actually inflated pseudoscientific assumption, but long story short, I'm curious maybe as your take on the fact that if we're going to apply like logic and Occam's razor and look at your standard that you presented, if all observations show that we're in the center of the universe and the heliocentric model says that's just an illusion, it just looks like we're in the center, but there is no center and we're actually not, then really what are we found, like what evidence is it we're founding the idea we move around the sun upon? Because in reality, upon further investigation, there is no evidence that we move around the sun. All attempts to measure that showed that we weren't moving, and all evidence ever shows that we're in the center, from Michelson-Morley all the way up to the cosmic microwave background.
Needless to say, a person's later views are not necessarily superior to their earlier, but you're inviting a discussion of exactly the issues we want to address here. Namely, I want to ask, and you will have the opportunity to explain, what are the dimensions of a flat Earth? I mean, we're talking about a three-dimensional object. It's going to have width and breadth and depth. Plus, how do you explain day versus night, the rotation of the moon and the four seasons? Here's a map of flat Earth coming from the book Zetetic Astronomy, published in 1865. The view has been around for a long time. Here's a flat Earth illustration by Daniel Loxton, the sun and moon shown larger than imagined by flat earthers. There are three kinds of impossibility that we need to take account of. Logical, something that could not be the case because its description is contradictory, why there can't be any round squares, or humorously, why there can't be any honest politicians. Physical could not be the case because it violates the laws of physics, chemistry, biology regarding melting points, freezing points, causal relations, laws of material science. These all have very great significance. The point I would make in particular is if you're witnessing a violation of the laws of physics, then you're witnessing a fantasy, something that cannot be true. It appears to me even, and this is a very general observation, flat Earth may be physically impossible because of the force of gravity, where everything having mass attracts everything else having mass with a force that's proportional to their mass and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them, meaning if you double the distance between them, you only get 1/4 the amount of gravitational attraction, triple, only 1/9, and so forth. Technical impossibilities are things that could not happen because the technology had yet to be developed. Airborne flight before the Wright brothers, electric light before Edison, auto before Ford. That applies especially to moon landing claims because we didn't have the propulsion to escape low Earth orbit. We didn't have the computing capacity to navigate. A modern cell phone today has more computing capacity than allegedly got us to the moon and back. Communication, we didn't have the ability to communicate over 250,000 miles. I had an interesting exchange on Huffington Post when they published something I thought was rather silly, supposed to be a brilliant tweet from a physicist debunking those who think we didn't go to the moon. That merely said something as silly as that anyone who thinks we didn't go to the moon needs to have a brain transplant. Well, it was an opportunity for me to adduce a lot of evidence. Since the moon is so far from the sun and sun was the only alleged source of light, you should have no shadows that intersect or aren't exactly parallel. And yet we have intersecting shadows. We have it lit up on the dark side of the moon lander where it should be in darkness.
Yeah.
We have photographs, some with and without footprints in the moon dust, which I believe because moon has no atmosphere, would be as incapable of preserving prints as the sands of the Sahara. Yeah, David, go ahead.
You've brought up a million questions there. Austin, did you happen to note them down from the beginning so we can address them?
Well, I was gonna toss you the seasons and the day and night. So if you want to just gonna go ahead and address those, and then we can continue.
Yeah. So
I have more on the season just to set it up. What is a standard account so you can debunk it? I mean, I'm setting it up for you to do your thing.
No
I
problem.
believe
Yeah. So let us address each one of these. We'll keep it as tight as possible.
Sure.
When you say what's under the flat Earth, you showed a disc floating in space. No flat earther thinks we're a disc floating in space. And the deepest hole ever dug was in Russia, and it went down less than 8 miles. So the deepest hole ever dug is 8 miles. And when they were digging it, they were wrong every step of the way what they were going to hit next. But somehow they know the next 4,000 miles to the center. is absolutely ridiculous. There's zero evidence of any of that. So what's under the flat Earth? Great question, Jim. Maybe you could tell me. When it comes to seasons, we're taught that the tilt of the Earth, the tilt of the Earth is what causes the sun to spread out. We've got our ball, we got the sun, and when we're tilted away, the sun spreads over a bigger area. And that actually makes no sense at all, because at sunrise in June here in the north, when the sun is at the most tilted it could possibly be, it should be arctically cold. One, because you couldn't be tilted any farther away at sunrise, and two, the sun is farther from us in our summer in the north. The sun is farther away than it is during our winter. And I noticed in your last presentation, you mentioned that seasons are because we're closer to the sun. That's not the heliocentric model. Heliocentric model says we're 3.5 million miles farther from the sun during our northern winter, and it's the angle that the sun hits us. Well, angles happen. You spin a ball around its axis or tilt or whatever. That's still an angle. Sunrise in June should be arctically cold, but in June here in Connecticut, I can feel the sun on my face. It's very warm. And at noon in December, when the sun is closer and higher in the sky, then that sun, I can feel the heat, and it's farther, and it's farther away and a much more direct angle than in the summer. So Jim, if you could see my window here. So we have the inner yellow line here is the Tropic of Cancer, and the outer yellow line is the Tropic of Capricorn. And so right now the sun is coming from the Tropic of Capricorn from December, and it's working its way, Tropic of Cancer in June, I forget where we are, and it's moving its way out towards the Tropic of Capricorn. So right now it's August, and I go September, October, November, December. And in December, the sun is out here. Now, people in Australia, the sun is directly over them. It's hot. It's high above them. So it's high in the sky, like a streetlight. When you're standing under a streetlight, the one above you is your summer sun, and the one down the road is your winter sun. Jim, let's say you came here to Connecticut, and we're sitting out in a field 20 feet apart, and it's freezing cold. Okay. And it's just freezing. The field is frozen. It's horrible. And then Austin comes over, and he's got a big heat lamp, and he holds it 15 feet over your head, big giant heat lamp. And you go, oh, that feels so good. You take off your coat and you're warm. And I say, Jim, where is that heat lamp, that sun? And you point straight up. But when I look at it, I point, it's over there. It's lower in my sky, even though it's still 15 feet above. Now, Austin walks over to me. It takes 6 months to get over to me. And I watch that heat lamp get higher and higher and higher, even though it's still 15 feet in the air. You watch it get lower and lower. I get warmer. You get colder. That's a demonstrable way that we can prove how seasons work. That actually works. Tilting of a ball does not create seasons. Okay. And if the sun is, 186,000 miles across, what difference does it make if it's tilted? It's still getting a direct sunlight because, supposedly all the sun rays are coming in directly. That would only make sense if it was close and we were tilted. I don't even know if that would make sense. So that is a great explanation for how seasons work. What was the other thing? Was there something else, or did you want to go, Austin?
No, I'll just address some more overall things. Like, it is a very interesting question, what's below the flat Earth, right? Like, that's obviously, but this is what normally happens with this conversation. People seem to go into it thinking the globe has no burden to substantiate their claims, and let's poke holes in the flat Earth. What's underneath 8 miles on the globe? It hasn't been verified, and their predictions were all provably wrong. Now, I do have a good explanation scientifically for what would be underneath the flat Earth. It would be, we're in a magnetic field, a giant torus field. There's a plane of inertia in the middle. It's called a block domain wall. You cannot penetrate it, which is why they couldn't keep going down. And then effectively, it would be the opposite, the other side of the magnetic field below us. As above, so below, with the fractal nature of all thing in physics. That would be my answer, but that's purely speculation. And the reason that we're flat earthers is we discovered you can't just make up stories and believe them. You can't go below 8 miles, and we don't know. And his answer to the seasons is pretty simple, right? The sun moves in the sky. They claim that the ecliptic of the sun is because the earth is tilted, but actually no, the sun just has a certain ecliptic that it moves over top of the earth, and that gives us our seasons throughout the day, which is why we have the analemma. And then we have day and night because the sun is a local light source. It doesn't light up the entire earth, and so it has a radius of light, and as it moves over the earth, it comes back around to where you get light again. So all of those things work perfect on a flat earth. And honestly, the ironic part is that if we're going to apply logic, we would establish the default position, And the default position is the Earth's not moving, that the horizon is horizontal, that water.
So, Space Cadet, you want to know why measurements are not subjective. Is that right? Hello, mic check. Mic check.
I checked and there's nobody here named Mike.
Oh, what happened to the video?
Paused it because we were going to engage in a conversation with Space Cadet Juan, who wants to know, well, has an argument that measurement is subjective, not objective.
Does he want to have a conversation in here?
Well, he asked if we could VC, so I suggested the live stream, and he's not unmuting. So are you going to unmute, Space Cadet?
Yeah, he's not server muted, so he's got the option to be able to unmute his mic and talk away.
It looks like that he was one of those NASA fanboys because of his belief that we landed on the moon, which is scientifically impossible. But hey, we don't care because I enjoy watching Star Trek. P-Dub, you are in Australia, correct?
Yes, correct. Yep.
And are you the Australian? I know Timbo's at 39 degrees south. Are you the one at 26 or 36 degrees south? I mix you guys up.
Closer to 29, I think.
So maybe it's 26, 29, and 39. Okay, I got it. Okay. Because that one time you three guys, took over the VC and it was like, hey guys, come on.
Right, yeah.
What's the name of the guy that was
Yeah.
just here? That wanted to say that measurements are subjective or something. Wasn't it
Space
that guy?
Cadet Warren? Yeah, he's just. He did mention in the lobby. I didn't see it till now. He's gone to make a coffee. I don't know if he's coming back now or not. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I figured out the Australian sunset. It's going down and to the right like it does here. It just happens entirely different times of the year than it does in the northern latitudes. So I think I got it figured out because if the sun is moving around in January when it's your summer, it would be moving around and you would be looking to the west to see a pretty sunset, and it would be going down and to the right like it does here in July in the northern latitude. So at least I got your sunsets figured out. Now I need to know about your sky. Are you gonna make me pay $1,200 to come to Australia and then $1,200 to come back just to figure out your sky for you? What's up with that, T-Dub?
I haven't made a lot of observations myself in detail.
Gotta give you guys a hard time.
Yeah. But we will actually observe the sun to go down to the left during summer. So
Okay, I have to work with this one. Now I have to, because here in the northern latitudes, when it rises in the morning, it comes toward us in the morning, it goes up and over to the right, and when it sets, it's going down to the right as well. But if we go, if the sun moves between 23.4 North Cancer and 23.4 South Capricorn, and you're at 29, it would still, if you're looking to the west, wait a minute, I get so mixed up. You wouldn't, I tell you what, I don't know about this. I gotta get a plane trip. I gotta get a plane flight. I gotta figure this one out, because it, in my mind, it still goes down to the right if you're looking to the west in Australia.
To the left.
No, it doesn't. That's a problem. Like, I mean, if you were to lend the sun, physicality and give it actuality of location, then you would say that it's a problem. It would be a problem for any type of flat Earth model that someone tried to construct in relation to the idea that the sun is circling around a central point, because in the summer it will appear to rise in the southeast and arc towards the north and then set in the southwest.
In the summer or in your winter?
In the summer.
Oh. I gotta figure this one out. I gotta figure this one out.
Yeah, the arc that the sun makes in the sky is parallel to the celestial equator, but the position of the sun shifts back and forth, so that arc moves back and forth, but it's always tilted together with the celestial equator.
I have like 12, 15 photos, videos of the sun moving away at night, and I purposely put the sun in the upper left-hand corner of the viewfinder, and it moves down to the right. I have one video. I need to get more of the sun moving toward me in the morning, and it's moving up and to the right. So I actually have documented video evidence that the sun is either coming up or going down and moving to the right in both cases. We need you guys in Australia to do something similar. When can we expect this, sir?
Are you around?
There he is.
I appear to have no sound. How do I internet? Yeah.
So Space Cadet, help us out. Measurements are subjective. In other words, they're subjective to the person viewing them, as in relativity, being relative.
I think that's a fair assessment of what I was saying.
Okay, so can you delve in a little bit more to this subjectivity of measurements?
Well, I should state that I'm not saying that all measurements are subjective.
Uh-huh.
I simply was pointing at his direct example of height. We're always growing. I just didn't think it was a good example. I'm not saying that all measurements are subjective. I think that that's a little bit too far. I simply thought that he could have used a better example.
Sure. Hey, I assume by your profile photo, Space Cadet, Space Force, all that good stuff, that you believe we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. Is that correct?
No.
You don't?
I believe that we live in an ever-expanding universe of suppose, multi-plane dimensional existence, I think that the earlier rhetoric that was spoken of, that there are only 3 dimensions, as we were discussing, is a closed-minded thought framework. I agree that there are systems in which we view reality and existence with only 3 dimensions, but if someone doesn't understand that, as I just said, that's a framework of thought for us to analyze certain pieces of information, and that other things, could potentially be looked at with more or less dimensions, then they've still got some work to do that I'm not really in the mood to help them with right now.
What is this place that we live on? What is it to you? What can you describe it for me?
Do you mean that the actual land mass of? Because once you said space.
No, is the Earth what we call the Earth or our world? Can you describe it? Does it have a shape? What is it? Is it round or is it more flat? To you, what is it?
To me, it's flat.
It is.
Yes, I'm an individual. To me, it's flat.
Okay, now you're an individual. To you, it's flat. You can't see it. Are you giving us the not Professor Dave explanation that you can't see curvature from the ground? You have to go into the sky to see it.
Doesn't make any sense. I mean, if there were a hyperbolic curvature for us to express, once again, as a framework of thought for us to analyze information, it wouldn't be relative to any individual.
So it is. So what? How would you best describe this Earth that you live on? Is it?
I live on a flat dimensional plane.
It's a flat dimensional plane. Now, flat plane sounds good. What do you mean by dimensional?
Well, the Earth were a globe to me, if I'm going to touch the words. If the Earth were a globe to me, it would mean something to me. And curvature would mean something to me, in which I would be able to use that information to, have a fiscal effect on my absolute reality, which, as I just asserted, is a flat physical plane. Does that make sense?
So if I can tie you down a little bit, you say we live on a flat physical plane that is moving throughout a universe?
I think that universe is a fair word to describe it with. I think that bringing in conversational topics of solar system makes it a bit too nuanced that I'm equipped to handle this early in the morning. It's still 5 a.m. for me. But yeah, I think that universe is a ever-expanding universe. I would assert is a fair notion to put forward.
So if I get this right, we live on a flat physical plane that is in an ever expanding universe. Is that what you're saying?
I would stand by those comments. Yep.
Okay. You guys got to help me on this one because I'm not going to doubt what your belief system is, but you said we live in a flat physical plane that's in an ever expanding universe. So are you wanting your cake and eat it too, and at the same time you want your pie and eat it too as well?
Well, I'm going to bring you right back to the beginning of your dialogue there, where you said you wouldn't question my beliefs. I live my life that I don't hold any morals or dogmas past beyond what I could know. So anything could be subject to change at any time. I'm not God. I'm not roped to any belief. So as far as I have knowledge, does that make sense? And yeah, I think that is you're gonna have to expand on why that would be having my cake and eating it too. Because I sort of understand the notion you're putting forward.
You want to live on a flat physical plane, and you want to have an ever expanding universe as well. Can you prove either one for us, please?
So it's not about want. I think once again that's a strong rhetoric to sort of like put on me as a person. I can only speak for the information that I have. You know what I mean? And I'm not, as I said, tied to any dogma. But
where do you get your information? Where do you get your information from, if I may ask?
I apply a wide array of, I talk to people, I read books, I do research on the internet.
Okay.
So I like to think that I. Go on. Seriously, I'm happy for you to lead the discussion. So what I really was saying on the matter.
So what books do you read, or what people do you listen to, as to where you get your information from? Because I'm fascinated, because I've never heard of somebody who says we live on a flat physical plane, but we also live in an ever expanding universe. It's usually one or the other, but it's not both, and that's why you're wanting your cake and eat it too, or your pie and eat it too. So what individual person and what books have you read that tells you that we live on a flat plane, and that we're in an ever expanding universe?
That is my own organic rhetoric.
Okay.
That's
Okay. Do you believe there's a God?
I do.
Do you believe there's a God?
I do.
What do you think about the Bible?
I think the Bible is a beautiful piece of history.
It's history.
It's a beautiful piece of history.
Who is God to you?
He's our creator.
It's a creator. Where in the
creator?
It's our creator. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's our creator. Where in the Bible does it say that our creator created a flat physical plane in an ever expanding universe?
It's been a while since I've picked up the Bible, so I can't give you exact reference points, but I think that off the top of my head, I would argue, and if you gave me some time to sort of put together a thoughtful discussion on it, I would argue as early as Genesis.
Oh, I'm just wondering, where you got your information from. If you can be a little more specific, because when you say we live on a flat physical plane in an ever expanding universe, tell me a little bit more about your universe. Could you do that for me? I'm really fascinated. I'm really fascinated by the fact that you said that measurements are subjective, and I'm really fascinated by.
I definitely did not say that measurements are subjective.
You said some. You said some are. Correct?
Yeah, I said regarding human growth.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that most are. And as I asserted, I definitely was not saying measurements are subjective. If I stumbled over my words there, then I'll retract that now, and I'll assert that that's ridiculous. I wasn't saying that measurements are subjective. I was saying that I didn't like his example. I think that his example of measurement was subjective. I mean, let's just backpedal there. Let's just backpedal and just go on to that one moment, and then we'll get back to the real topic.
And what is
the same height? Your exact.
And what is the real topic we're talking about right here? Can you fill me in?
You've asked me what my rhetoric on the space that we inhabit and denote as reality looks like. Is that fair?
Yeah. Can you describe our ever-expanding universe? Is it within a solar system, and are we in motion around the sun?
I mean, I'm not astute or high aptitude in science.
Okay.
I would hate to get hunkered down from the conversation from a lack of aptitude. Though I will say that if there is movement, it would all be moving, and therefore revolving around the sun would once again be a poor example of objective measurement because it would be subjective measurement. Do you understand what I'm saying there?
Do you know of anything for sure about this place that you live on and what's going on around you and where we're traveling around and what an ever-expanding universe is? Do you have any notion, or is it all subjective?
I literally just said the opposite of that. I'm a bit confused here as to why this conversation's going down a more interrogatory pathway.
No, I'm fascinated by the flat physical plane in an ever-expanding universe. And if somebody asked me my belief system or what I know, I could pretty much tell them in 5 minutes, and not a problem. And maybe in 2 minutes I could probably tell them. But you've come in here to something that I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, which is a flat physical plane in an ever-expanding universe. Do you know how silly that is?
Well, that's your subjective opinion, Jim. And I've been in here many times, and I've listened to you actually, and I've listened to Trinity, and I've listened to most of your rhetoric. And if you actually take it back on the live stream, you'll listen to me say that this isn't a belief system. So this conversation's not going to go very far if you keep asserting that, like I'm claiming to know these things that other people don't know, or I have the secrets of the universe. Because I'm not proposing anything like that, no, whatsoever. And I did say that this isn't someone else's rhetoric. I said it's my organic thought process, and that I'm still definitely exploring the potential of what that means or could mean. Calling it silly, I think is a little bit reductive. I didn't say if you would like to actually welcome to attack any individual point I've made. If you think that living on a flat dimensional plane was a too abstract thing to say, or you think it's incorrect, that's fine. Or if you think that an ever-expanding universe is
in an ever-expanding universe, living on a flat dimensional plane is insanity. Why do you believe that?
Okay.
Are you on any marijuana drugs right now that you're talking to us?
I'm absolutely not, Jim. And I will ask that you stop being so inflammatory with your dialogue, because I'm trying to have a discussion here, and I feel like you're being quite pervasive in the way that you're sort of just attacking my entire conversation without really giving any points as to why you would refute them.
I bet y'all drinking that wine too, ain't you? Just smoking them tweeds and everything.
If Creation Bear came on and asked me my belief system, what I know about our place that we live here, I could tell him very quickly, and it would make sense from one standpoint versus the ever-expanding universe, globe going around the sun and all that stuff. I could be able to explain to him within 2 minutes what I know, what my belief system is, and you're telling me that we live on a flat dimensional plane in an ever-expanding universe.
You asked me what my personal opinions were, and I gave my personal opinions.
Cool.
And if you want to go around and challenge people's personal opinions, I mean, that's completely your right to, but you should at least have a little bit more to say than, that's ridiculous. I mean, especially that you keep asserting that these are my beliefs and it's my belief system, and I very strongly stated, it's not my belief system. You're asking my opinions. And I think that it's fair to say, I mean, a large proportion of the human race doesn't give a shit. So for someone to be taking any kind of interest and you to just be saying, that's ridiculous, you're insane, this and that, the other thing.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Space Cadet, your belief system is insane because you have nothing to back it up with. When you come in here, when you come in,
for you to ask someone to have a thoughtful discussion and then to simply get offended and attack them because you're clearly
when you
offended.
come into a flat Earth server, stationary plane server, whatever you want to call it, and you say that you live on a flat physical plane and that in an ever-expanding universe, that may be the most insane thing I have ever heard. And I've heard a lot of insane things, like we live on a tilted, wobbly, spinning, curvy, bendy ball through the vacuum of outer space.
Is this a server for open-minded discussion?
We want you to come in here and defend your belief system and not say things that are nuts. So, guys,
this is actually ridiculous.
CB, I'm basically done with this nut job. Whoever wants to take over is fine with me.
That's totally fine, mate. You don't really have anything to say, so.
I do. I'm trying to figure out what you're
trying to find a piece of dogma that you can stick your hooks into and attack. The issue here is that you can't really find that, and you're even perpetrating that I have some sort of belief system that contradicts your own when I don't, and I've actually asserted that from the very beginning of the thought discussion. And the fact that you're actually not even capable of conducting yourself within a thought discussion, a creative thought discussion that you might not even agree with, actually shows how close-minded you are. Because
well, let's be clear. What are we talking about here?
We're for open-minded discussion.
Hey, Space Cadet, you're triggered. Drink some water, bro. It'll be okay.
Not triggered at all, mate. You didn't really say anything.
Let's be clear. Are you talking about something that are you confirming? Are you affirming that what you're saying is the case, or is it a speculation?
And I said that from the very start. He said, "What's your belief system about, about the globe and the flat Earth?" Basically, just going to layman's for a moment.
So it's admittedly just a belief.
I literally said it's not a belief, bro. I literally said if I were to have an opinion, right, though I have an organic rhetoric that I am doing creative thinking on, okay, it doesn't mean I believe this as my reality, bro. The fact that you actually can't differentiate between the two is slightly concerning.
Okay, so you're just throwing around ideas.
Absolutely.
So you don't necessarily feel like you have to defend it.
Absolutely. I mean, I would happily defend it if it was a creative, thoughtful discussion. You know what I mean? And no one felt like their personal belief system was being attacked, because then it comes into sort of like dogma and emotions, and people just get too tied into the conversation, as I feel that Jim just was. He wants to help me, but there's nothing to really help. Does that make sense?
I think I can help you out a little bit. I think I could help you out just a little bit. What I was hearing was, and I use this analogy all the time, if you want to create a sword and take it into battle, you might want to make sure it's, what do they call it? Bird? I want to make sure that steel is tested and strong. And so I think that's what we do to people. If you come here to this server and you claim, hey, I might be on your guys' side of things, tempered, yeah. So we're gonna put the heat on and test the metal. And so don't feel like you're being attacked.
That because I've had a gold tag before, and I explained to the mod that I spoke to straight away when I rejoined that I take breaks from social media and all platforms. And why that was, and personal matters to me. So that's the only reason I've been half jokingly saying, give me my FB tag back, because of exactly what you just said, where when someone's unknown in the server, they are constantly tested. So, and I was trying to participate in some discussions last few days, and I feel like there has been some light straw manning going on because of my Mac attack.
It was you and I that spoke about. You sent me a DM about that.
Yeah. I'm not saying it like I've come in here without ever having a tag and this, that, the other thing, and give me an FE tag so I control you. You know.
Were you previously known as Wave?
Wave? No, I don't think I've ever used that handle, my friend. My last one in here is in Arabic, and I can't remember what the heck.
Oh, okay.
I've translated it like a simple, it was like hello or something like that, but I've spelt it like an idiot. Trying to pull it up so that I could show CB. I just like... The server's popping, bro. I tried to give it a go, and I just gave up after a minute, you know what I'm saying? But I've certainly never been banned here. Well, I've been in detention many a time for swearing, but I've never been banned for
Did you say you had a gold tag?
Yeah, I did. I've had a gold tag twice. Yeah. I've had a blue tag, a silver tag a few times as well. Yeah. The only tag I really like is the kangaroo one, to be honest.
Hey, Creation Bear, can you come on VC for a sec, please?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you believe this guy? What he's saying?
I don't know. I'm still new. Like, I know we've been talking in the chat. We had some DMs. I don't know who you are, bro. I'm just be totally honest. And you were asking for roles and stuff. Do you know who I am? Let's see. I don't know. Like, have we spoken before?
But we haven't spoken at length, like a couple of times on VC. Yeah.
When you were gold, like
the one person I would say should recognize my voice, I would hope, is Trinity. But yeah.
Recognize I feel like I'm pretty good with voices, but I don't.
Mary should recognize my voice as well, actually.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's all we would need to do to verify that you were previously here is just somebody that recognizes your voice. Personally, I don't. No offense or anything. I just familiar.
It's been about a year since I was in the server as well.
A year?
It's been a long break this time. Yeah.
Well, like I said in DMs, it's good to take breaks. I won't, grill you for that. So, but I would just say, like, look, I mean, the little verbal spar you just had with Jim there, I think is a healthy thing, and like, it's not a fight. It's like training. So we want to train people up. I guess if you were gold, you probably are already somewhat familiar, but I would probably ask about this expanding universe thing. That is pretty interesting. I think that was the crux of the issue.
Yeah, I definitely noticed that, but it's hard to sort of provide like a congruent discussion, like when the questions are flying so fast.
Well, I have another question. Sorry, I hate to fly off with another question, but it is about the same thing. Like, so for me, I'll just give my hot 2 cents here. I don't see the Earth as a object embedded in a larger space. I see the Earth as the large space. And so, are you saying that? Like, what would your position be? Are you saying that like the expanding universe is the larger space that the Earth exists within?
We're creating it, bro. Get hella real with you for a second.
Right.
Go and do some geography, bro. You guys look at so much history, man, and like if you actually go and look at geography and you're like, these maps don't make any friggin' sense. It's like the reality is, my bro, there's 4 times the amount of people that were here over let's say couple thousand years ago. But realistically, it's less than that. I'm just being generous because I don't want to be questioned on my math. How is that possible? Like, how are we even fitting here? You know, like if you actually go and look at the maps and you do some calculations on the geography, you'll realize there's so much land that didn't exist earlier. There's actually more here than was once here, and like you were just saying, we are the pinnacle of existence, of reality. So, how is that possible? Isn't that interesting?
CB, I have a real. And I'll shut up. CB, I have a real hard time believing somebody was a gold in this server who believed we live on a flat physical plane in an ever-expanding universe. I'll be quiet.
Well, the thing is that I very strongly thought that I don't know shit, Jim. And maybe that's why, bro.
It's rather obvious you don't know. I'm not going to use that word. It's rather obvious you don't know. CB, it's yours.
Discord might be acting up fun. Can you guys hear me okay?
That you know shit, Jim?
I think we just like to hold people accountable for the most part. But I don't know.
That's
Did you
totally fair.
did you answer the question? Though?
He
I mean,
seems
about
to be very strict.
you guys don't have to get along.
Sorry?
It's fine. But I was curious about that answer. Like, do you see the Earth as an object within a larger space?
Yes, but as I agreed with you, I believe that we are the root of the space.
I'm sorry. Could you say that one more time?
So I believe that like we are on the land that is the root of all space, of all reality.
So what is expanding then exactly?
Space
Would
itself,
be expanding. Whoa.
Yeah.
So I guess I would go back to my question. Because my take is that, and not everyone in this panel has to agree with this, but people tend to look at the Earth as an object, say like a rock, if you will, within a large space called outer space. I don't agree with that. I see the Earth as the large space. So what you're saying is that
You're not
it
understanding
is.
what I'm saying, bro.
That's what I'm asking.
We are the large space, bro. And space.
Then so
the outer
when you
space,
say,
no, no, no,
excuse me,
let
hold on.
Let me speak for a moment.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What I'm saying is there is no space. Earth is the place.
I'm completely aware of what you're saying, my bro.
When I ask you what's expanding, you say, well, space is expanding. So how can the Earth be?
Completely aware, bro. Completely aware. We don't have to agree, do we? Like you just said.
Oh, I'm not trying to agree or disagree. I just want to get your position on this.
Okay, well, I'm trying to give it to you, my bro. I'm trying to give it to you.
I've already asked the question several times. I don't think you get the answer properly. So
you're not even letting me fucking respond at this point.
I want a specific. I've already asked the question 3 times. You haven't answered it. So
I have. I said.
Well, you contradicted yourself.
Space, bro. Can I say a sentence?
Mute up. I'll give you your piece, but I'd like an actual answer, please.
Agree that we are the root of the space. Okay. I disagree.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Root of the space.
You literally won't stop interrupting me.
No, well, I'm allowed to because I'm trying to moderate the room here. So, what do you mean by
moderating?
the root of the
Asking
space?
someone a question and then repeating.
Well, I can moderate you out of the room. So, but I'm just curious.
If you want to, mate, that's completely.
I don't want to. I'd like you to answer the question. What is the root? What do you say?
I can't get more than 4 words then without being interrupted.
Well, I'd like to know what those 4 words mean. So, when you say we're the root of the space, what the hell does that mean?
In your own words, you just said your belief, Earth is it.
Correct.
And I'm saying, I think, Earth was it. I think that we, are the proponents for expansion.
What?
And in my opinion, there is space. Like you said, we don't have to agree on things. That's my position.
There's a 0% chance that you were a gold member here. 0.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think there's anyone. I don't think there's anyone in this panel that believes in outer space Narnia plus flat Earth. They don't go together. They're not compatible whatsoever.
I'm aware, mate. I'm completely aware.
How are you a gold member? I'm not buying that anymore.
I don't actually care. Like, I actually don't care if you.
Okay, well, like, let's go through the panel. Does anyone want to speak up and agree that the Earth is?
You guys seem like really offended. Like,
why would I be offended?
Well, then why do you keep sort of stipulating on that one point, which I've said that I don't care about? Like,
that is the crux of the issue. I think that's the crux of the issue.
I said that I was a gold member. What?
That doesn't fine. You can say whatever you want, but I'm calling cap. Basically, we're just calling cap.
Stop the cap. You're completely welcome to.
Okay, well, I mean, if we can confirm that, that's fine. But that's not the issue here. I'm just more concerned with where you're getting this idea that the Earth plus outer space is a.
Are you saying that?
Hold
on for a moment. So, can I ask you a question? Are you saying that I'm not allowed to believe that in this server?
You can believe whatever you want. I'm just trying to. It seems like there's some loose threads. I'm trying to might be some contradictions. So I'm just trying to make sure that you're consistent here. So. Oh, if the Earth is in an outer space, you're saying the outer space is expanding. That's what you're saying. So the Earth is like a what kind of object would the Earth be then? Like, is it a disk or some type of object base, or how does that work? The third from the sun,
I think that I understand your question. Yeah. It's an interesting one. Definitely valid for what I'm saying. Definitely valid to question that for what I'm saying. I think that it's going to inflame the conversation, but
Why don't you draw something
I think
for us?
that
Why don't you open
hyperdimensional
up?
theory would state that we can be flat and also live in an ever-expanding universe, bro.
So then, would the Earth be moving then? Do you say the Earth moves?
No, everything else moves outward from the Earth.
Do you think you could draw something for us, like a quick MS Paint or just something you could whip up, just a rough draft of what you're saying? 'Cause I'd like to see a visual of what you're kind of describing. So I have my own ideas of what you're saying, but I don't want to like steel man what you're saying. I don't want to straw man you. So
Yeah.
do you think you could draw
I can
something for us,
try.
just briefly? Okay, maybe you could draw it on paper and take a picture, or go to your
I've
MS
gone on
Paint or.
Draw.io, but
Okay, cool. That'll work. Yeah, just draw something up for us, and I want to see what you mean when you're saying that the Earth is not moving within an outer space. I don't know how that would work. Is it just floating, or is it on something?
It sounds like some flat Earth society stuff.
Try it.
Wouldn't Earth have to be falling as
Yeah.
well?
Yeah. Well,
what did he say?
Well, it does sound a little bit like someone who's not a genuine flat earther. That's what they would say. But if you're, I mean, it's fine. If that's what you
Yeah.
believe.
Okay, this is fair.
That's fair.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Let's get that drawing. I don't want to distract you from your drawing, so go ahead. Just draw it up for us so we can all see what you mean, and then we can more further dissect it without just. We don't want to strawman what you're saying here. So, because I have my own ideas, and I'm sure other guys are hearing things as well. So let's just get it on the table, and then we'll take a look. Well, we can wait.
Might take me like
Your music on.
15, bro.
So CB, just so I can get a little bit of info. So this guy, Space Cadet Yawn, believes that the Earth is flat, but there's space. Is that right?
No, I believe that space is like a different like dimension, bro. So it's like they can't actually subsist next to each other.
That's very interesting.
Space is another dimension.
Correct. Yeah. Think about it like this, bro. Can you exist in space? Actually, can I just ask
Yes.
if you would like to?
I
Like,
do. I do exist in space.
outside of
Just not outer space.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with it. If you would like to engage in a creative thought discussion with me, where the Earth is a globe, okay, we could assume. We don't need to assume under those like constraints, a human being can't exist in outer space, can they?
Are we abandoning the drawing? Because remember,
I
nobody
am doing
knows.
the drawing. No, I'm still doing the drawing, dude. Like I'm doing the drawing while we talk.
So it's like the more you talk, the more confused people get, which means the more the conversation breaks down. That's not your intention, right?
Not at all.
Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree with Elijah. Go ahead and focus on that drawing first, and then we'll put that on the table. Then we can ask better questions, perhaps. Because right now we're just gonna. Because I'm over here thinking about some platform in space, or I don't know, man. So I want to see what you mean first, and then we can discuss. But it's interesting for sure.
Yeah, I find this ever expanding universe just truly, you know. Never mind. Hey, Elijah, how you doing?
Well, I am going to just throw this out there for you guys to think about while I complete the drawing. Okay, if a dimension is made up of 3 different things, width, length, and height, okay, and that's judged under a framework of metric of measurement that we've defined as human beings, and we've all agreed upon, and that's all great and well, okay, and that's how we define a reality, right? This is pretty fair. And like Elon Musk, under the globy bullshit, wants to go to Mars, right? Now, does Mars obey the same metrics of height, length, width that Earth does? If you go and do some research, you'll find very quickly that no, it doesn't. So if there were humans on Earth and there were humans on Mars, and they were living under 2 different constraints of a dimension, there's more than one dimension of reality, like,
What?
isn't it? Or, sorry, framework. That would become a hyperdimensional reality. There's more than one reality at that point, isn't there?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
An awful lot of assumptions.
I don't think you think that I've just it's an assumption whatsoever. You could go and research it yourself. Right.
Usually when we, Usually, when we kind of, ask someone if they understand something, it's analogous to what they may have experienced before. So we're trying to understand what you're trying to relate to us, and you're asking us to imagine something else we've never experienced. We don't. I'm honestly, I'm very confused.
Yeah, for you to say that you know what Mars is and the dimensions and how that works,
I didn't
that
say, I
confuses
never said
me
that
as
I
well.
knew, bro. Okay, I'm getting actually. I am starting to get tilted. I am starting to get a bit of trigger. I never said I knew. I said if we think under the Globy framework. I literally said that, bro. I said under
We're
the
talking about
framework. Stop
hyperdimensions
shoving
and stuff
words
like
into my
that.
mouth.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
You were the one who
yeah.
said
I'm
hyperdimensions, bro.
crazy.
Come on,
Okay,
dude.
yeah, I did. I literally did, bro.
Wait, that's
Actually, think
crazy.
about it for more than 2 seconds. Okay.
Oh, that's
Stay ignorant,
that's
bro.
wild.
I don't give a fuck. Really.
How am I ignorant for like your weird hypothetical? Wow,
It's
dude.
not a weird hypothetical, mate. Like,
That's...
there's literally a large amount of money on this planet going towards the notion of living on Mars, bro. And if you go and look up, I did say operating under the Globy theory.
He did say
still be,
planet.
you would still be within the
planet
same.
too. He did say planet too. So I want you to know
You would
that.
still
Yeah,
be
I
within
said
the
this
same.
conversation is operating under the Globy theory,
And
bro.
that, I
Like,
understand that, but
like,
you, from my understanding, you would be still within the same realm. You don't leave reality to poof into another dimension when you go to quote Mars.
okay,
If that was even possible.
Do the Globies claim time operates under the same metric on Mars as it does on Earth?
Well, they can say whatever
Yes or
they
no?
want. It's a freaking video game.
Then
It's
you
like
can't have the
DLC. They can
conversation,
just
bro.
download
If
whatever
you're
they
gonna be
want.
you're going to be that dismissive, then you can't have
How
the
are
conversation.
how are you trying to say like, oh well, it
Said
has
that
to be
my
this way in their
hyperdimensional notion
story?
is like ridiculous, but that is literally what the Globies are saying that they're creating. So it's just like
No, they're not.
Well,
We're still waiting on that drawing as well. So it's yeah.
literally,
Yeah, as a matter of fact, quantum mechanics is about or is it quantum mechanics? We do know that the natural laws they work the same everywhere in the known universe, meaning everything that we can experience and probably things that we can look out to. So for you to say that there will be things that will work differently is kind of sounding like you're saying that there would be different natural laws. Obviously, because we've only experienced the ones that we live under, we wouldn't be able to understand that. Nor would we understand people positing something other than what we all experience as reality.
You're literally wrong.
So if you're gonna go ahead and
Literally wrong, bro.
do,
They don't
so if you're
say
gonna
that
go,
the constraints
if
of
you're gonna
science
go
are
ahead,
the same.
why are you
You're
interrupting me?
literally trying to say that the constraints of
Why are you
physics are the
interrupting
same
me
on
though?
Mars as they are in English, but they're not. You're literally just. Could you give me a
Do
reference?
you want to?
Give me
Do
a
you want to
reference
get
where they
muted?
say on
Do you want to
Mars
get
it's
muted?
the
I
same as
didn't interrupt you.
If you want to
You're
go back to
getting
sitting in silence, mute me, bro. Go
all
ahead.
right. All right. Yeah, you're gonna get muted.
It's too late. I don't know why he's just triggered right now, but he's acting like this dude in this chat. Look at the chat, dude. This is what he sounds like right now.
Where's the
Crazy, bro.
drawing at? Like it
Yeah,
went
bro, hurry up.
from it went from doing the drawing to what do you not have anything? It's like someone who's like I'm rich and then you get to the dinner and then the dinner you're eating the dinner and it's like all right well the bill's coming. It's like bro
I did
what's
tell
all
you
this
it would
weird
take me
shit?
10 to 15
You're
minutes
trying
to
to
do a
run to the
drawing. I don't know
bathroom.
why
Still,
you're
you're just
triggered.
rumpusing. You've been muted this whole time. You've just been talking. So hurry up with your drawing.
Okay.
Post it in the chat,
If you're
please.
gonna
Why
mute
is
me,
this taking
then
so
the
long?
conversation's over, bro. If you
Bro, do your drawing. Why is it? what a
I disconnected him then. Bye. I mean
loser.
it's ridiculous.
You
I
little
mean
weasel! Look at you, you little fucking weasel! I can see it in your eyes. You're a fucking bitch.
I'm so
Dude,
sorry, guys.
what is the hell? Not you. That was to him. But it's like, dude, what? How? We're not asking for a Picasso here, bro. What? Oh, that's so dumb. Nah.
Hey, thanks for rescuing me because I didn't. It's just like flat physical plane in an ever expanding universe, guys. I got nowhere to go with that one. Oh my goodness.
Well, it would require the plane to be expanding as well.
Hey guys, just give me a regular globe believer, please. I want to use your guys' 3 questions. I'm ready for 8-inch per mile square drop over distance and rotation of the Earth and the second law of thermodynamics and whatever else we throw into the conversation. But it's like, guys, flat physical plane in an ever expanding universe. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So shout out to Dagaz who shared with me a video that goes into this idea that dimensions are these singular planes of existence or realms of existence within which things could exist, conscious beings, and it's a misnomer because dimension is just like a measurement of this is what the video presents, that dimension is just simply a measurable aspect of a single reality, the only reality that we experience, right? And that this whole philosophy, this idea of an extra dimension, to our reality, it doesn't postulate it as an encompassing thing. It's like these extra levels of existence, and it all comes from occultism, and these weird philosophical ideas of other realms and other places we could exist, or other beings could exist. It's a really good video. I'll share it.
Well, you almost were going to the weeds like Space Cadet was.
No, this video, I think it is globy kind of oriented. It doesn't really go into the shape of the Earth or anything, but I sort of get the feeling that the guy that has made the film is a glober, but it's still a really good breakdown of the history behind, the whole idea of fourth and fifth and other dimensions, and how it's just pseudoscientific garbage.
I'm on DMs with Rob Parks, Professor Parks, because I keep telling him that his belief system could be satanic, and so outer space, planet, all that stuff. So he goes, when are you going to come on my show so we can talk about this? Because you keep saying it's satanic. And it's like, okay, when? So next couple of weeks before his school starts back up. I'm telling you guys, this stuff, this spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space is so scientifically impossible. I have no clue why anybody believes this crap, man. I mean, it is total garbage. And I tell you what, all of us believe this for so much of our lives. I can't believe we actually did. But anyway, we didn't have a choice, so now we do.
So yeah, I posted that video. I highly recommend watching it.
Where'd you post it at, sir?
In the live stream voice text
Oh, you did?
at 33 past the hour.
Oh, I'm in the wrong place. I'm stupid. Anyway, I heard they took a poll and they found out that Australians are like are like 2.5 times smarter than the average American. Have you heard about that poll?
Sorry, what? No, I think you'd really enjoy that film, Jim. I think it's up your alley.
Okay, so 33 minutes after the hour, I finally found the right place, and oh, there it is. Oh, Dispelling Dimensional Madness. Oh my goodness.
Yep, that's the one.
Dispelling Dimensional Madness. Oh, this is going to be deep. I can tell this is going to be deep already.
All right, look, all right, guys, we got our friend back. Please, Guy, I don't want to confuse the panel any further. We don't want to straw man you. I don't want to mute you. Elijah's gone, so if you have beef with him, he's out of here. I think we had a
I don't have
fairly
beef
decent
with
discussion.
anyone. I don't
Please,
have beef
just,
with
just,
anyone. But if
please,
someone speaks
please,
to me,
to
Christian
avoid.
Beth,
Hold
I'm
on,
going
hold
to
on,
respond.
hold on. I'm trying to do a little bit of moderation here.
Okay.
For the sake of this conversation, stop typing, stop talking. The drawing, finish it up, post it, and then we'll continue on. The only reason why this has turned into chaos is because you brought up other topics while we asked you to do this one thing that you said you would do. So, can you just do that
Really
first
fair,
and
but
not
if
be distracted?
someone's going to
You
speak to me, like, I'm
said
going
you
to
would. You
respond.
had
You know
no
what I
issue
mean?
with it. So
Yeah. Okay,
we
sir.
can do a little bit of. We can talk amongst ourselves while you work on that. That's no
Really?
problem.
No, I'm just saying. I'm
So
just
just
saying,
go
giving
ahead and
you
please, you're
information.
too distracted.
They
You're
ask
too
me
distracted.
questions,
So
bro.
Sky,
I'm
you're too
literally
distracted,
doing it
bro.
while we're speaking,
You're,
and you're telling me
okay,
I'm distracted. Are
chill
you
out.
mentally well,
Chill
bro?
out. I want you to be distracted. So please finish. It's been like over 15 minutes now. So I don't know. We're not asking for a Picasso here. Just something, a quick visual so people can see. This is painful at this point. So please just hurry up. We'll do a little bit of back chatter. We'll check in with the panel, but you can either post it to someone in DMs or I can give you image perms. Just let me know when you're finished. It doesn't have to be perfect. We just want to see what you mean so we can not straw man you, as I said earlier. So thank you. I really appreciate that. We'll check in with the panel. I see Bacon has joined recently. Globe Earther, how are you? And then Yay.
I'm well.
Also joined.
Thank you.
Good. Glad to have you, man.
Thank you.
Were you? Was anything stood out about our conversation, or?
Oh, I just joined.
Okay. All right. No problem. Well. Cool. I don't want to address you, Sky, until you're finished. I'm not making demands. I asked very nicely if you would put together a visual for us. You said you would. You said, "Oh yeah, I can go to Draw.io and put it together for you." You gave me 10
I'm
minutes.
literally doing it, dude.
Now I'm a bad person for demanding you to do the thing you said you would do for us
No,
voluntarily.
I
So
was quite clear, like muting me to not answer people
muted for
asking me
that.
questions.
You weren't muted for that. You were muted by Elijah for rumpusing. He's the lead moderator. He's above me. So just now,
Okay.
but
Well, I'm just explaining.
I
That's
want you to
why
focus.
was saying
I
I'm
want
not
you to
finishing it.
focus. I don't even know if you started it. That's the thing. It's been, I don't know how long has it been now. So
I got distracted as you've just asserted.
oh, that's why I'm telling you stop. Just I don't want you to get distracted. Please, can you hurry this up?
Actually, I'm gonna make it more basic. Yeah, no. Give me literally 30 seconds. I'm deleting a bunch of shit. Why are you getting
Wow,
so
it doesn't have to
exasperated
be
on me,
perfect,
friend?
brother. It doesn't have to be perfect,
I've been
brother.
literally
Guy's not
saying give me
drawing
30
nothing.
seconds.
He's
Shut
not
up.
drawing nothing. He's drawing breath.
If you actually think I'm trolling, seek help. I picked him.
You could just post it, bro.
You want me to
This
DM
is-
it to you?
You can DM it to me for now. That's
I'm
fine.
literally
I'll
like,
post it.
why are you every 3 seconds going, when is it coming?
Because you said you
You're
would do
a
it.
patient
When
size.
I could
Really.
whip up a quick drawing for you in
totally
30
am.
seconds of my position.
Because you was
of
act like
reality.
20 minutes
There you go.
ago.
I gave you a 30-second drawing. I was
Okay,
trying
let's
hard.
take a look. All right, let me post this in the chat so we can take a look.
Oh, you're about to get Helen triggered. It was going to be better than
Who?
that, but you guys won't wait.
This is pretty good. This is way
Yeah.
better. I thought you were just gonna draw something. This is much better than I was expecting. But let's take a look. So we've got. I posted in the chat. Do you want to explain this for us? So, kind of give us a quick breakdown.
Right, so in the Bible, as it says, once upon a time, God gave us earth. And He made us, and there was fuck all. Okay? As we've collectively expanded our consciousness, a bunch of shit that
would I have a question? Why would 10 miles be flat if I measure flat and I see and I observe flat? Why would be flat?
Hey, we got sound on the stream again.
Why,
You asking
if
me,
I
Sasha?
observe and measure 10 miles flat, yeah, and everybody, why would the distance, if I measure the distance 10 miles, observes the distance 10 miles, and measure it's 10 miles flat, why would it be flat?
Why would it be flat?
Can you answer?
Was that the end of your question?
Yeah, why would be flat if I measure 10 miles flat? Why would be flat then?
Because you measured it.
Okay.
Why? But do you trust
okay.
it?
Now,
if I measure something to be flat, do you trust it, or do you say that I'm wrong because you think that it must be curving just so little that it's hard to detect?
Well, no, bro. If you measure something as flat, it's flat.
How do you know it's flat?
If I show you 10 miles flat,
I don't know that it's flat if you measured it's flat, bro. Like, I don't.
Okay,
I'm not really understanding the question.
If I show you 10 miles flat, do you believe me? You will see it. I can
No,
see.
I'm gonna do my own test, bro.
Yeah.
I go check for myself, bro.
Yeah, okay, of course. There is Santa Barbara, 2 oil rigs. You can go there. People made videos also. You can, if you don't trust them. And there is a 10 miles oil rig, 9 miles something, and there is behind horizon, and between it's ocean all the time, and
We're
it's
not
flat.
arguing the Earth is flat, Sasha. I think you came in a little bit late, my friend.
No. I'm saying it only. I'm only saying
Sorry if I
for
misunderstood your point.
we are live, you know. People are listening, you know. It's all right. You know.
Okay.
Even if you're whatever you think. What do you think?
Yeah.
Why that? Because Earth is flat or because Earth is a globe?
I'm sorry, I actually don't understand your question.
Do you?
Why?
What is your opinion about the shape of the Earth? Sorry.
Oh yeah, I just said it, but I interrupted you rudely. Like, yeah, like we don't need to discuss this because I see the Earth as flat, bro.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait. You would say the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess in order to further clarify, then, would you also say that? Okay, is flat level or is Jesus Christ? All right, so I mean, because you've been sounding to me like you were arguing on the globe side. So
Yeah, I know,
I'm a little bit.
There was some communication breakdown. Did you see my diagram? Everyone's been trolling. You might get a laugh out of it. There you go. That's what
I mean,
think.
why were you arguing so much with Timbo about this?
Me and Miguel had gotten into a conversation where, to answer the question I was asked, I drew on the heliocentric model to give an example of what the common belief is. And my point to that was, star discovery, without getting hunkered down on that. And Timbo kind of wanted to query, like, individual pieces of, like, the heliocentric model, of, like, why I believe that. But it's sort of, I wasn't saying that I believe the heliocentric model. I was saying that I do think that the whole star discovery thing, that's regardless of if you think of the heliocentric model or not, it's like if you get a telescope and you spend the next 30 years, like, you might get lucky and you might discover a star, bro, and you get to name it. Like, that's a thing. It's a thing that happens in life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just simply said, what does star discovery have to do with the shape of the Earth? That's how it started.
Okay.
That's not how it started at all. It was halfway through the conversation, but sure.
Well, that's how my conversation started. That was the first words I said. Yeah.
No, there's so many individual lights in the sky, like that clearly they can't all be named. Like, especially when you get better telescopes and so on, it doesn't mean anything about an expansion of the universe. It means an expansion of your visual acuity.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. That's a fair statement. And he did have a point there. He did have a point. I'm not saying he didn't. It was just the way that he asked. It wasn't very fluid to the conversation, I feel. Like, you know, if you're asking someone why they think something or where they've drawn something from, like if you understand, like you realize that they're incorrect in the stem of their thought process, you don't really need to like halt them and be like, do you
Why
realize
not?
that you're an idiot?
I didn't say that. When did I say that?
You know, the poignant question.
I said, what does?
Didn't
I
really-
came in nicely, and I said, what do discovering stars have to do with the shape of the Earth? I never called you an idiot once.
Right, and I didn't say that they had anything to do with the shape of the Earth, even though
Yeah,
I was still
I
wrong.
know.
No,
So
no,
why
no,
are you saying that
bro,
I called you
no,
an
okay,
idiot?
seriously, bro, I'm not going to respond to you. Like, if you can't, I'm trying to be respectful
Why?
and listen to you speak.
Why did
If you
you
can't not
say?
interrupt me,
Why
we're
did you
just done.
say
We're
that
done
I called you
interacting
an
that way.
idiot? Why did you say that I called you an idiot?
Well, because when you're constantly interrupting someone and not letting them finish their sentence,
Because you're talking
while
shit,
trying
mate.
to have a conversation, well, so why are
Can
you
you
wasting your,
say
why are
that?
you
Can you
wasting your
admit
breath
that you're
talking to
being
me, bro?
dishonest?
I'm not
Can
being
you
dishonest
admit that you're
whatsoever.
being dishonest? Well, you
What have
said
I
I
been
called you an
dishonest about?
idiot. You said I called you an idiot.
Yep, that's my paraphrasement of
So I
what
didn't
you
say
were
it.
communicating.
So I didn't say
So I
it.
wasn't dishonest at all.
Yeah, you were. Did I say it?
Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy.
So you are being dishonest.
Okay, buddy. I could argue that you're being dishonest with your intention, but you know.
How? Go for it. How?
Okay, buddy.
See? You made another claim and you can't back it up. You're full of shit, mate.
All right. You're entitled to your subjective opinions, mate, and so am I.
I know. That's why I'm giving them.
Yeah. Maybe if you let someone finish speaking, someone would give a shit.
Well, I'm going to call someone out when they say the wrong thing. You said
Well,
I
you're not
called you an
actually
idiot,
calling-
so I called you out and said, when did I say that? And you can't actually tell me. That means you're lying. That means you're being dishonest. That means you're talking shit.
That's actually not how the world works, bro, and it's not how linguistics work. But if that's how you want to feel,
Okay, so
then
how
I
do
don't care about your feelings, Timbo.
linguistics? No, but you made up a feeling that I
No, I
called
didn't.
you an
I
idiot.
actually
You
already.
did.
So, do you know what paraphrasing is? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, where did the word idiot come from? Because that's not how linguistic works, is it?
Do you know? What
You just claimed that's
paraphrasing
how
is?
linguistics works. Did
Are
I
capable
call
of
you an
having a
idiot or not?
conversation? You don't. You
Did
just
I call you an
absolutely
idiot
shoving
or
words and
not?
ideas down someone's throat. Do you
Did
know
I
what
call
paraphrasing
you?
is?
You're a moron, man. Did I call you an
You're a
idiot or
moron for
not?
engaging with someone that you think's a moron, bro. Keep wasting your own time. Oh,
Great.
irony.
Listen to you, man. You're losing your shit. Tell me when I called you an
I'm
idiot.
enjoying the dialogue, to be honest, but it's fine.
Tell me
You
when
can
I
just
called you an
assume that I'm
idiot.
feeling whatever way that you think that I'm feeling.
Tell me when I called you an idiot.
I've already answered that.
Okay, so
you're
your
sounding like quite
feelings.
the broken record. I never said anything about my
feelings.
feelings. I never said anything about my feelings.
Well,
Timbo.
when.
Right?
Okay,
Are you
so
talking to yourself? Or are you actually
you-
listening to a word that's coming out of my mouth? Because it doesn't sound like you're responding to anything, so I don't really feel like we're even discussing. Thanks, mate.
Alright, so I'm going to mute you until you tell me when I called you an idiot and if you made it up. Now, I'll unmute you. Now, you tell me when I called you an idiot and if you made up that I called you an idiot. Okay?
Hey, Timbo.
Yeah.
So what I find interesting, I did not hear you call him an idiot. And I spoke up because I noticed if you look in his profile, he's got a hexadecimal code in there. And the first thing it says is, I am an idiot. And I think it says, why are you reading this? So I didn't hear you call him an idiot, but I do recall reading in his profile that he claims that he's an idiot.
Yeah, I came on calmly, asked him a few questions, and then he paraphrased and admitted paraphrasing that I called him an idiot, and then went on to say that that was because of my feelings. I don't understand that.
Well, he tries to bring up linguistics, and I guess he's trying to be a cunning linguist, but evidently he's just a master debater.
Is he still in the chat? I'm trying to unmute him, but he's gone.
Oh, good ones. He's listening on the YouTube server just to see what we're saying.
There he is.
I was gonna try to be funny, but then I know you guys getting serious.
Okay, there you go. You're unmuted. Can you tell me when I called you an idiot? Or no?
I've already stipulated why I used that word, and if you would really like to hunker down, did you use the word idiot? I've already stipulated that I was paraphrasing. Right? Does that make you feel better? Your feelings okay, Timbo?
You can just say that I didn't call you an idiot. That's true and honest. Yeah. Did I call you an idiot?
Verbatim, no. Are your feelings okay now?
Verbatim, no. So no.
Are your feelings okay now?
Are yours?
I don't know, mate. You tell me. You seem to know it all, so I don't know. Okay, you don't seem to want to respond, so I apologise if I hurt your feelings, Timbo. And I apologise if I'm assuming that and it had no effect. Either way. My apologies, sir. Also, I think it was Wev going on about my bio. Him calling me that wouldn't offend me. I'm
just curious why you have that in there.
Why I wrote a bio?
Well, why it says in hexadecimal that you are an idiot. It says, quote, unquote, I am an idiot. I just wondered why anybody would write that in their own profile.
That's not the entirety of what it says, actually. But
no, that's not the entirety, but that's the first sentence. And I think it said, now I'm not in front of a computer, I'm driving, and it's been over half an hour ago since I read that. But I believe it said something to the effect, I'm an idiot, why are you reading this?
Yeah, absolutely right, yeah.
Okay.
I just
happen to know how to decipher hexadecimal.
Pardon?
I know how to decipher hexadecimal. I recognized it when I saw it. And I actually sent you a message, and I replied back to you in hexadecimal.
Oh, awesome. I haven't noticed it yet.
If you look into your little DMs right there.
Yeah.
If you look under your DMs, I wrote you a message.
Yeah, I know. I'll check that out. Thank you. To answer your question, why does it say that? I think it's a bit playful, mate. I think that it's fun for people to go and take the hexadecimal and learn something perhaps, or maybe they already know hexadecimal like you. But I think it's a good conversation starter. Why did I choose to write that? Yeah, I think I was just being playful. I do think that I'm an idiot personally. I don't claim to be anyone of intellect or someone to teach anyone anything. I don't think that it's like a particularly inflammatory label to put on someone. And like Wino was paraphrasing it to what Timbo's dialogue with me was. I could be wrong. I'm not him. I can't speak for him. But it seemed to me like there was no underlying thought-provoking happening from him beyond his initial point, which he did have. I'm not saying he didn't have an initial point. It was correct. I've already stated that. I will think about that in my own time. But from there, I felt, or it seemed, he was simply trying to incite discourse between myself and the other conversation partner that I was speaking to. It was the only one who wanted to engage in conversation at the time. I wasn't trying to like hog the room or like make people listen to waffle that they don't want to listen to or anything like that. It's just like that's the only other person who was actively having like if someone else wanted to take the room, I'd totally drop all of my nonsense bullshit that no one wants to listen to. But at the end of the day, I've been asked
Famous
about
question out of the weeds and back to where we started from. What I was asking is just about why you'd say that you were an idiot. Now, we've gone off on a few different branches, so it's kind of hard to keep up in a conversation when you're actually doing a dialogue. But what I was not concerned with, what I was interested in, I was listening to the whole conversation, and one of the things that I do when I see, hear a new voice in here, and I'll go ahead and look at their profile, just to see, if they want to identify as a flat earther, as a glober, as a Christian, as whatever they want to go ahead and identify as. So I went ahead and I looked at your profile, and you're the first one that ever had a hexadecimal profile. And so that caught my interest. And then when I read what it saw, I sent you back a message in hexadecimal. And that was when I was at work on my computer. I'm actually driving home now, so I can't see the screen. But when I heard that you said that he called you an idiot, and I know he didn't, it just kind of put a little light bulb above my head. Like, well, you're proclaiming yourself as an idiot, but you seem to take offense when somebody else called you an idiot. So, I know I call myself a flat earther, and I don't get upset if somebody calls me a flat earther. They can even call me a flirter.
I wasn't offended if that's what he was calling me, and it was a poor choice of words, perhaps because of my bio. It's fair for you to point out. I was trying to simply get across that it didn't seem to me that Timbo wanted to encourage discussion. It seemed like he was trying to break it down, when no one else, except for me and one other person who were talking, were trying to have a discussion in the first place.
Can I ask what was the discussion? Can I ask?
Without getting in, like, so if you look at the diagram that I've put in, basically the big question is, why the fuck do I believe in space? I think that's what I'm getting from it. It's like, or if there is some phenom that we refer to as space, like, why do I think that it's expanding? Yeah. Does anyone else want to correct me if I'm wrong? I think that's what me and Miguel were talking about.
Okay. Do you think that it's expanding?
Without, like...
Do you think that it's expanding?
A simple yes or no question.
I mean, I think it's fair, like, to say that I need to do some more research onto why I would lean that way, but there are still, that's still the way that I would say that I've been leaning.
How would you research it? How would you research that?
If the universe is expanding.
Yeah, you said you'd have to research that. I'm curious. How are you going to do that?
Yeah. So, without star discovery, it's quite hard, isn't it? Because it's like, it comes down to what Lunatic was saying, which I already agreed with before he put the notion forward, like that we're operating under wrong math. So that's kind of a good question. How I would come to a conclusion if we're in a never-ending like an ever expanding.
The space is expanding.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you believed if space was expanding, and now I'm kind of busy driving. I don't know if you said you had to do an experiment or research. And you said you'd have to research it. So I was curious as to what kind of research you could do. Would you look on the internet?
I would, yeah.
Go talk to an astrophysicist, or would you actually get on a spaceship and see how far you could go?
Can I ask again, what is your opinion about the shape of the Earth?
I've put a diagram in if you want to have a look, Sasha.
What is your opinion about the shape of the Earth? Is it a globe?
I've given a diagram.
Can you tell me what is your opinion of the shape of the Earth? Is it a globe or it is not a globe?
I'm on a flat fucking physical plane, bro.
Okay, fucking plane. And that plane, that what you're calling universe, do you think you are on the plane and the universe expanding?
Could you say again, please?
Do you think that you are on flat plane and the universe expanding?
Yeah. If you look at my diagram, that's what I said.
Where is your diagram?
Diagrams are cool, but because I'm driving, I can't see it. So if anybody could be so kind as to describe what the diagram is showing, I've had interest in this subject.
Where is your diagram? I cannot see.
I linked it to you, and then if you could give an attempt at explaining it to Wev, you're welcome to.
Okay. Diagram. What's that? That's some square. I see. Computer. What's that?
Live on a cube?
Well, I was trying to explain an error, but the person I was speaking to changed 4 times, my bro. And I never said that it should replace the current model of how we're operating.
Where is Earth there?
Earth is the plain one, bro. Earth is the brick, the thin brick. It's not an absolute representation of how I see the shape of the Earth. But
Doesn't matter the shape. Doesn't matter. It could be any shape for me. But can you tell me where is the Earth in that expanding space?
it's got a line. You can't see that. You can't see.
Earth, reality plane.
The bottom one, bro.
We are. What is down there?
I'm not understanding. Sorry.
What is down? What is left and what is right? I see only expanding space on the top of the Earth.
So he's asking what's below the Earth. If that's your example of the Earth and it's expanding, so it expands up, down, left, and right. Where's the down?
No, I'm watching the diagram. There is written conscious power expansion, and it's going up. Some kind of plate of wood. But what is down? What is left and what is right? Is that all space, or we need this box?
I don't think you can go beneath the Earth. Not really.
Not beneath.
It's on left and right.
Okay, that's stationary, and only space is expanding.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why has the borders?
Why does it have borders? Oh,
yeah,
because I'm not good at the diagram software, bro. That's why.
In this diagram, the Earth it's like 6 times size less than all of space.
Yeah. That's not really
Yeah.
the point.
Yeah. What's the point?
It's not really like. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't say. That's not. That's not that. That's not that. That's not. The point.
Okay.
That's not how I'm trying to convey it.
What that plate present? Water, mountains, clouds,
everything physical, including the sun, including
everything, even gases.
Correct.
Yeah, like a plate, you know.
Correct. Yeah. So if you're next to being like, well, then how are the gases outside in the space, bro? They're not.
Fantastic.
They're not, bro.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
fantastic.
They're not.
Why we don't use water?
What do you mean?
Why my glass is not water?
I don't really know how to answer.
You're using that plate, you know, that plate. Let's say that's wood, but it's not wood. And you are saying that's presenting everything: gases, water, mountains, everything. Yeah. Why? Look at my glass. I will post you my glass. I'm drinking coffee, but that's water. That's not a glass.
Yeah.
That's real. That's real water, and coffee is in the water, but the glass it's made by water.
Right. You're putting forth the notion of a container.
No, I'm speaking only this in my glass. I have on my table the glass made by water, and inside of that it's coffee. Do you believe me?
Yeah, I believe you. Yeah.
Oh, good. Well, we are on the same point then. We shall we do take that diagram, and I will take my glass of it tomorrow. Where are you living? We need to go somewhere in some scientific.
I'm in Australia, bro.
Oh, Australia. Fuck. Do you have some?
I'm in Sydney.
Okay, because I think I will get Nobel Prize and you will get Nobel Prize for this bullshit.
Okay.
Okay.
So what's the experiment I'm running?
Gas pressure. It's experiment. Are you breathing air in Australia?
Yeah.
You cannot have air if you have only wood under you. You need container for that wood, and that, especially that air. Wood doesn't need container, but you need container for that air pressure, gas pressure.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
We're in a container, bro.
But I see plate. I don't see container. You're presenting some kind of plate, wood, or whatever it is.
Nah, it's
No. I need to see some kind of.
Like you asked.
I need to see some kind of container containing mountains, water, rivers, that kind of shit.
That's what the three-dimensional. No, that's what the three-dimensional box represents.
Yeah.
So what are you confused about? It's all within the three-dimensional box.
That's the container.
Yeah, my bro. Yeah, that's why I'm confused.
That has that rectangular kind of shape. Okay.
Yeah. So space doesn't affect Earth, bro. Earth affects space. Does that make sense?
Yeah, space expanding.
Space compared to like how that affects the Earth, because it doesn't.
And why is not going in triangle? Why is going like that, like a?
Oh, because I have like fucking 10 people telling me to hurry up, bro.
No, why expanding space is going like in quadrant? Why is not going in pyramid like a triangle?
It's just the way that I thought that the abstract.
And where I thought, man, it more sense has to go to like a triangle. And I think the way how Timbo thinks, he thinks that cylinder has more sense.
Yeah, and like I said, the shape itself doesn't really matter to me, and like it was just like an abstract.
Yeah, but container is but container is this shape.
No, I never said that shape, bro.
Oh,
and representation.
That means we have a okay. That means I understood this. We have presentation of the Earth. What is container? But this is not container. This is only looking like a container, but is not. That is not container. We have the shape of the space, but is not the shape of the space. And we have expanding, and we have all these diagrams. That means what we have on the end.
What do you mean? What do we have on the end?
We have this. We have some kind of bullshit. What my daughter, 9 years old, can put on fucking drawing and write like this is the Earth. I can draw that. You know what? Cylinder. There is a cylinder, and this shape of the quadrant, it will go triangle one, and I will do the same things. I will write like you, and I will.
You're getting way
it's not only finishing triangle. That is, on the top, it's opening again, and it's going like that, opening, closing like a rhomb, and then you have 12 exits like a reverse. That's expanding because of gradients of the space, And then we are on the point. Meanwhile, on the beach, if you go, you can say, people, if Earth has this size with radius, this and this and this, then you can do that and that, without confusing people with this fucking pseudoscience, your subjective bullshit. Sorry because of my language. Sorry because if I call you idiot, but you will be idiot on the end if you present like this, blah, blah, blah. Sorry. With the cherry on the top, and I don't want to be mean against you. I am only saying that if you present this anywhere, you will be called idiot. That's only. Because I can make the same thing like you, even more developed, upgraded. This what you presented, and man, I will only confuse you, and other people will say, "Look at this fucking idiot." Even more idiot than.
Well, now I really wish I could see that picture, And I'm wondering how much of it is just a lack of artistic talent, or a lack of understanding, or a lack of communication abilities.
Yeah, like I said.
Do you understand why I'm saying this? Your brain, I don't know how to get it, this diagram. I can put this diagram on this expanding space, it's expanding down or left or diagonally, not like this is, and it will work the same,
Can I
and it's
ask you
good.
something? Can I ask
Yeah.
you something? Okay,
Ask
if that diagram were the same, and it
Yeah.
said the same thing, but we removed the word expanding, right? Are you with me? If we remove the word expanding, what issue do you have with the diagram?
I have again the something what you said that is not container. It should to be container, but it is not container. That means okay, why it's there?
No, I
first.
just don't think you understood. Like, I don't know what I said. It is a
What?
container, bro. Like, I don't know.
Oh, why you didn't put some kind of let's say the whatever you put that kind of shape, and you said the shape doesn't matter. This is the air. You could put the circle, the dot, the cube, the whatever fuck, and say doesn't matter. It's there. I show you. It's there. Look it. What the fuck is point of putting there like that if it has no point to be like that? Like it's there. Look, this is the plate. This kind. There is atmosphere. Everything together. I could put the word there, reality, and I say, look, there is reality, and in reality, in that word, it's everything, and gas, and water, and mountains, and everything, and that's air. You did. Why you even draw? You could real reality. You could write air. There. You write there earth because your container, your shape doesn't matter. That means why you put it that on the ever? It
I think
doesn't
it
matter.
doesn't matter, bro. It's not the exact representation. I never said
Oh,
it doesn't matter.
really? Sure. That's why people call you really. They
I
are
told you.
laughing
Hold on, Sasha. Hold on.
about your
Hold on,
bullshit.
Sasha. Let me say something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've listened to you call me an idiot for 5 minutes now, bro. Like, I totally get where you're coming from, okay? But I have tried to inform you. I have like 10 people telling me to hurry up with my shitty diagram. And I was getting pinged every 10 seconds.
Hey, Space Cadet,
Post
can I
the
ask you a
diagram, post the
question?
diagram. Okay? Yep, go hard.
Hey, listen, Space Cadet, let me ask you a question. Can you do me a favor? Like I said, I'm driving. I can't see this picture. Can you describe it to me, what you drew?
So I drew like a 3D rectangle, like because I was using draw.io, so I just used like the space.
I will describe to you. I will describe better. Do you know how laptop look like?
A lot. I couldn't understand laptop.
Laptop computer.
Oh, laptop.
Absolutely
Yeah.
do not vote
Yeah.
for
You
Labour,
have a
Aldrin.
you
Actually,
have a
I
big
do,
you have
I
a
do
you
stuff
have
for
a
the
big
National
you
Party,
have a.
so good on you, mate.
I want to explain to him. He's in car.
Like a rectangle, like a shape like a laptop.
Yeah, you have the screen that presents
for Labour to
that
destroy
presents the space,
Jesus.
and you have the keyboard that presents the earth. That's the graphic. The keyboard it's the earth, and then the monitor it's of laptop it's expanding of space. That's what I see. Do you see people computer on your screen?
I don't know. Why couldn't I just answer him, Sasha? Like, he asked me a question. I'm the one that drew it, bro. I completely disagree with what the heck you just said. Or I don't. It's just like a really poor example.
Can I ask people in panel? Does
Sasha?
they see the computer in the screen?
Okay. What I actually
Sasha,
drew, Wav.
Yeah.
I was you were roboting real bad when I was coming through a real bad reception area. I missed most of that. But actually, if you don't mind, I'd like to hear out of his own words what he's trying to describe, if you don't mind, Sasha.
Okay.
I drew.
So, okay, Space Cadet, what?
Sorry. I drew a square.
Three-dimensional like a cube.
And that's no. Sorry, I'm starting again from there. I drew a square. Okay. And that I denoted with a line saying that it is it is parallel. It is plane 2 of reality, and I drew a 3-dimensional rectangle below that. I denoted as plane 1 of reality, and there is a they're connected at the bottom. So the 3D shape rectangle is supposed to represent our physical reality and everything within it. And plane 2 is supposed to represent non-physical reality. It's still reality, it's just non-physical. And there is a...
Are you saying physical, like FISCAL, like a fiscal year, or physical?
Physical. And
Okay, cool. I'm sorry.
And there's a dotted line on the... I just want to get back to it. There's a dotted line extending from the bottom left corner of the square, going below the three-dimensional space, which I've denoted as consciousness-powered expansion. And I have thoughts that perhaps humans have collectively created the non-physical space through collective consciousness.
God creating the non-physical space, and then created the physical space here for us to live in physically.
Sorry, can you say again? I missed the start, which seems important.
Okay, so you're saying that humans created this non-physical space,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm just asking, that's as opposed to God creating this non-physical space and then created us to live in the physical space. So you think humans created the non-physical space, and therefore we also created the physical space? Is that what you're saying?
Nope. We ain't
Was I close?
We ain't create the physical space, bro. Our creator.
Okay, we only created the non-physical space.
Correct.
Who created physical space?
Okay.
Our creator.
Well, wait a minute. So this non-physical space that we created, could you also call that like your soul or your conscience?
I don't think you could also call it that. It's they're not foreign to each other, in my thoughts. Yeah, but
Well, what is the difference between the two? How do you define the difference between?
Well, you know, your soul isn't collective consciousness; it's your individual consciousness, and the non-physical state is sort of the apparition of a collective consciousness.
Okay, so like each person would take up a little part of this non-physical space, fitting together like, Tetris or something like that?
No.
So how did okay, so there's too many questions about the non-physical because neither you or I are there right now, I don't believe. Are we? Or are we there right now?
No, exactly right. No. And we can't really answer anything about it. Absolutely, you're right. Yeah, it would all be speculation.
All right, so let's get out of the non-physical and let's get back to the physical.
Sure.
So you agree that we see the Earth as a plane, is that correct?
Yeah.
And you do not believe that the Earth is a round spinning water ball, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. We're doing good so far. So now, just out of curiosity, the physical existence that we have here, do you believe that was created?
Yes.
And who would your speculation be as to who created it?
I simply refer to that as our creator. I don't presume to know.
But you do believe that we are created?
Correct.
Do you know that we were created, or do you just believe that we are created?
Well, I know that we were created.
How do you know that?
I know that we were created because, we are changing and we are growing, and we can look at genetics like from across the globe, and they're different. These things have fundamentally grown. We know that some things are extinct that weren't here before.
Like dinosaurs?
Everything's coming from nothing.
Vlad-
Not dinosaurs.
Yeah,
That's a bit far.
Vlad Mixer,
Go ahead, I got my 2 cents. But
can I try to answer like ignorant? Because I think that's a good answer, but I will try. Because of first and second law of thermodynamics. That's my answer.
okay.
And because of information, that's third one.
Anyway, so Space Cadet. So I don't mean to sound like I'm grilling you. I'm not testing you. I'm not.
No, I'm
trying to.
totally like enjoying the way that you're putting questions forward, dude. It's getting me quite triggered that like there's still people like Era who are too cowardly to even like make their voice be heard, that just want to ridicule every second thing I say. Where it's just like, dude, if you think that like I'm just a globey trolling you, just tell me, dude. And I'll just leave.
Can I ask?
I have
Do you believe in gravity?
dogma towards like making you guys look silly, and like I'm quite sure that I'm looking silly enough myself. Without
Can I ask a
trying to
question?
make anyone else look silly. So if you think that that's my prerogative, I'm done with this. I've been entertaining this conversation for hours now, and it's only for my own personal gain. Pardon? Do I believe in gravity? No, dude.
Why not?
Gravity is a rough surmisation of, as Lunatic put it, incorrect math that some people model.
What is different difference between gravity and your graphic?
What?
Does gravity and your graphic has some same thing?
You mean my diagram?
Yeah, your diagram. Does your diagram and yours? Does your diagram and your story has something same like gravity?
Well, that's why I put the 3D shape on the top at first, Sasha.
Yeah, I'm asking this question. Does gravity and that?
I'm trying to answer your question. If you could just listen to me, like I'm trying to answer your question, mate. I heard you. I had the 3D shape on the top at the start so that people didn't get confused with that. Okay. But because, as I've stipulated, my diagram is supposed to show an expanding plane that isn't physical to us, then I was asked to move it to the bottom.
I will tell you now. You are not answering my question. You think that you are answering my question. My question was: Do you think that gravity and that thing what you are explaining now have something the same? And I will answer to you. Yeah, they have the same things. You will say no. I don't believe in gravity because gravity, but you believe in this. But listen to me now. They are the same in these things. They are two different pseudoscience ideas. You know. Only one thing is gravity.
Into the conversation.
Okay, great. Because conversation will go in this direction now. Do you have any scientific evidence of that what you are saying?
Bro, I never said that I did. I literally said from the very start 2 hours ago that I didn't, bro.
Is it today? Is it Sunday? It's Sunday today.
Oh, yeah. Cool, Sasha. Listen, mate, if you don't want to listen to me, you can tune out, bro. The room was silent before I came in here.
Do you know that? Okay, great, because I thought that we are speaking about something what is doable.
Era, and now he's trying to go down the whole like, well, why are you wasting our time with this conversation?
Yeah, why we are not speaking about?
Because I was asked, bro. I was asked.
Sasha, Space Cadet. Sasha, if you don't mind, I don't usually get much of a chance to talk to new people here. And I'm just trying to go ahead and stretch my legs a little bit and give it a little try, if you don't mind.
No. I cannot give it a mind because I want to speak about Ether now, and because because I think Ether is more interesting, and we need to.
Sasha, you can try, but I'm informing you that I'm done talking.
I'm informing you that you need to speak about Ether at this moment because Ether is very important.
You want to feel, but I'm not going to talk about.
You know, because now people will interrupt me. Now, look at what will happen. Now, people from panel will interrupt me to speak about pseudoscience,
and not to crush and to say no. Wait, we cannot speak about that. We need to stop that. Or we can speak about that. Okay, let's speak about ITER. What is ITER? ITER is proving that Earth is flat. Is it that true? Anybody? That means gravity and your example have the same thing. They're called
There's no gravity in
pseudoscience.
my
Okay.
example. There's no gravity in my example, mate.
There is no gravity in your. Can you listen to my words? Maybe my English, maybe my English is bad. Do you believe in gravity?
I said no. Like you're literally chasing your own tail, dude.
Why not?
Right, you're chasing your own tail.
Why you are not believe in gravity?
Bro.
Why?
You're
You
literally
not
going backwards in the conversation, bro.
Yeah, why you not believe in gravity? I'm asking you. Because gravity is never proven. Is that true?
Sasha,
Because
how often
is
do
that
you
true? I'm
stand there
asking
and
you.
yell at
I'm
people
only.
who tell
I'm
you they're done-
asking you
done with the
why you
conversation?
don't believe in gravity.
Yeah, are you listening to anything I'm saying?
Can you answer me that simple question?
I mean, I have, and I've also stipulated that we're going around in circles.
Why? I will tell you why I'm not believe. I don't believe in gravity because it never ever in this life was proven, scientifically proven. That means it's a word. It's a pseudoscience. Do you need more?
Did I not just say?
Is it just the same? Is it? Do you think
Okay,
it's the same
mate.
like me? Do you
Look,
think
this is your last... Sasha?
No.
I'm happy to... No, don't know me. I'm happy to listen and give you respect when you're speaking. If you
Okay.
aren't happy to do the same, I'm done speaking to you. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
I said, the reason I don't believe in gravity is because the math is incorrect.
The math is incorrect.
Yeah.
What math?
The math of gravity. The mathematical equation for gravity.
The math.
Listen,
What the-
hold
what-
on, one second.
What gravity?
The math. Here's the thing. In fact, this was just talked about on Nathan Oakley's show when he was talking about what was the woman, the Sabine or whatever. But when it comes to theoretical physics and stuff, that's where most of these people come from. They're talking about theoretical physics, and it's like, what the fuck is theoretical physics? Well, essentially, it's just people sitting around thinking of ideas and then trying to make math that fits their idea. Okay,
Yeah, that's
so
what I'm trying to say, but not articulating very well. Yeah.
Okay. And now let's go to another direction. What then? It's your story about that diagram. Isn't that the same story like gravity?
No, because you're putting the sun and
Man,
the stars
can you
in the
back
top
up
box.
your story with scientific
Right,
method?
okay.
Anything?
I did just say if we can't like.
My
be
man, you can say
respectful
whatever you
adults,
want.
there's
Can
no
you back
discussion
up your claim?
Well, I can't
Can
say
you back
whatever I
up your
want,
claim?
Sasha, because apparently we're just yelling at each other belligerently.
Can you back up your claim?
I never claimed it, bro. This
Uh,
is what my point is, that you weren't here from the start of the conversation, so you're going backwards in the conversation.
Man, I will tell you something now. The story of this server. I posted that GIF with the stars.
Sasha, I just want to point out.
I want to point you
probably
out
in
the
room
same
right now.
point.
No,
You
no, no, no,
posted.
no, no, no.
Did you
Right,
post that?
Anytime you interrupt me, I'm just going to keep talking. I want to point out to you, and I'm trying to actually give you.
I will point it out to you.
Everyone in this room, you're the person I've actually listened to the most, and you're actually the person that I've drawn the most information from. So you are being the most nonsensical.
Okay. Let's put it like this. I don't care what you will say now because I want to hear from
Coming
other
into a
people. For
conversation after
example,
an hour and trying to take it
great.
backwards.
That's great. I can also
I've
with
answered
Timo
every question that you've given me. I've
that's
tried to
great.
listen to you and be respectful.
No, I don't want
And now
to.
you're
I
just
don't.
going
I
around and
don't.
around
I
in
will not give you a
circles.
chance now that you speak because this is not right. Because I was speaking about claims and something what we can prove. I was not going out. I was not being rude against you. I was only asking something for the
You
proof
were
of
being
the
rude and
claim.
you're interrupting me. How I was just rude and I interrupted you and stopped listening to what you were saying because I just assumed that what I had to say was more important.
Can I
think
can
it
I
was
ask you?
rude. So I would
which way
assume that you were being rude.
in which way I can ask you? Can you back your claim?
Right. The thing that is important to this conversation, Sasha, is understanding where it began. That I did not claim this is the way the universe is.
what you think universe is?
I'm completely welcome to theorize, mate.
Oh well, we are not. That's the point here. We are not.
That's your opinion.
No, that's not my opinion. This is the opinion of this server.
I disagree.
No,
I disagree.
Sasha. Hold on.
Okay, Lou. Well, tell me, Lou. Yeah.
No, I'm not going to tell you what you are allowed to think or anything else. But to say that that's the opinion of everybody in the server or the server,
of course.
That's where things get a little bit sticky. Like, especially when it comes. Like
no, Lou. I'm not speaking about persons. I'm speaking about arguments. I'm not speaking about persons. I'm speaking about arguments.
All ideas. If you're going to set out to find to try to figure out reality, it does require that people speculate and that people. It does require that.
Really, Lou. Really, what? Because you have a person outside.
You can never ask a question. You could never come up with a hypothesis if you don't ask a question that hasn't already been asked or thought about, or like in order to go down the scientific method, you have to first ask a question about the natural known universe.
What are you talking about, Lee?
Sasha, at the end of the day, there are people here who believe in Mesopotamia, and there are people who don't, and they're both flat earthers. Isn't that true? There's tags for all sorts of.
I don't fucking care what you believe, man.
Bro.
Right. Oh,
you're just being ridiculous.
Lou, what are you saying? I didn't get it.
I'm trying to deal with you.
I know everything.
Emotional.
Lou, I know everything. What did you say? But are we speaking about that now? Are we speaking about that? What did you say, Lou? Are we speaking about that scientific things about speculation? What
I was only ever trying to answer your questions, stepping into a conversation 3/4 of it, and then.
Man, I'm not speaking with you. I'm asking Lou. Lou, tell me.
No. I'll try to get a little bit more specific. Like what I'm saying is, like you're trying to say that he's not allowed to talk about such things. But no, if you're a truther or a researcher or if you're a scientist and you have questions, like all questions should be, they should not be just thrown out and considered like, as long as it's just a question. If he's making an assertion, then that's another thing. If he's trying to say that it's because of this, because some people believe in this, that's a whole other thing.
Okay, Lou, did you go into that? Did you go into that diagram?
Into the diagram? No, I've been multitasking. I haven't been following.
You didn't. You don't know what he was speaking.
Look.
Do you know, Lou, what?
You don't know what I was speaking about.
Wait, Lou. Do you know what he was speaking?
You don't know what I was speaking, bro.
No, I'm asking Lou now. I'm not speaking.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you.
Lou,
I'm telling you.
Do you know?
You have no idea.
Wait, I'm not speaking with you in this moment.
Well, it's
Lou,
an open discussion.
I'm not speaking with you in this moment. Sorry, man. Lou, do you know what he was speaking, Lou?
Specifically, no. I just can catch contradictions or problems in the way that when you say something.
Lou, everything is all right. Lou, everything is okay.
1 second, Sasha. When you say something so blatant as "this is the way it goes in this server" or "this is how we think in this server," that's an obvious cue. That's something that got my attention. Okay, like that's. No matter what, I'm going to get queued up and say something about that. Like, not everybody in here thinks the same. This isn't a cult. This isn't a place where you have to have the right speak and not the wrong speak.
Especially me, I'm not in cult. Do not put me like that. That's my opinion. Especially me about echo chambers, about shits, about that shit. Who is who? Hierarchy hierarchy there. Hypocrisy and blah blah blah. I don't want to speak about that. I'm speaking this moment about argument, and you don't know even what is the argument. Okay, great. Good, I will shut the fuck up, and now you can go into that, and you will.
Is it the square? This is what we're debating about. Consciousness.
Welcome to the space and everything expanding with the flat Earth. Let's go. Come on.
So this is what he.
It's strange to me that
You
you're
know
so offended by my rhetoric. I've said you're all entitled to believe whatever
I
you
have
believe.
one better idea for
You're
you. Can
entitled
you
to your
come
own
tomorrow?
opinion.
Can you come tomorrow at 2 in another show?
Probably not,
this.
Sasha. If it's
No,
to
that
engage in a
oh,
one-on-one
that
conversation
so
with you, this
yeah,
has actually been tiresome
that's
enough
so
as
Pete.
it is.
That's so Pete. If you have
Yeah.
time, sometimes
I'm
in
not going to
future,
come to be yelled at by someone that I have to.
no,
decide
I'm only
by,
telling you
so-
this. If you have time, nothing with only with good heart. If you have time, come to Nathan Oakley show, and we will split some or quantum eraser, because there are people, they are interested about arguments. They don't fucking care what people think, and they're
And are
good.
we going to
I
respect
like it.
each other as adults when we have this conversation?
Yeah, we respect each other.
Can I have
Well,
this diagram is pretty much nonsensical. So you don't have to be angry at him for presenting it. Let me ask him. So what are you trying to present with
Lou,
this diagram?
Jesus Christ, I'm not angry on the guy. I have nothing with him.
You're coming across
God.
very angry and very emotional, Sasha.
Lou, do you think that I have something against him?
I don't even think you have something against me, Sasha, but you're still very passionate about this conversation.
Yeah, I
You're
am.
consistently
Like
cutting
some
me
people
off,
here,
and
like they show
you're
that
not
like a million
allowing a
times.
fluid conversation to happen because you're
Because
so
it's
passionate.
bullshit conversation, that's why. Because it's bullshit.
I would have shut up fucking an hour ago, mate. You guys are the ones that are still talking to me.
No, Timbo is right.
You think it's bullshit?
Fuck off then. You're free to fuck off.
Look,
Mate,
how nice.
As I just said, I'm still here because I'm being engaged with. If that bothers you, mate, you're your own fucking adult.
I know.
You seem like to be having a bit of a sook about it.
No, I have
It's having a
Timbo.
sook, man.
Timbo,
You're
I
the
have
only
better.
one that's
Just
having
then
a
when you
sook.
told me to fuck off, bro.
Timbo,
Pretty sooky.
Timbo, I have
You
better
said.
idea. Timbo, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have better idea. You need to shut up, to mute yourself. I will shut up. I will mute myself, and let's see how we will, half an hour of peace, our peace, my peace, and your peace, team, but our time. Let's see where they will lead us. Not they, he, and everything, because we ruined everything. Let's not ruin more. Let's leave this
all right.
harmony in peace. Do you understand me? Because I want to be good guy. Let's do it.
I can hear the way that you're speaking. You're being a little bit facetious in that. Now, listen.
Lou, come
Lou,
on,
are
man.
you willing
Lou,
to entertain?
come on.
Are you willing to entertain what this guy's got to put forward with no evidence at all?
I'm happy for it to end,
This
buddy.
diagram, I already said. If we're talking about this diagram, this is completely nonsensical.
I don't feel like
this
there's anything
is
to add to it either. I wasn't saying that anyone should believe it. I was answering questions about it. So, if you guys feel that it's starting to be disruptive, then just stop asking about it, dudes.
I was kind of curious when I asked him about the expanding universe and of it being created. And we were actually having a conversation until it turned into a shit show argument. But I'd still be interested to know. He said expanding space, and I asked him how he would go ahead.
Yeah, but I think that I'm just being like a little
he
bit
could
too.
go ahead and validate that.
Sorry, I thought you were finished speaking. I think that I'm just being like a little bit philosophical and abstract for the main room. Is the truth of the matter.
So, some of you guys probably recognize my voice, and I talk here a lot of times when I'm driving home. And usually, there's nobody to talk to pretty much. I just end up talking, giving a monologue for an hour and a half as I'm driving home. But this is the first chance I actually got to do a one-on-one with somebody and to practice, some of my question skills. I don't necessarily anything that anybody says, but I was just to hear them out, just see what beliefs are and what kind of proof they had. So, if you guys don't mind, I wouldn't mind continuing the conversation that we were having a few minutes, half an hour ago, whatever. I'm almost home now.
I'm not afraid of any chat, whether it be speculative or a little bit, if you want to get into psychology or whatever else, like I'm open to all that stuff. I know a lot of people in the server say, we're going to stay with only empirical science. Like, I think you're kind of limiting yourself if you're always stuck on that. Like
Space Cadet was talking about how space is expanding,
and I want him to expound upon how he came to that conclusion that space is expanding.
I already kind of addressed him on that like an hour ago.
And I already said that despite Timbo like repeatedly just saying that I'm talking shit, which in a manner, like I'm being so abstract, he's not wrong. But you know, he questioned why already. I've already answered it, and I've already said like I can't answer you how I would test that. But
you to that conclusion. So usually somebody will observe something.
Yeah. So the whole expansion thing, it's gonna get way too like theological and spiritual because it's that's why there's the whole consciousness expansion piece on the diagram, and I don't think that the room has any.
Okay, but you haven't physically
patience
observed
for that.
But you haven't physically observed anything expanding in space. This is just a a belief that you have.
Yeah, it's it's
An
not,
unsubstantiated belief.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, fair.
All right.
For me, based on like more spiritual, theological.
So in theological, I was asking you, if you believed we were created. You said yes, you believe that we are created.
Yeah.
And you said that there was two different types of creation. There's a non-physical creation that we create as a group, and there's the physical creation. And so that's when I was getting to asking you about the physical creation.
Yeah.
So, okay. So, do you think which came first, the non-physical or the physical?
The physical.
All right. So we were born, and another word you could say for our non-physical would be our consciousness or our soul. So our body was born, and then our soul came into being because of the body, and we created this universe that's ever expanding. And as more babies are born, more souls are created, and that's how the universe is expanding. Is that what you're saying?
No, I think that like, yeah, that's a really good way of framing the question because it's like I think that we were given the box container, right, and then our creator put everything in it. Okay, and I think
so. All the physical is in the box. What about the non-physical? Yeah. Is that also in the box?
I think what we're getting a difference of meaning here, right? What are you like? What I'm defining as the non-physical is past the stars, past the sun.
Well, earlier though, what you were saying is it was our physical and our non-physical existence, that we existed both physically and non-physically. And I'd asked you to expound on that.
There is a physical reality and there is a non-physical reality, which is seen as a second plane of existence.
And didn't you say that we created this non-physical reality?
We propel it, yes. Yep, that is what I said. Creation's a fair thing to say as well. We create it, yep.
So, but our physical bodies came first, and our creator created our bodies.
Hold on. That's why I'm trying to stipulate the difference here. When I'm saying the physical, it encompasses the sun. It encompasses the stars. Okay? It encompasses the space in which we are before we were here. So I understand the point that you're trying to make, but it conflicts.
I'm not trying to make a point. I'm just trying to ask a question to see if this is the point that you're trying to make, to see if I'm understanding you correctly.
Right. No, what you were just saying is not a fair representation of what I was trying to explain.
Okay, so there's more than one physical and non-physical existence. So inside the physical existence, there's also a physical and non-physical existence. Where am I getting lost here?
No. That's like because I'm using physical reality as my term to encompass anything of matter in our reality. And I'm saying that there is some form of matter outside of our matter unto reality. That it does exist, and that
Did
we
you
are
get it?
creating it.
Did you get it now, Lou? Lou, did you
Well, I
get
don't know
it
if
now?
Lou got it. I don't know if Lou
No.
got it. This is
Yeah,
Major
no.
Wave Mixer.
I wasn't really listening, dude. You guys been arguing too much for me to pay that much attention to. I've been doing other shit.
Okay, sorry.
Well, I've been trying to have a nice, peaceful conversation. At this moment in time, I've got to pull over and take a piss someplace because I've been on the road for over an hour, and that's just the way I am. But I'll be
That's a
back in
long
just a
word
minute
from
here.
you, mate.
I mean, normally, yeah, I would have been paying attention, but I was in DMs with somebody else that I was paying attention to that conversation. So, no, sorry,
I don't know.
missed it.
I'm a little bit confused only that. Somewhere in space, I don't know.
Yeah, he does sound a little bit preoccupied by space. Like he wants to believe in a lot of like this theoretical astrophysics and shit like that. And it's like, well, they say that they know this and they observe this, and it means nothing. It means nothing at all. There's no
We just
science behind it.
we just entertained his philosophical beliefs and nothing of any innovation or substance. That's all we did.
I'm first time hearing this stuff. Do you? Let's see. Can you tell me what is physical or not physical in this universe?
Wait, Sasha, why don't you tell me if you've got something to say? The room's so
First
quiet.
of all,
I've no issue listening to you. It's just when we're trying to bounce.
I'll answer that one, and I'm sure Sasha will agree. Physical, something that you can reach out and touch, or something that can be touched or hit, something that can be bottled up or jarred. You know, something that can, something that I can hand to you. Physically tangible. Tangible.
But that was not. I didn't ask what is physical. I asked what is. I asked.
what is physical in
No,
this
no, no,
universe.
no. Oh, universe. Oh, oops.
The universe. No, the universe. Okay, well that might be.
What is universe?
Okay, the universe is all that exists. It's our realm.
Okay, and what is that?
It's all that exists. Now, whether you can reach it or not, it exists.
Oh, okay. Did you say if you cannot reach it or not? Yeah, I know that it's there, but you cannot reach it.
I mean, okay, from my personal opinion, I mean, I'm not even a Christian, but I'll take this out of the Christian Bible, out of like, you know, creation, Genesis, like all that God created, He created for you, and everything that exists in this reality, in this existence, in this universe, was created there for you. Now, whether it is physical or non-physical, that doesn't matter. It was still put there for you for some reason, for some purpose. Like, if it's here on the earth and you can pick it up, if it's sand or dirt that you can pick up, or you know, like that's tangible, that's physical. There could be other things. There could be other things up there that you can see that may or may not be physical, but you cannot prove one way or the other.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Because you call that universe, but you are imagining something like a space or I don't know
No, I'm
what.
not. I'm not.
No, no,
I'm
no.
not.
I'm not saying you like you. I'm saying you
Yeah.
for everybody who thinks like that. I don't know. Because if you think like that, then yeah, of course. But how you know that that's some kind of space or whatever? You want to I don't. That's the point why I'm stopping you. Like because you want to have that universe, but you don't because you made it up in the first place. Because you don't know if it's that universe that that you have, or whatever you want to call it. Because you don't know. You can imagine, okay, that exists. But what if it's not? If you don't have that space, what if it's something totally different? What if really it's there is no space? It's only that what you see that there is there, and but no more space there. It's closed. It's finished there. And no, do you understand me? I don't know. I'm only saying also, what if that? That's why I put what if triangle. What if this? What if that? We can put it. What if you know how many what if I can catch it if has some logical, not even science, if it has some point logically even. But I don't know if that is that diagram. If that is a logic, okay, great. But I don't see logic. I don't see rivers. I don't see that good like a good presentation of something that you want to get a point on the end or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. At least these people who are telling that we cannot be stationary, they are saying something about density or blah blah blah. But they are saying that we are in containers. They are at least taking that part. No, you are man in I don't know. I cannot get you. I don't understand.
So I've got less than 10 minutes before I'm home. If it's dead air right now, is Space Cadet still there? Is my mic still on?
Yeah.
Oh. Did Space Cadet leave? Did he fly off into outer space, or is he still hanging out and orbiting the Earth, or where's he at?
I'm still here. I just unplugged my headset.
Oh, all right. Anyway, so I don't, like I said, I've only got a couple minutes left here. Now I'm going to be at the end of my drive and the end of my session here. So the outer space that you're talking about, how it's expanding, you haven't seen any of this. You don't have any physical. You just believe this. And are you sure of it, or are you like?
I'm not sure of that.
You're on the fence,
right? Like it was
so
said at the
what?
very start. I was asked what I believe. Let me just say this, so because I feel that Sasha doesn't understand this. I was
No,
asked
you're not
what
talking to
I
Sasha right
believe.
now. You're talking to me. I've only got 10 minutes here.
I was
Sasha's
asked
had
what I
his time.
believe,
It's my
and
turn. So now on the globe. So you don't believe we live on a spinning globe?
no,
And do you believe that the sun and the moon circle the Earth?
yeah, I think that there is some sort of like symbiotic motion there. I wouldn't say that they're like revolving around the Earth. I don't really have a belief, bro. Or that it's not something that'll stop me.
Is there anything that you are sure of?
Like, realistically, dude, we live in a dynamic universe. Like, what can you be sure of, bro?
Well, are we talking on Discord right now?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
No, you should never be sure of anything, dude. And I mean, that might upset you, or you might feel the need to go on. But I'm my own person, dude, and that's just how I feel. I don't think that anyone can have an absolute. There's no such thing as an absolute truth, bro. Like that was kind of my point that absolutely spurred this conversation. This whole conversation was spurred off someone saying,
No,
for an
thank you
example,
very much for this. Well, thank you very much for this.
Sasha, that's where I was trying to get to eventually. You know, we make a good team. I'm the good cop. You're the bad cop. But
thank you very much.
Now I know a little bit more. You know, this isn't something I had planned with Sasha. Actually, you know, I wanted to cut in a few times and get back to our nice conversation. But see, now I've got a little bit better understanding of where you're coming from. Okay, because I hate talking to strangers, and I like to get to know people when I talk to them. You know, you don't want to just go ahead and
yeah, me too. Also,
talk to strangers.
But that's why I'm saying thank you. Thank to him also.
Okay.
About honesty, because you said you cannot be absolutely true. Are you 100% sure that you are speaking with me now?
well, I don't know who you are. I could never deny.
No,
you.
I'm not. I'm not saying that. Who am I? I'm telling you. Do you hearing some kind of English accent from East?
Yeah.
Telling you. Okay. Are you 100% sure?
Am I 100% sure that this is an English conversation over voice?
No. Are you hearing me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm
Are you
hearing you.
100%? Are you 100% sure that you are hearing me now? Like
That's
other
not
people?
that doesn't denote whether something's absolutely true or not, bro.
No, I'm asking you. Is that 100% sure or you're 99?
Yeah, I'm sure. That doesn't make it absolutely true, buddy.
Is that it making absolutely true for me?
Sure, fair enough.
So Sasha could just be a figment of your imagination. You could be hearing things.
No,
There's that
that's not what I
possibility.
said. That's not what I said. That's
It's
not
not
what I
only for me.
said.
It's not only for me absolutely true. For all
I'm
people.
not
in this
crazy.
panel.
I'm aware that I'm talking to someone who's calling themselves Sasha, and I'm doing it on a platform called Discord. And he's
Okay.
a real person, and he's speaking, right?
Okay.
But the thing is, absolute truth isn't defined by me, an individual, bro.
Well, let me ask you this.
They're two different things. What I believe and what I'm sure of, that doesn't make anything absolutely true. Contextually,
Have you ever?
who are you asking?
Have you ever stubbed your toe? Have you ever stubbed your toe or accidentally hit your hand or finger with a hammer? Done something that caused like a lot of sharp pain very quickly?
I want to ask you a question, Wev, before you leave. I've answered
Well,
it.
you can, but do you
The
mind?
question I
That'll
have
be the
for you-
last question I ask you.
Okay, sorry. What was
I'm
it?
just curious.
I have, of course.
I just
have
asked
stubbed
if.
my toe and I've
Okay,
felt it.
so
Yeah.
are you absolutely sure that that hurt? Are you 100% sure that that hurt, or is it a possibility that maybe it didn't hurt?
Like once again, if to me as an individual, I am sure of something, that doesn't make it absolutely true. I could express that to me it hurt, and if we measured, you know.
No, I gotta disagree with you, man. Look. The only thing that really matters. Now, there could be more to existence or how you were created on another realm or another layer, another level.
Can I just ask
But-
my question
but
to
all
Wev
that
before I
matters-
leave? 'Cause it's
All
really,
that matters
unfair.
all that
if I-
matters that we can prove and that is tangible and testable and in our reality, all physicality, like it all lies here with us and our experience, our nature, our observance, including your observance of pain. If you had a broken bone
Yeah.
that took time to heal and it hurt when you had that, like you
Yeah.
did you feel pain? Did you cry out? Did you know? Of course you did, and that was real.
It's a very
that was real as far as real can be here in this reality.
Bro, what is pain? What is pain, lunatic? I'm asking you, my bro. What
you
is
wanna-
pain?
Man, you don't want to know.
I shattered my
Okay,
heel.
but-
I forget. I shattered my
Well,
left,
what's your
my
definition
lower
of pain?
calcaneus into 5 pieces. I chewed a fucking hole through my fucking snowboard glove. I freaking got the toboggan ride of death to the bottom and got shot up with morphine. I know what pain is. I fucking felt pain, and I think you have too.
Yeah, but what's... Bro, it's a fucking
only-
feeling.
it's
You're
an
literally
experience.
like,
It's an
if you
experience.
feel
It's an
something, it's
experience.
true.
Are you trying to tell me that the pain didn't exist? It was just what's the adverse to this? That is nothing but nothing but an electrical signal being sent to your brain, and that like does that mean you can shut
Absolutely not my
that
point.
signal off?
Absolutely not my point. How you choose to communicate that, bro, is completely up to you. If you call it pain, then it's pain, right? That doesn't make it a fucking absolute truth, bro. You can't communicate that to a fucking dog,
There's
bro.
different types of pain too. You can be emotionally hurt. You know, you might get cheated on by a loved one, or have
We're
a
literally using
son or a
feelings as an
daughter
example of
that
absolute truth.
deceives you, and that can be emotionally
This is-
painful.
And
It
I'm the
can,
room
but
15 people that's being told I'm benign. This is actually weird. Is that really, that's really your example? Feelings prove absolute truth.
no, you first off, you're already trying to answer over me before listening to what I'm saying. I didn't say that emotional pain is necessarily the truth, like because that's subjective truth. That would be subjective. One person
Right.
might feel pain while another person sees nothing wrong with it, and they're perfectly fine
Yeah.
with it, right? Like,
That's what's going through my head, yeah.
But all of us, if we fall off of a 2-story building and shatter our fucking ankles, are gonna be in pain, like physical pain. And you can measure that if you need to. Like if you were to have like, you know, sensors on your body to like
Yeah.
show like you'd be able to say like this person is in pain.
Yeah.
Like that
So what do
that's
you define?
objective.
What do you have a difference between truth and absolute truth? Do those two terms mean anything different to you, or are they the same thing?
Okay, so this is where it's kind of cloudy. Most people would probably disagree with me. So like there are not many things that are absolute
Yeah,
truth.
that's how I
Not
feel.
many things.
That's how I feel. So when I say absolute truth, I'm meaning something that will never change, bro. It doesn't matter who the fuck you show it to. It doesn't matter who experiences it. It's the same shit for everyone. That's what an absolute truth is to me. You know what I mean? We have to drink water or we die. That's an example. We drink water or we die. That's an absolute truth, mate.
If you
You
really
don't drink water, you
understand,
die.
if you really understand the difference between objective and subjective truth,
Right.
then you'll find that the vast majority of things are subjective. Like
that's
it's
exactly right.
yeah.
So where's my cognitive dissonance here? I'm confused. What am I not understanding?
I didn't say you were in cognitive dissonance. You're just having a hard time with some people.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
I guess the point is that we try to do our best in here to stick to objective truth, or to learn like or the things that are objective. We are extremely offended by people who try to write them off as being subjective. Like there is no such thing as an objective truth. Of course, there is an objective truth. There are objective truths. When you say that there cannot be one, now we have a problem.
Yeah, and like, okay, I came into the room because it was silent. Like, I should have kind of prefaced that at the very start. That this was going to be a subjective conversation, basically.
And that's the type of thing that you would have been headed off early with. Usually they would say save it for Speculation Sunday or take it to Chill Chat or whatever else. I mean, personally, I mean, I love the cerebral conversations. I love these types of conversations, but it's not the way that the server has kind of agreed that they want to keep things. Because as soon as you open up those doors, like all of a sudden you get into muddy waters where the Globers come flooding in and just all they want to do is talk about subjective reality. Like, and dude, no, we want to talk about objective reality. We want to talk about things that we can prove.
Yeah, fair enough. And I do understand that. Like, I've been in the room before, like I said earlier, but It's just hard for me because there's a lot of subjective conversation I would like to have with people in this room. I feel like they've got a lot to offer it, but like you said, it's not this room's sort of prerogative. But I definitely don't mean to come in here and sort of create that space. It's just like I sort of said it multiple times throughout this conversation. I'm like a very philosophical thinking person. I read a lot of philosophers and things like that.
But you need to check yourself. You need to check yourself on a regular basis with a room like this, though, because if you can get. It's very easy to get into the weeds when you start talking about philosophy and subjective conversations, whatever. Like you have to test that against like real reality and like the laws that we actually know, because like Sasha just said, like gas pressure, like entropy, like the gas laws. These things are we've never seen anything that goes against it. So
when CB was in here and he was meeting the room, he was sort of like I feel the room was aware of how I was speaking from, and the room sort of gradually changed. I probably should have just ended the conversation there.
That might have been wise. Yeah,
Do
that might have
you
been
understand?
wise.
So that's how I sort of feel seen. Yeah. There was definitely an understanding when I very first started speaking that it was subjective, and the room sort of slowly lost that understanding, and then it turned into, why the fuck are you trying to preach to us?
Yeah. You will see how the second and third round, Sasha has no even nothing, he's standing there like and asking what the fuck, and you will say, what the fuck, this guy, I thought that he won't fuck. He was the worst guy I met at fucking 24/7. You will see what if you are here, what future will bring, and that it's not like that, On the first, let's put it like this: put me on the first list that I'm worst guy, please, and let's go on with these things about flat Earth and everything and globe, and it's not about flat Earth; it's about reality, and you will see where is Sasha. But it's not about me; it's about arguments in these people. But yeah, we can speak, and we have Sunday for that to speak about everything. And especially if we start to speak something, we say, I have this speculation, I have this idea, maybe it's working like this, but this is only my idea. And you put that, and nobody will tell you nothing. But when you go like to speak something like your somehow facts, or you believe like that, it's somehow okay, good, but
That's a good point, Sasha. Yeah, because I did hear you say, like, we know this, and people will quickly jump on you when you say that, like we, like who's we first of all, and how do we know, anything that you're talking about when it comes to, speculating on things that we cannot test, demonstrate, like experiment on, quit. You got to kind of train yourself to not use that type of terminology. Before if you want to make a statement like that, go ahead and say like, there are those who say this, and be careful about your verbiage, because people are very specific. Like as soon as you say we know this, they're gonna pounce on you and be like, how do you know that?
I don't know. I don't know if he realized, but he sometimes when he speaks some things like a fact. It's like a, maybe he didn't realize that, but he's saying like this physical world and this. How he knows that? My question is, and like that must be a fact, or so, okay, believe. But if you are speaking about that, you must point it out. Look, this is my beliefs about that. Blah blah blah. Yeah, and if you start, if we know, that means everybody knows, and that's the fact. That means that it's working all the time, and we know what is the fact. boiling water, gas pressure. That shit's what you can prove, you know. And plus, if you are thinking that Earth is not a globe, you don't need. I'm not saying that you don't need to think about that, but you think for your personal. I would know to know. Fuck to go. It would be great if I can go to Antarctica and go around and to see everything. You know, then I will have fucking all picture. Like a Captain Cook, if that story is it's correct, you know, that travel will be great, you know, recording and only to be not even approaching to shore, only to go around to see is it that real circle? What the fuck is that? And yeah, but still there is a, you know, that drop over distance to because people think that it's impossible that Earth it's flat Earth that it's some retarded stupid story, you know. And because of all stories, you want to point it out why we think that Earth is not a globe, not because of funding space or whatever, or this or that. I'm not saying that ether, whatever. There is geometry to do first class. Then second class, it's rotation, and third class, it's scientific method and gas pressure. And it's easy, simple. And if that term three, it's working, must work everything. If first one is working, I will be glad. That means drop over distance there, drop over distance here. Look, UK beach, 10 miles, 66 full drop. Croatia beach, 66 full drop, 10 miles. USA beach, everywhere, 60 everywhere, 66, 56, 87, but there always, every observation. But no, there is no drop over distance. But doesn't matter that. Let's go to space. Who cares for the surface? But flat Earth, you know, 24/7 flat Earth. Yeah, what? Flat Earth, it's big. Yeah, it's big. How? What that mean? It's big. It means that has dimensions. What are dimensions? That are dimensions. 3,959 miles. What is that saying? That with that height you can see that horizon and that distance. Is that true? No. What is going on? Where is the sphere? No, let's not speak about that. Let's give 1 minute and 37 seconds, not only 1 minute for the drop over distance, because there is other 3 hours and 37 minutes about something else. It's boring to speak about that. Fucking boring. But that's the only way that people will realize what the sea level is, and finally to realize what when they say it's big, that means what that means. It's big. There is dimension. It's not 200 meters. It's not 300 meters. It's bigger, and that means that. And you use geometry. Geometry is not atomic science. You don't need to mix anything. You know geometry and go. Sorry about my monologue.
Hello.
Hello.
Hola. Hey, Devil Eyes, you made it back, didn't you? Look at
Is
that. I
it
told you
quiet in
you would.
here, or is no one talking? It was dead silent.
It
when I came in.
literally just got dead silent like 3 seconds before you went bubbling and said hello.
Oh, okay.
But you made it back. I told you you would.
I know. I got him banned. I'm grateful.
Yeah, it was you did something that a lot of people do. Maybe you learned something from it though. Like you don't want to butt in to a conversation to try to like.
I know. I get it. We don't have to talk about it again.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome back though. Did you have something you wanted to talk about, or you're just hoping to hear? Because like literally, you just happened to pop in a transition. We just got done with like a really long conversation that
About what?
finally found its conclusion. Oh well, essentially there was an Australian bloke who I don't know. He was just kind of believing a little bit. Like says he's a flat earther, but he's also seems to be still believing some of their nonsense, you know. And it got a little bit heated because of that.
Oh, got it. Okay. Is he in here right now?
No.
Space Cadet.
Yeah. He left and like yeah. If he would if he was still here, it wouldn't have gone quiet. Yeah, it's one of those things too, where I mean, I would say like even for new flat earthers, you know, like or I mean, there's a lot of people who find a lot of truth in the flat Earth, but they still because they're so indoctrinated, and I know that's kind of a harsh word, but like you have to admit that your entire life you've been indoctrinated with all this information, and it's really hard to toss it all out at once. You know, like it's impossible to do that. It takes time for you to realize how deep the programming actually went. And so they just want to hold on to certain things as truths that really have no substance behind them.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that's why we get a lot of these like what we called diet woke back before woke got hijacked. You know, like where you're like a half blue. You're not a real. You know, like you're a new blue pill, or you're half red pilled, or you're like it's just everybody's in this different stage, like of understanding, and it's really easy um, to be kind of caught up in it, where like almost emotionally, where you're just like, no, I'm all for this without really knowing what you're talking about. You haven't really gotten deep enough, but you really want to speak about it. You really want to be loud about it, but you might be saying things that you're going to regret farther down the road. And this is also a place where the government, especially right now, the government and media is really actively trying to hijack the so-called truther movement. That's the way I see it. Like with people like Tucker Carlson going to internet media, and you got guys like Kanye West or or even Donald Trump or whatever. Like they're using these instead of using the mainstream media like that's been known for the last many years, decades, Like they're trying to take it to us on our platform and trying to hijack our platform, and they're bringing in new people with these truths that we've been talking about for years. They love to use them, but then they'll attach them to all kinds of other nonsense that's part of the ploy to kind of I don't know, I guess, to manipulate them, right? Like it's propaganda. Like all you can't tell a lie without one lie needs at least, I don't know, there's probably a quote on this, but I would, if I just make one up, like for every lie you have to tell 10 truths, you know, like, and so if you can tell 10 truths and then slip in a lie, that's how you get the people. And that's what they're doing to the people right now, especially those who aren't really like well vetted, who don't really see it for all that it is. They're very easily manipulated and steered into like political things and whatever else it is, because they're not fully aware. And I'm not saying this like I'm fully aware. I can still fall prey to this, you know, but I've at least been, you know, doing this type of work for at least since 9/11, like the day of, at least. In fact, before that, because that's how I knew 9/11 was bullshit, the day of 9/11. But
What do you mean?
I'm saying they're always doing psychological operations on the people. And even if you think that you are aware, it's very easy to co-opt that awareness and try to pretend like you're on somebody's side in order to drive them further down whatever agenda it is that you're looking to get. Like there's no such thing as a good politician or a good party or a good like there's no such thing, period. They're always trying to find a way to manipulate
Lift her up.
you and lie to you.
I'll be right back. Someone's FaceTiming me, but like 5 minutes. BRB.
Okay, it's time to liven up the live stream. So we got a guest coming in. This will be fun. There he is, David Jr. You're on the air.
And we are live. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. So, what's the opening?
Am I live?
Make your opening statement.
Hold on, can I come back real quick and then I gotta do something then. Can I come back? I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back and then I'll join you guys to talk. Does it sound good?
Oh.
Alrighty. Well, we can talk shit about you while you're gone.
Are you about to go and like get your channel up and running, your live stream? Make sure you have some followers. What's going on? Why do you need time?
Looks like he left the call, but I am curious. Maybe he's got to go.
If you don't leave a message, I will assume that you are an unsolicited spammer bot calling. If this is the case, your phone number will be immediately blocked. If you do leave a message, I might call you back.
So if anybody didn't give him tags, he's going to come back in and cog disk and this and not be able to get back in here.
Oh, yeah, good point there, Rad. Someone's in the VC check-in as well. Rayleigh Criterion, Mapping 24/7 beta leader. No one wants to check in. Somebody in the VC check-in could use a volunteer. But that's a good point, Radman. Let's double check on his roles.
Give him VC verified.
Okay.
And give him image link perms.
Will do.
And he should be good to go.
What else did I miss? I saw you guys talked about the Black Swan. You guys were talking about Snell's Law and things like that. What else did I miss?
Oh man, all over the place. He only talks. He doesn't listen.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I picked up on that just from the chat. I wasn't even in the call. I picked up on that right away. Like there was really no responses or rebuttals to the things that you guys were saying. It was just link, spam, replying to his own messages and stuff like that. He's not actually trying to. From what I could tell, it was like he was just monologuing to himself, basically. But hopefully, I'm wrong. What I'm going to do actually is have him join the Cogdis VC when he comes back, and then I'll just move him in. That way, just in case he just decides not to show back up. That's a good way to get out of the Cogdis room. But I guess we do offer a VC plea deal as well, so.
Well, that's what I was giving him, the VC plea deal.
Okay, all right, that's fair. We can do that. We'll just keep an eye on it later. All right, there's the VC verified, so when he comes back, he can join. Shoes. Let's see if Shoes wants to join the panel. He was in here saying, "Oh, when I was 18, I believed in the flat Earth." You know, it's like, dude, stop capping, bro. Like, oh no, you're lying.
Stop the cap.
Saying like, oh yeah, you know, I used to believe Santa wasn't real, and then I went back. You all are duped. What? That just doesn't happen. So sorry, not buying that. Well, let's give a shout out to the panel. We got a pretty big panel here now that we've moved and combined the two VCs. There's almost 28, almost 30 people in here. So start from the bottom. We got Cuddy, Eratosthenes in the panel. Good to have you. You know, keeping the chat vibrant. Always appreciate that. Shout out to our friend Cuddy at the bottom of the panel there. Oh, did I double click that? Sorry. We got old dude in the back, you know, making sure everything's cleaned up. Shout out to old dude who's been here doing his thing for a long time, man. So we appreciate you, brother. Oh, I see Rayleigh Criterion just joined. Hey, how did your check-in go?
It went fine. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. You have any lingering questions we can help you with?
Not really. Not this time.
Okay. See, I'm just looking at your profile picture and the about me. It says mapping 24/7 beta leader. What is the? You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, that's from another server that I'm on. So those are the roles I play on there.
Nice. Okay. Cool. I am the Lex. I think I'm somewhat familiar with that name. So welcome, man. Glad to have you. How did you get? How did you find your way over here?
I'd seen the YouTube channel, and I'd also seen a link posted in the FED Discord. So
nice. Shout out to the FED panel, man. I've always had a lot of respect for the Oakley crew, as I call them. And there's some people from here that go and hang out over there from time to time, like Elijah. You'll hear him on the panel. You got George. Sometimes he'll come over here, spend some time over there. So, yeah, man, big fan of FED. So, keep up the good work, guys.
All right.
We're just saying hello to the panel. Unless you had a point or something you wanted to raise or a question or anything, Rayleigh, the floor is definitely yours. But we're just kind of shooting the breeze for now, saying hello to everybody.
Yeah, right now I'm just doing some background work here at the same time. So,
Roger that. Well, we'll
I'm
just
also
continue.
doing background checks on people myself.
Said you're checking on some people as well? You're checking in people?
I said, yeah, I'm also doing background checks on people. I'm the FEBI.
Okay. Nice. What's going on with Space Cadet in the chat? I see he's kind of flying off the handle in the chat.
I want to hear what he's all about. I heard him kind of talking earlier, and he cried he got muted or something. I don't know. I didn't read it.
Yeah. I had to go, but tried to make the conversation as hospitable as possible. But yeah, I don't know how that turned out. He's saying everyone's cowards. Come on, dude. Chill out with that.
It was here, but then he went just posting in the live stream voice text, and then I did a conversation with him, and yeah.
Yeah, I'll point out. So he was in here for a good hour or two. He already faced everything that he needs to face. Like now he's if you try to call him out and drag him in, it's likely to get spiteful. I would say it's just the way that I see it. Yeah, he was already ridiculed. He was already ridiculed pretty good, and he left on a good note. We should kind of leave that.
Is he the infinite space vacuum flat earther?
Yeah, he's a flat earther that loves
me,
space vacuum.
right
Yes,
here.
that's him. That's him. Yeah. The space vacuum flat earther. Yeah.
We're just typing in the chat.
Chamber
Well,
that I have.
it's just like no. This is why I said what I said about 15 minutes ago. Like how people. It takes time for them to like understand how much they've been indoctrinated. They like to hold on to things that have no basis in reality as still being truth because they haven't looked far enough. It takes time for them to do more diving. I think he's still on the right path, and if you guys just want to ridicule him, you're probably likely to drive him off of that path. Just like kind of leave him be. Like just let the dude fucking be. Let him gripe. Let him fucking talk his shit in the background. It's fine. If he's doing it in text, go fuck. Just let him have at it. Like fuck it.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a mix of both. I think some people were asking him his opinion, so he would be happy to share, which is great. And then some people were like, "Oh, well, that was your opinion. Can you verify that?" It's like, well, so I can understand where everyone's coming from on that. It just I was reflecting when I left the call. I was actually kind of thinking about what we were talking about. There was another person that joined the panel a while back. I rechanged his name because he kept talking about these buckets that were off the edge of the earth where water would fall into the buckets. And I changed his name to Edge Buckets. I don't know if you guys remember that. But he had a similar idea where it was like, we've got this box we've got our flat Earth or whatever type of thing. It's anytime I see these types of I don't mean to grill the guy. I'm sure you're there listening or whatever, but it's like it is really interesting when people present those types of ideas. But hey, if that's what you think, that's what you think. That's fine by me.
I have an idea I want to present. So if it's an infinite space vacuum, I have a space vacuum out in my garage. It's called a vacuum chamber. If it's an infinite space vacuum and you put water in an infinite space vacuum, it boils away. How come it doesn't boil away on Earth? Infinite space vacuum.
So it sounds like a good question. Oh, QE's joined, guys. Everybody, P's and Q's. P's and Q's. I'm just kidding. What's going on, QE? Glad to have you, brother.
You just saw that.
Everybody, give your own definition of an experiment. Everybody, go.
Dude, that reminds me. I was at the library today, and there was a book I walked past. It was on the end cap, and it said something about simple experiments you can do with certain items or whatever. It was like a kind of more of like a kid style book. And I picked it up and went through it, and they said something about rotation of the Earth. That was the only thing I read, but it was like, oh, you can just put some sticks in the ground and wait a little bit, and that's your proof. It's like, okay, wow, real applying a lot of vigor or rigor there. Incredible. But yeah, they're misusing the word experiment there as well. So you got to be on the lookout for that.
Yeah, I did some drug experimentation in my early 20s, and dude, I experimented the shit out of some drugs.
What was your independent variable, sir?
Wait, what?
Exposed, Glober exposed. I'm just kidding. Where you were, Lou?
I bet y'all drinking that wine too, ain't you? Just smoking them tweeds and everything.
Smoking them tweeds.
So anyway. It was Shoes to join us. Shoes.
He's complaining it's past his bedtime.
Oh.
Come on, dude. What, you've been in the chat for like 3 hours and now you're tired.
I use some sticks, but just in tomato plants,
Mm-hmm. Anyway, we'll continue with the hellos to the panel here. We're almost done. Oh, Shoes is in the panel. Oops.
If I take a balloon with some water in it, just a little bit, not fill it up, just enough to make it a big balloon, enough to make it so that the water just fills it by itself, and I can tie it off. I don't have to force the water in. And then I'm going to dress it in like a Barbie outfit or something, or a G.I. Joe outfit, and I'm going to put that in a vacuum chamber, and let's see what happens to spacemen in a vacuum.
Yeah, I mean, and all you Globers want to go on space travel. Fun with that.
I'm going to say the head blows up first.
Fatality. Anyway, let's just breeze through the panel here. We got Salesman has popped in. We got Trinity, Timbo, Truth Acknowledged, TEOS, Sully, Space Cadet. You've been hanging with us. Shoes. He's trying to keep it quiet. He's late where he's at. Understandable. It's GE Force, one of the deepest voices in the VC. But what do we have here? Scare Bear, Sasha, Really Criterion, Quantum Eraser, Bob, Paul V, Old Hoss, Morvis, Miguel, Lou, Kiwi Buzz, excuse me, Kembo Beats, I Am Larry, not GE Force, just kidding. Flatsy Climb, Lloyd Wright, Latin Sassy, Effie Batman, FEPI, we got Chubbs, Adam Unsalted, Wave Mixer, and Jim. So shout out to the whole panel, man.
Howdy, howdy.
Glad to have you guys. Don't be quiet, man. Why y'all shy?
That other dude bolted as soon as he knew he was going to be put on the hot seat.
Yeah, we put him on the hot seat. He's like, I gotta go. Okay.
I've only got a minute here before my wife walks back in. I was listening in, just figured I'd say hello since you were shouting out to the panel.
Awesome, man. Well, yeah, glad to have you as always. And the clips that you posted have been really funny. Give me a good laugh. So, in terms of the DMs you sent me, maybe I need to do another class. Folks, I did put together a small, like, mini master class on how to work the soundboard that we have. And if anyone's interested, shoot me. Maybe I'll just do another class. Maybe it only took like half an hour, so maybe even less. It shouldn't take too long. We can do that for sure. For anyone that's maybe interested, I can put together a small little mini master class so you understand how it works, and then we can send you out into the wild if you're really interested. So I've got you on the list, Wave Mixer. Don't worry.
That would be excellent. Thank you.
All right, cool.
Put me on the list.
Sasha on the list. All right, I'm gonna drop my list here right now.
Well, Sasha and I were playing Good Cop, Bad Cop earlier.
Sorry, I heard Good Cop and Bad Cop, and I heard Hank as well. So, what were you saying, Wave Mixer? And then we'll get to Larry.
I
will
take only good ones.
Sasha and I were playing Good Cop, Bad Cop earlier.
It's a good thing it's good to have a good cop partner, and if you're a good cop, it's good to have a bad cop partner. It's good to have like a tandem, so it's good to hear it. What were you saying, Hank?
I was just saying, look at you, show the others how to run the sound. It really does add so much value to the streaming thing. So good job, bro.
Thanks, man. Oh, well, thanks, dude. It's a lot of fun for me, and it seems like it does bring a little bit of joy to the panel every now and again. So I'm glad it's kind of growing the way it has. So Caveat. That's one of my favorites. We do have somebody named Cup, so Stop the Cup. Maybe if you want to chime in, you're on the fence. Maybe you could kind of share any questions you had, or if you had a point or something, you're welcome to chime in. No pressure.
Oh man, it's been a minute since I've been back in this community, and I just was just popping in to listen to you guys talk.
Yeah, dude, Stop the Cup, dude.
Stop the cap.
No, I'm just kidding. Welcome back, dude. Glad to have you.
I appreciate it. Okay.
But yeah, if you have a question or anything, please feel free to chime in. The floor is definitely open, and we're just shooting the breeze at the moment. So, yeah, like I said, guys, don't be shy. There's a lot of people in the panel. We're up to 35 now, so don't let me just cook here all alone. See, Paul V slid in as well. So, yeah, who's got something for the panel?
So I posted not that long ago the dark matter is kind of being dismissed with a certainty of 5 sigma. I don't know if you guys saw that.
What is 5 sigma? Is that some Glober lingo?
No, that's a statistics thing.
What kind of shit is that?
I'll find it for you. I'll post it.
Okay.
But yeah, you can look up 5 sigma. It's a really high level of certainty.
Oh, okay. All right. We can take a look at that. What else do we have here? Chris V, did you want to make any announcements about your... I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you want to make an announcement, this might be a good time. But if you're busy, I can maybe do it for you, or we can keep it on the scene for now. Up to you. Let's see. I need to check in with go ahead.
They're automatically going to rebuttal with, well, that's for the cold dark matter, right? So
What?
the hot dark matter is still, and the warm dark matter, because there's 3 different types apparently. But
What kind of shit is that?
the hot dark matter, some people are saying is neutrinos. So when they say that, it's a non sequitur. We're not talking about neutrinos. We're talking about the standard model of cosmology, the lambda CDM model. So basically, when they admit this, they're admitting they have to retool gravity because it's not working. That's what they're saying. So in case you guys were wondering, what does this mean?
Well, you know how in video games, like, I don't know how familiar you guys are with, I'm not a gamer, but I used to play like Call of Duty and stuff when I was a little bit younger. So what they would do is they have, like, you would buy the disc and it would come with like original, maybe 8 maps, right? And then maybe 6 months later, they'll be like, all right, guys, we got a new DLC, we got new maps, we got new stuff. Go and buy it, right? So they could update the game down the line. And so like that analogy, I think, ties in really well with like the heliocentric garbage. They can just update the DLC anytime. Oh, the core is now spinning backwards. Oh, gravity is doing this. Oh, dark matter is now hot and cold. Like, they can just update the DLC anytime they want to at this point. So, just hilarious. I mean, they updated the DLC a couple years ago. They're like, okay, guys, the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere. Like, what? Like, I remember presenting that to my friends because they already knew I was, sort of a flat earther at the time, and I was like, maybe I can bring this up as like a thread to pull on. They were not having it, dude. They were like, well, it makes sense. No, it doesn't, dude. If we went to the moon, we have to leave the Earth to go to the moon. Now you're saying that the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere. Bro. Alright. They're just going to change the story anytime they want to. Like they've done with the core as well. So I've got like 5 screenshots of the core doing something different. Oh, one day it's no longer what we said. It's something else. Okay. Sure.
Shows is still in the cognitive dissonance posting. Don't they want to talk to us?
I think his mommy is sleeping somewhere, so...
See, he's active in the live.
Oh my god!
I'll tell your mom I said hi, but yeah, no problem, dude. You can come back anytime.
He's still active in the cognitive dissonance row.
All right. Well, Hank, did you post anything in the chat for us? Let me take a look. I've been trying to juggle some screens here.
Yeah, I did 57 minutes.
Oh, I see it. I see it. All right, cool. Let me repost it for anyone that's interested. Against dark matter, bro. Dark matter. What? Like literally, this is like that's straight out of a video game. Like, pretty sure I used to play this game called Jak and Daxter. I think it was called something like that. Jak and Daxter. If you guys remember that, it was like they had similar ideas like dark matter and stuff like that. It's super funny. It's like straight out of a video game. Dark matter. That's racist. I'm just kidding. Reposted the link for anyone that's interested. Dark matter. I'm so glad that we don't have to, on this side of the fence, we don't have to say stuff like that. Oh, well, there's 98% of the universe is made up of dark matter. It's so much more simple on this side, even though there's a lot of mystery, of course. We don't know. No one knows what the moon is and stuff like that. But we're not making stuff up on the fly. Dark matter and freaking 2 versions of gravity and all this crazy stuff. We don't have to make fake videos like making the water appear to be flat. It just is. You know what I mean? We don't have to make CGI stuff. I've never seen you guys in this panel, like make something that was really deceiving. You know what I'm saying? At least, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if some flat earthers got stuff wrong along the way. Like people have talked about the horizon rising to eye level, or the stars looking like they're blobs, but they're out of focus. So, but I don't know if I would consider those deceptive, because even like in this server alone, we've taken the understanding and updated it. We don't post those anymore. We had a meeting about it. Okay, guys, let's try to clarify what's going on with the star things and the horizon rising to quote eye level. So, but I don't think those things are like inherently deceptive, and it's not like CGI, and we're not faking things purposefully to try and fool people. But that's what you get on the other side, isn't it? They want to, convince you that they're floating in space and stuff like that. Like, where else do people get this idea that they should be floating, dude? Like, for real? Like, people naturally think that they should be floating. They're like, well, how come I'm being held down? Like, so you mean to tell me that your baseline for reality is that something, like, you have the ability to float, but something is preventing you from doing this? What happens if you just take those two ideas away? What are you left with? So you don't even need gravity. Nothing's holding you down. And no, you can't float. You're not Goku. This isn't Willy Wonka in the chocolate factory. You can't. We're not floating, all right? So the things they've done on their side of the fence is convince people with fakery, like floating and freaking, and humans floating. So people now they think naturally, well, I should be floating. Crazy, bro. So it's much more simple on this side, guys. And just, you should be proud that you don't have to like fake the water. Maybe you guys have seen that rackety table on the edge of this cliff. It's like a green table with a red like level on the table. Maybe you guys have seen it. I'll see if I can pull it up. And they essentially take the image and then squash it or compress it side to side. And like, well, see, look, there's the curve. It's like, really? I'm so glad we don't have to do that. We don't have to edit images to make a case and stuff like that. That's just ridiculous. Let's see if I can find this table for you guys if you haven't seen it. There it is. Thank you, old dude. Yeah, that's it right there. But like, what's so funny is if one of you guys have like a good phone or something like that, you should be able to zoom in on the bottom of the table. I had a screenshot for it buried somewhere, but if you zoom in on the bottom of the table, you can see how like just jagged and like it's so bad. They like set it up on rocks. They took a rock and put it underneath the leg. It's like, it's just, what are they doing, dude? I guess it does look kind of level to the water, but damn, that's how you set it up. This table you got at the freaking thrift store, I don't know, dude. It's just so wild. Yeah, and that was the thing too, Amish. You posted the table's curved. So I was grilling somebody in the chat a while back, and I was like, "So why is the table curved?" They're like, "It's not." And like, yeah, clearly you're seeing a curved table. And then he switched his position. He goes, "Well, not all tables are flat." So I'm like, "Okay, well, why don't you go to your house, anywhere in your house, and find a curved table and let me know the purpose of the table if you're gonna put a cup on the edge and just slides off. Like, what?" It's just so stupid. I found some of those screenshots I can repost for you guys.
So it's funny because I was kind of gone for a little while doing other things, and when I came back, I went right into the debate rooms and I was like, hey, let's see if we can find some common ground, like see what we can agree on, right? Because I've noticed one of their tactics is that what they like to do is they'll keep us on like level one by like not agreeing on anything. Like they feel like they're losing if they like concede to the slightest thing. So I was saying that, like, can we not agree that like dark matter is like one of those arguments? It's just like the worst argument for the globe. And I kind of got some of them to agree to that. Like, yeah, it's like not a good argument. And it's like, at this point, like, I don't know if they realized it at the time, but the whole gravity thing kind of counts on this dark matter thing being real. Like, if it's not real, then Gravity doesn't work. So they're having to come up with a modified gravity.
Yep, there
And
we go again. Update the DLC, huh?
yeah, so they're actually in the video. He's kind of throwing Einsteinian gravity under the bus, and he's basically saying that we got to go back to Newtonian, like a modified Newtonian gravity. So they're desperate at this point, looking for something, anything that'll work.
Yep, and they'll do it by hook and crook. They'll, any little thing they'll just do it. They'll say it. They'll say anything at this point to try to keep it going. Why won't let me send this message? Here we go. Yeah. He goes, almost no table is flat. What are you talking about, dude? That's a great example though. Like they'll literally just say whatever they want. Oh no, tables aren't flat. Oh yeah, so Hank, you described one thing. I call it the crabs in a bucket mentality. Like if they can't be right, then no one can be right. If I'm going down, we're all going down. They see one crab climbing out of the bucket. Oh, we're all going down in the bucket together. The problem is like, no, I don't belong in the bucket with you goofballs. Okay, we're out of here. We are not the same. So, no, like they do that a lot. Oh well, we can't know things. Everything's a belief. No, that's false. Okay, that you guys can be stuck with your everything's a belief. 99% people. We don't do that here.
We don't do that here.
So, yeah, we are not the same. Computer's gonna die here in just a second. So guys, don't be shy. Somebody chime in and take over, all right?
Yeah, I was going to say that, when we're talking to anti-flat earthers, like these people can't really concede at all. Like it's against their policy or something. Like maybe they get paid deductions every time I don't know. I'm speculating. I don't know why they do that, right?
Uh-huh.
But it's like when you're talking about like people that are from the colleges, like it's different when you talk to an astronomer or a cosmologist, right? I mean, they still kind of believe the same thing, but I don't know. There's a little more integrity in the people that are coming out of academia. So it's like they have to tell the truth sometimes. You just have to listen and be hip to when they're telling the truth, and it's kind of one of the things where you really gotta focus on what they're saying and don't miss it.
You make a good point there because they'll say it, right? You do have to have the ears to hear. You guys have seen like They Live. You have your They Live glasses on. In the same way, you have to have your They Live headphones on as well. Your earbuds. You got to listen closely because you're right, and that's almost easier to trap someone by listening to what they say and holding them accountable to the things that they've said, rather than trying to like spit a bunch of claims at them. Let them tie themselves up into a pretzel. And I call it like flat earth jujitsu, or there's this idea of like counter punching. Like you look at Mayweather, Floyd Mayweather. That's what he's known for, right? So he's not a big, strong guy like Tyson. He lets other people punch themselves out or throw the first punch, and he'll slip the punch and then boom, counter. So it's kind of the same way. You can let people make mistakes, and to do that, you have to listen, like Larry was just saying. So that is a very good point. So pro tip: for you all. Make sure you have your They Live headphones on and listen very closely, because they'll give it away. They'll expose themselves, things like that. So
another thing I've noticed, like some people won't like make small concessions to get to like the deeper part of the level on our side too, right? So if they say that, you know, it's refracting, like just let them have it, right? Because it's a change in the goalpost. They used to say 8 inches per mile squared. Now they say, well, you can't use that because of refraction. It's like, oh, so you admit that you don't have a geometric horizon? Yeah, I'll go with that, sure. Like if that's what you think is going on, like you think that no one can ever see the globe, you guys have been wrong this whole time, saying that you could see boats disappear over the horizon. You admit now that that was all incorrect. and yeah, so I don't mind giving them enough rope to hang themselves with sometimes.
yeah, dude, what you just described is another. If I die, if my computer dies,
Sounds like it died. Yeah, but I would just recommend that you guys watch that video, and you know, of course, this guy is, you know, not on the side of truth, right? He's maybe believes some things that are wrong, but you can learn from people you disagree with.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in a nanosecond, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my Rocket Man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
I mean, Eddie Bravo. Eddie Bravo is
What
good.
you would do is lose air.
Eddie Bravo's all right. Like he brings people in, but like that's the research Eddie Bravo thing. It's like he's not where you're gonna find the truth about this stuff. But this Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. That is my favorite song of his. It's genius. The way that he got all spacey with the sound effects. It's so chill. Dude, I love that song. It really calms down a crowd. I gotta tell you. And it also lays the message down. It's a really good song. But the whole thing about getting all spacey, like, you know, you just throw a bunch of weird, 1970s sound effects, like, out there, and people are like, all of a sudden they're in a space mentality. What does that tell you? It tells you that all this is just kind of a psyop. It's just psychologically motivated. Like they've got you into a way of thinking just based off of giving you these tones and this idea. Like it's there's no science behind it. It's just spacey. It's sciency. It's religiousy. Whatever it is. Let's just get spacey. Right, Flatloid? Flatloid. By the way, your name has stuck. I liked it. I had something to do with it. You were choosing between what was it? You took Flatloid right. Oh, it was going to be Flatloid flat, and I was like, no, or Frank Lloyd flat. That's what it was. Now speaking of, all right, design us a future flat world, one where the buildings are based off of flat Earth. Anybody see the recent shit where like, you guys are all gonna be gone? Anybody see the recent shit where there's some letters that came out like there's about Obama being gay, like Barack Obama said that he fantasizes frequently about having sex with men, like to a former lover of his, and then he wrote letters to her talking about it, so it's like in writing.
Why didn't you tell us that before the campaign, I wonder?
Yeah. No, it's just so funny. It's like it's so late. It's so late, but it's just like everything else. Look at all the scamdemic shit. Like we were all calling it out when it was happening in real time, but no, you weren't allowed to talk about it. It was censored. Now all of a sudden it's uncensored, and all these people are coming out with it like it's new information. Like no, same thing with this. Oh man, I'd go fucking pedal surfing with that dude. He looks pretty fucking cut. Larry, you going pedal surfing with us?
Nah, I'm not
No?
really into all the extreme sports anymore. I used to rollerblade, which I'm pretty sure you think is pretty dumb, rollerblading, but I can still do it and not fall.
Yeah, no, rollerblading. Okay, look, rollerblading. Yeah, I could talk shit about it, but I'm not going to. I did rollerblade in the '90s, but I was into ice hockey and shit, and so like rollerblading was like a really cool way to do ice skating during the dry season or on your sidewalk or whatever. But it's nothing the same as like board, like board sports, like surfing, skateboarding, all that stuff. Like, dude, you could never be as cool as that. But for exercise and training and all that stuff, it's still a great hobby. There's nothing wrong with it.
I think rollerblading gives you like a really good core workout. If you've ever done it, you notice you get like real tired in like your midsection and your back, because you like slightly lean forward, so you're just like, and you're using your whole body. It's kind of like swimming in a way, because you're swinging your arms and your legs at the same time, and you're like pushing back and forth, left and right. So yeah, how many 350-pound men do you know that can rollerblade?
Yeah, no, the only time rollerblading becomes faggy and gay is when you're in the skate park hogging up the fucking park to try to do your shit. And then they're like, dude, get the fuck out of here. What the fuck are you doing with those skates on? Get the fuck out of our way.
Dude,
But if
I would
you're just going
rollerblade on
down
the
the
road.
sidewalk or the beachfront, like, if you're
I'd
just
be on
going
the
down the
street.
beachfront, yeah, if you're going down the sidewalk or the street or the beachfront, no fucking problem. Rollerblade all you want. Just don't think you're cool doing it.
Oh, I don't care what people think. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that they're watching me waiting for me to fall. And I'm just like, I'm not going to fall. I've done this before.
Dude, how do you fall on rollerblades? Like seriously, I mean, unless you're trying to do a trick, how do
You
you
lean
fall on
back.
rollerblades?
If you lean back too much, you'll fall.
What?
Yeah, you lean back too much,
Your
you'll
weight
fall.
is supposed to be on your toes. Like I said, I played
Yeah.
ice hockey. You know, your weight is always on your toes. How do you lean back? Nobody leans back unless they're fucking up, and then you're totally gay. You just suck at rollerblading. You're not even a good rollerblader at that point. You might as well be Mike Tyson on a hoverboard where he busts his tailbone. You know, like dude, that's you if you fall backwards on rollerblades.
So I never got to go ice skating. Like my whole life, I wanted to go ice skating, but you know, this is Texas, so my only like opportunity for ice skating was, you know, a cheap pair of rollerblades. And the pair that I have now, they're actually not cheap.
I gotta tell you, that's bullshit too. By the way,
But
you guys have lots of ice rinks and arenas down there.
yeah,
Like
but
you got you got hockey teams that fucking compete. Like you got places that you can go if you want to go ice skating and any year around.
I ain't got money for that, and I don't live right in
It
downtown.
probably costs like $12 for like 5 hours.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, I don't care what people think. I'll rollerblade.
Yeah, you'll find actually if you do ever find the ice, you'll find that rollerblading isn't comparable. I mean, it's a little bit comparable. The motions are similar, but oh my god, like yeah, the ice has way less friction than the fucking asphalt or the pavement. Like your wheels in the bearings themselves have way more friction. A couple of blades on ice are a lot, dude. They just seriously almost zero friction. You're just fucking skating along.
Another way that you could fall is if you go too fast and you're not used to going that fast. 'Cause it's
No,
like,
that's called bailing. That's called bailing. That doesn't
what?
count.
Bailing? No, I've
Yeah.
never bailed. No, I don't bail. I'm talking about if you're used to going slow and then you sketch on the back of a car and now you're going 30. Like if you barely turn, like you're going a long ways to the left.
All right, if you're doing 30 miles an hour hooking up to somebody's bumper on rollerblades, then yeah, you're already ready to take that fall on ice. Because by the way, on ice that fall is far less drastic. You can, I mean, when you fall, as long as you're moving, it doesn't hurt. You just slide and you know what I mean. Like when you fall, there's like no repercussion essentially as long as you're moving. If you're going slow and you fall, it hurts because it's hard as a rock. But if you're moving, you just freaking, just angle your body in a way where you don't, like come down direct to it, and then you just slide. You're good. Same thing with like snowboarding and skiing. Like some of the worst falls and the worst pain comes when you're afraid to go down the hill and you're always checking your speed and you're always and you're going slow or you're on flat land. Like that's when the falls hurt the most. Otherwise, you just kind of like slide along. That's why you see people who are do like super bikes or the downhill longboarding or whatever, and they're able to go 60, 70 miles an hour and just like just kind of get that road rash along the way. Their momentum keeps them moving. When you have no momentum, you fall harder. No, but anything on wheels versus ice or snow is way less forgiving when you fuck up. You're always going to get hurt more in those instances.
My experience, if you're on rollerblades and you fall and you're going fast, hurts way worse. Road rash is a serious thing. Your skin is just like all peeled off and it's not even
No,
bleeding yet.
yeah. No, that hurts, but and it takes time to heal. But you didn't break bones because you were moving fast, right? If you were to fall while going very slow, now you're talking about a broken wrist, a broken elbow, a broken, like a broken hip or whatever else. The fact that you had movement saved you. It could have been way worse.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, when you have lateral movement, like the more lateral movement you have, the less the vertical movement hurts. 'Cause now you got momentum going forward instead of going straight down. I mean, a skinned elbow and a skinned knee, that's one thing. A broken elbow and a broken knee, that's a whole nother.
So just curious that anybody watched that video.
Gravity keeps you on this floor. Gravity attracts everything around its vicinity to create gravity around the Earth. Or, as we say in our astronomy courses, when we teach our kids, gravity sucks. Gravity sucks evenly. It pulls everything to the center. But then Einstein gave us a different picture. Gravity doesn't suck at all. We tell our students, we lied to you. Gravity does not pull you to the floor. Space pushes you down. Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. The space around you is warped, and space itself is pushing you down into your chair, and that's why you're sitting in your chair today.
Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Discord.gg/flatearth.
All right. You can see the text channel now, Snackle. The voice channel right above the one you're in.